everyone who's around me. I've been putting on my fake smile, even though I'm wasting time. I don't wanna be trapped in a box, trying to be like the rest but I'm not. I just wanna go my own way, gonna let the past burn down. Cause honestly, don't wanna be stuck in boring conversations with you. With you, I'm gonna leave it all behind, find myself, I'm gonna start over new. Yeah, I'm on my way now. I'm on my way now. I'm
small. Watch the clock ticking off the wall. But tonight I'm letting it go. Spend my coin for sure. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Lay my troubles to rest. Blow the smoke through my cigarette. City lights looking fine, and I know this is my time now. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me.
Life is a winding road, no telling where it goes. Driving through days and nights, won't stop for traffic lights. And I really wanna know if I'll ever figure out where the road goes. Even if I'm falling down, I will keep on searching for my highs. You can say I lost my mind, I will keep on holding my head high. Even if the sky is falling down. Jumping from cliffs so high, trusting our wings to fly.
There we go. Sorry about that. The June 18th, 2020 regular meeting of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board will now come to order. To begin, we have the invocation. Would anyone volunteer to do an invocation? Okay, Mr. Drake.
Please stand. Bow your heads, please. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for the opportunities you give us each and every day. Father, as we go about the business of the school board for our children, give us the opportunity to really think and know what we want to say. Give us an opportunity to do better for our kids each and every day. Lord, thank you for our parents in this school system who are here, our system administrators, our teachers, every one of our employees here is so important to us. Father, thank you for this board and their leadership. Lord, we ask that your guidance come over this meeting tonight and each and every day we live. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Ballou, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United
Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you please now conduct the roll call?
District 7, President Gode.
Here?
District 3, Vice President Howard. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Collins. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson. District 6, Ms. Dyson. District 8, Ms. Bernard. District 9, Mr. Tatman.
Thank you. We have a quorum. We'll now move on to item C1, meeting minutes. Approval of the school board minutes of the May 21, 2020 regular meeting as published in the official journal. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Ballou. Do I have a second? By Ms. Dyson. Madam Secretary, it's good? Okay. Are there any discussions about the minutes from the board? Seeing none, any discussion about the minutes from the audience? And I will check the, I don't think there's any on.
Mr. Gode, who made the motion? I'm sorry.
Mr. Ballou made the motion, Ms. Dyson seconded.
Thank you.
And I do not see any items on item C2 in the internet. So back to the board. Any comments from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
We make sure we get all the electronics working properly for this vote. You're not popping up? Well, no, it should pop up no matter what. That's why we get this working. Got it? Ms. Armand, has all members present voted?
No, I'm waiting. Ms. Collins, do you want to vote verbally?
Madam Secretary, are we still waiting?
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we move on to item D1, the monthly financial report for information only. Do any board members have any comments or questions about the financial report? Seeing none, we will move on to item D2, personnel changes. And for this, I will yield the floor to Superintendent Drake.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. I did want to clarify some things on the personnel report. I sent an email out earlier this week with the personnel report items and explaining some of it, but I now realize I probably needed a lot more information. So we have a total of 26 administrators, school administrators, either principals or assistant principals, who've been in a position, an interim position, for up to 3 years. Custom had it over the years, and my first 2 years we did this, as a principal or an assistant principal earned a year of interim status, and they were approved evaluations, successful evaluations, and also had the recommendation from their supervisor. We took the interim off. And basically what that did was give them a 2-year contract. When we got into a severe deficit a few years back, we had a $35 million deficit that we cut completely last year, but over the years we've been cutting. But last year we had a $35 million deficit. I froze all of the interim status school administrators, principals and assistant principals. And so for year before last year, those administrators were not moving into the full-time status. Since we balanced the budget this past year, this is the first year, and I can't tell you how many years, that we've balanced the budget. And we are going to propose another balanced budget this year. I felt it was time to take a look at that. I also received a phone call from the principal of McKinley Middle Magnet who has been in an interim position for 3 years and has done an excellent job. And so I started looking at that, and I asked our assistants, Mr. Adam Smith, Ben Nikes, and Dr. Tamal, to take a look at those people who need, who deserve, and who belong in that non-interim status. And so we have 26 people who I'm going to recommend that we take the interim off. 16 assistant principals, 10 principals. I also want you to realize that we have 151 principals and assistant principals, so this is a small number. However, I also want you to know that over the last 5 years, we have 14 less school administrators today than we did before. We have 151 principals and assistant principals today, and when I took office 5 years ago, we had 165. So we've been sort of making the ship a little more lean. So I want to say to the 26 people that I am very, very proud to be able to honor them with a full contract. As in the case of McKinley Middle Magnet, this person has been in the job, doing a great job for 3 years, and certainly deserves that honor. And so we have 16 assistant principals, 10 principals who've been recommended to me through a review of the assistants, and that's how this item came up. So I'll be glad to entertain any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the personnel report from the members of the board? Seeing none, we will move on to report from board appointees and committees to committees and agencies. Would anyone like to make a report? I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Drake, your update. I'm sorry, I was thinking you had just done it, but you're right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godag. Superintendent report, I've got quite a bit on it tonight, but we have some recognitions that we want to make and certainly are very deserving of. First, I'd like to recognize the 2021 Teacher and Principal of the Year semifinalists. That's in the state of Louisiana, so our district had a semifinalist for the Teacher and for the Principal of the Year. First one I'd like to introduce, and I'd like to call Mr. Nikes up to the podium as well. Miss Natalie Roy from Glasgow Middle School. Would you come up? She is a semifinalist for the State Teacher of the Year. Congratulations, Ms. Roy.
I would just like to take a few moments to thank my fellow teachers at Glasgow Middle for welcoming me, a teacher new to the district. For 24 years, I taught at a private school. I've come over to EBR for the past 2, and I love it. Thank them for selecting me to represent them. I'd like to thank my principal, Erin Howard, for taking a chance on me and supporting my crazy ideas, like firing 12 student-made pottery kilns in the backyard of her school. I would like to thank my students for their enthusiasm and intelligence. They have inspired me, and I love working for them and with them. Last, I'd like to thank the Foundation for EBR Schools and ExxonMobil for grants they awarded my Roman Technology program. We greatly appreciate what they have done for us. And I would just like to assure board members and all that as a white teacher of mainly black children, that the lives of my black students matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roy. Also, we have a principal who is a semifinalist for the State Principal of the Year, Ms. Shalika Scott from Scotlandville Pre-Engineering Middle Magnet School. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Drake, President Godet, Vice President Howard, and members of the board. I'm so honored to be awarded a semifinalist for the State of Louisiana's Principal of the Year. Ms. Roy will tell you it started out with over 300 applicants, and then they narrowed it down to just 24. So, and we find out in about 2 weeks if we made it as finalists. But thank you so much to my supervisor, Mr. John McCann, to Ms. Teresa Porter, Director of Magnet Program. She is a huge support of Scotlandville Pre-Engineering Magnet Academy. To my staff, I have a wonderful staff, and most importantly, to my babies that I miss so much, the wonderful students at Scotlandville Pre-Engineering Magnet Academy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Next, we have Ms. Summer Dan. Summer, would you come up to the microphone? Summer is the Executive Director of the EBR Career and Tech Center called CTEC, and she has been named a 2020 finalist for the STEM Educator category of the Ada Lovelace Awards. It's been in business a long time, and this organization celebrates women across the Gulf South who have made an impact in their local tech community. So congratulations, Summer Dan.
Thank you. I do want to say it's actually an honor, and I was very surprised to be nominated and be in the finalists for this award. It was not something I would have expected, but I do want to thank Mr. Drake and Mr. Nikase, because when I went for an interview, I specifically asked if I could do Go Hack, which is an IT competition for high school kids, and they were like, sure. So they let me really experiment and be innovative with CTEC, with our technology. I also want to thank our IT for the district, because I know I have driven them crazy with my ideas that I want to do over there. And thank you to my staff and my team and my instructors, because they have been super, super supportive. And thank you to the school board, because y'all are awesome.
Thank you, Ms. Dan. These next two students are out of town right now, but I thought it was very important for us to mention their names. Two Baton Rouge Magnet High School seniors were among 161 students in the United States. I want you to think about that. Two of our students from Baton Rouge High are among the only 161 students chosen as presidential scholars in the nation, and both of them will be traveling to the White House to receive that honor soon. Both of them will be attending universities all around the world as well, and they're out of town right now. This prestigious honor, announced by the United States Department of Education, recognizes the outstanding high school seniors in academics and the arts, as well as in career and technical education field. So they are Baton Rouge Magnet High School seniors, Sunjun Lee and Cindy Zing. So congratulations to them. And as everyone probably knows, we have finished all of our graduations, and I really want to thank the principals in particular, because they were insistent, after talking to their students, insistent upon having some sort of person graduation, and all of our graduations were held in our football stadiums this year. We've completed all of them. They were fantastic. They were also viewed on YouTube, over 31,000 views. So I want to thank the principals, the teachers and staff of all of our high schools, and especially our graduating seniors. And I want to say to them, I did a video for them maybe 3 weeks ago, but basically what it says was, I want you to think about these high school seniors. They were born during 9/11, right around that time. Their freshman year was the year of the flood in Baton Rouge, so they were out of school a period of time, and many had to move from house to house. It was terrible. I didn't think anything could be worse than the flood year. And now they're graduating in a year that they had 9 weeks of school stopped because of a pandemic. But I can tell you, those kids, those graduating seniors we have, are going to be the most resilient, the most creative, the most innovative. Those are going to be the young men and women who change this world. And so I really want to just say and give a shout out to our seniors, 2020 seniors, and all that they've done for us over the many years they've been in our school system. So thank you, seniors. Next, I'd like to call up Dr. Nadine Mann, who is going to recognize and probably tell us about how many millions of meals that we have served to our children since March 14th. So Dr. Mann, I think she wants to honor some of the people who've been responsible for this.
Thank you, Superintendent Drake, President Goday, members of the board. I have with me today representatives from 3 companies that we have utilized to serve our children since we closed on March 13th. Right after school closed, we opened 10 of our schools, and we thought that would be the direction to go, but right away I had staff who began getting sick. I had 8 who contracted COVID. It was a mild case. They all recovered well, and they're doing well. But we had to turn quickly from being dine-in to take-out to box shelf-stable type meals for the parents. So we had to quickly figure out a way, and it was a new territory for us. But we contacted Ballard Hospitalities, and they're here represented by Scott, Steve, and Paul Ballard, first 3 right here. And they have provided for us the shelf-stable meals. To date, rather through June 30th, because I asked for a calculation through June 30th, we will have served by then 4.1 million shelf-stable breakfast and lunch meals. Thank you, guys. The next group we came in contact with was through the a restaurant group, the City Group Hospitality, Stephen Hightower, and he's next in line here. He provided for us frozen meals, so he didn't start right away. He came on board a little later, and by the end of June, he will have served 2 million of the frozen lunches and shelf-stable breakfast. Now, to compare that to what we would have served during this about 73 days, we normally would have served about 3.9 million, almost 4 million. So it's an increase of about 36% because we're under the summer feeding program and anyone is able to come to our school to pick up a meal. So I'm quite sure we're feeding kids from East Feliciana and Central and Baker and other places because we don't take names. They just show up with in their car to pick those up. Now, we've had a long-standing relationship with Kleinpeter Dairy, and they're represented by Mr. Kenny Kleinpeter and Jeff Bro at the end, and they have done an outstanding job. We've had to turn on a dime with our packaging a couple of times, and to date, rather by the end of June, they will have provided for EBR, for our parents, fresh milk, 330 gallons of milk. So it's a tremendous amount. It was really important for me, for our parents, to have some fresh milk. We have some shelf-stable and some fresh, so it doesn't overwhelm either the refrigerator or the pantry. So we've done a great job with that. We've also had a relationship with Capital City Produce and the original Kevin Guidry Produce Company with potatoes. I was able to get fresh 5-pound bags of potatoes to give out twice during this time. And I'm using funding under our fresh fruit and vegetable program. And by the end of next week, we will have distributed 295,000 pounds of potatoes to our families. Those are fresh potatoes. Now, you may think this is a big event, but when you really look at what I had to ask these guys to do, they had to provide the breakfast and lunch meal pattern. They had to meet that. They had to package their product differently. For instance, the frozen meals had to be in a microwavable container. The shelf-stable, we had to have a sturdy enough box that would hold 35 pounds of product on the inside. And the milk, we changed from our pouches to 1 gallon size container and then to 2 half gallons so the kids could get chocolate milk and white milk. So we were able to provide that. So there's been a little bit of twisting and turning to that. They also had to deliver daily to 5 school sites. Now, by that I mean you don't just drive up and drop it off. They had to distribute the product. They had to provide the staff to distribute it, which means from 2 to maybe 10 people at a site. Plus, we had some great volunteers who helped us from a variety of places, as well as the gymnasts from LSU and some high school basketball teams, and our own VIPS organization, and from several other groups. So we have had some volunteers. But they had to organize the traffic flow. They had to educate our parents on how to come in, raise the trunk of their car, don't get out of your car, and move forward, and it was almost like an assembly line. They also had to tick off a sheet to count those boxes. That's a deliverable that USDA requires. So they had, for every box, they had to make a tick mark and turn those in for our audit purposes. Not only that, USDA gave us one other task, and that was if a parent picked up more than 1 box, they had to fill out a paper and say what kids were getting it, what was their address, what are their ages, and we are validating. We're pulling 10 each day and calling those parents to see if they really got the boxes. So it's been an incredible journey. They've had to work through rain and shine and et cetera, and they have been great. And I have to say this, they've had a solid commitment to this project. They've taken ownership of it as I've asked them to do, because I had no staff on the ground. They've ensured the quality, the safety, and accountability as required. They've been professional. They've been very reliable, dependable, and flexible as we've had to. I've told them I've thrown out a few rocks there, and we've had to make adjustments. They've certainly been provided excellence to our customers also. So on behalf of the board and the superintendent, I want to say thank you. And I have a superintendent's medal for each of you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mann.
Yes.
Did you mean 330,000 gallons?
What did I say? 330.
Doesn't matter. 300. Was that right?
30,000.
330,000.
Yes, that's
gallons
correct.
of milk.
That is what I said. Now, every child gets 8 ounces. So if you actually multiply that times 16, you can see that that's how many servings of milk would be given. But I asked them just to quantify it in gallons. That's a lot of milk.
It is. I want to add also that the city group, raise your hand, Mr. Hightower, he represents 70 of the restaurants in Baton Rouge. So we were able, through the city group, through Mr. Hightower, to put to work up to 70 additional restaurants to make those frozen meals. So we've helped the city of Baton Rouge quite a bit through all of this.
I
So
think
want to
we've
thank
made
you.
a tremendous impact on our children across the whole parish and on the economy for Baton Rouge.
No doubt. Thank you, Dr. Mann. Thank you very much, guys. That's been a great success story since we've been out. I'd like to call up Mr. Smith, Adam Smith. I asked Adam about 3 or 4 weeks ago to put together a COVID response task force, and he has done that. Going back to school this year, as I said, one of the great successes we've had has been the child nutrition program. The other one is preparing for a distance learning model in our schools and for when we return, because we don't know exactly what that will look like. So Mr. Smith has put together a diverse group of stakeholders. I'm going to turn it over to him, and he's got a short presentation for us. Mr. Smith.
President Goday, Vice President Howard, members of the board, and Superintendent Drake. I would just like to thank you, Mr. Drake, for the opportunity to kind of recognize this very important task force during your superintendent's report. This task force was created to collectively marshal the experiences and expertise of community stakeholders and stakeholders throughout our parish. I had an opportunity about a week ago to be a judge on a high school essay contest for the mayor's office, sponsored by the mayor's office. And the topic of the essay contest was, what should high school education look like in a COVID-19 culture? And after reading about 20 essays between 700 to 1,000 words, there was one sentence that kind of stuck out with me as we began to create this task force. And that sentence from one of the essays says, the answer lies within the outcomes of the collaborative effort and the shared responsibilities of all stakeholders. I'll repeat that. The answer lies in the outcome of the collaborative efforts and the shared responsibilities of all stakeholders. COVID-19, this pandemic is new to us. I've been a part of hurricanes and school closures before, but I don't think any of us, and I know that any of us hadn't seen anything to the likes of this. Let's see. Thank you for the help. This slide just represents the phases of the state opening, school openings, and as you can realize, when we were in, the governor closed schools March 13th, and this slide just represents the district responses to those phases of the governor's orders. For example, you just heard from Dr. Nadine Mann when the governor closed schools on March 13th, there was two things that was top priorities for the district. That was feeding our community and providing continuing education opportunities for our students. As you look at phase one kind of represents, the response to providing learning opportunities as far as with, we knew that we had to provide some form of credit recovery and summer remediation for our students. In phase two, as we begin to move, which we are currently in, we're providing summer remediation. And as we move into the month of July, we'll be providing a strong start for all of our students in the district. This is an important slide that we wanted to share with our task force committee. These are the three main lenses or influences that guide what we do as a school system. National, state, and local levels. We respond to the CDC guidance as well as to the governor's orders from the state level as well as city and parish. And so this just kind of represents what influences the behavior of the school system as we prepare to open up in August. This represents the purpose of the task force is to provide a guidance and feedback for a blueprint that outlines the core operation conditions and protocols for our district, provides input and edit support and resources for all stakeholders in our community, and to receive information and provide information for ambassadors for various sectors of our community, which fosters community coordination and cohesive for our metro area. Our task force is broken into 4 subcommittees, very important subcommittees. Teaching and Learning, which Ms. Scott is one of the co-chairs of our Teaching and Learning subcommittee. Health, Safety, and Emotional Needs, we have Dr. Jacqueline Mims. She represents a co-chair of that committee. And we have Facility and Operations, Community Relationships, and Partnerships. So these are our 5 guiding principles to guarantee access to a viable curriculum, whether it be remote or brick and mortar, safe and healthy, whether if it's in a teacher learning environment or if it's virtually. uninterrupted support service for all stakeholders, seamless transitions to close learning gaps, and effective communication to foster public trust. This is our timeline. We had our first kickoff meeting last Friday, June 12th. We hope to kind of formalize a document, a blueprint, a plan to present to this board and the superintendent in late July, early August. Each working group has 2 working sessions. The first working group session was last Tuesday. We had our academic and our facility and operation, which met on Tuesday, June 16th. This is an important slide. This represents the members of our task force, and I'll just leave this slide up for a moment. And it kind of represents a cross-sector of parents, educators. We have our 2 union groups represented. We have mental health and healthcare services represented. We have community organizations. We have faith-based organizations. We have the mayor's office is represented. We have BREC represented, and we have our business community represented as well. These are internal task force members. We have our care representatives, our facilitators of each working group, and they've inscribed in each of the meetings that we're having, and we'll roll those documents up and present to the board and superintendent sometime late July, as I mentioned, early August. These are our meeting dates, as I mentioned previously. And finally, close out this slide. Each of the working groups are meetings held virtually through our Teams platforms. Members received a Google Doc with guiding questions to kind of guide the discussion and input. We've put together a OneNote repository for documents and resources for our task force, and iCare, as I mentioned, they are responsible for facilitating each meeting and recording each of the sessions. If you guys have any questions, I know I've taken a little over to Mr. Drake. He gave me 60 seconds to present, so any questions from the board, I'm more than love to answer. Thank you.
Mr. Lannis, you had a request to speak in?
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I just wanted to thank the gentleman who had helped out with our feeding services, but I would be remiss that I did not also shout out the 3 o'clock project who stepped in and worked 7 days a week, feeding countless numbers of students all across our parish.
Mr. Lannis, turn on your mic.
It's
Okay.
sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay, I'll step back a little bit. I was just saying, I just wanted to thank the 3 o'clock project for stepping in at a time where we really didn't have as many resources, and they did this completely free of charge to the district. This is a company that is stationed out in New Orleans, and they came all the way to East Baton Rouge Parish to make sure that our kids are being fed not only throughout the week, but on the weekend when no one else could possibly help. So I just wanted to make sure that we lift them up and thank them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis, and I think we all agree with that. Ms. Dyson.
I just have a quick question, and I'm not sure if it's for Mr. Smith or Ms. Gast, but I'm aware that I've seen a survey as far as a survey to assess parent and student input and gain that, and I was just wondering how much response we're receiving. I know I have shared it in social media. I'm trying to help, and I'm not sure if all of the board has been sent that and how our response is going, because I really do believe, and I did look at the whole survey, and I appreciated the fact that it's assessing a comfort level of families and, giving them options such as, 100%, maybe a staggered day, also a blended approach with some days for their children would be distance learning and other days would be on site, and then the 100% distance learning. I do know that just in my mailbox, I'm receiving all kinds of marketing literature, and I really believe that we've got to get ours really, we've got to get out there, because we need for families to understand that we're going to be flexible and try to meet the needs of the family, and we very possibly are going to have different options. It's not going to be mandated, but that they can choose between different options. So I don't know who this is really for.
Well, Taylor can respond, but also we just talked about this morning in our senior cabinet meeting. And up to, I think, this morning, we had roughly about almost 10,000 responses from our families. And majority of those responses that, our families wanted to stay with us. They wanted either the brick and mortar, they would return their students to school, or some type of hybrid model, virtual learning. So I think, in my opinion, I think the feedback is coming in quite well.
Okay.
And Ms. Dyson, I plan to send out an email tomorrow which explains a lot of this and tells them where we are in the process. Of course, we want our kids back in the schools in person as much as the CDC, the governor, and whatever else guidance allows us. But we want to have that option as well. That's what this survey is about.
And we recognize that some of our students who have underlying health issues may need the virtual type platform, and so
Or if they live with someone who
yes,
is fragile
yes.
or at risk. And so do you anticipate, Mr. Drake, that your email will have a link to the survey so that they can just have it right there and can?
We can add that. We send
That would
out
be great.
and it's been on social media. I think
Yeah.
we're getting great response for the short period of time it's been out. But we can do that. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
great.
Correct. And I think Ms. Gass is about to do another blast out
Good.
this week. Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, I just have a little bit more here. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for that. EBR has been selected to receive the Association of Energy Engineers Region 4 Institutional Energy Management Award for 2020. Each year, AEE seeks out the good work that is being done in energy management and in recognizing those organizations that stand out from the rest. So Region 4 Institutional Energy Management Award, and that goes through Aramark. ExxonMobil has been a great partner of ours for many years. They have stepped up once again and donated 3 pallets of sanitizer. That's over 720 gallons of sanitizer that will be used for our school food service and transportation departments. And I want to finally say thank you to the cabinet. We had a senior cabinet teams meeting this morning, and we've been on these every week since March 13th, and we started out every day, and then we went to 3 days a week, and then to 2. It's still going on at 2 days a week. And I just want to tell everyone in this audience and everyone who's listening and watching the amount of quality work that our staff produces on a day in and day out opportunity. They are incredible. And I finished up this morning by saying, whoever is selected as the next superintendent is going to be blessed to be able to work with the staff that we have. They are phenomenal. You just wouldn't believe the work that is produced from this staff. And I just want to say thank you. And I know the board knows this, but not everybody knows that because they don't hear it all the time. But I just want to thank the staff that we have, not only in our central office, but in the principals in the schools as well. This has been a partnership and a collaboration. It's been the hardest work I've ever been around. And so even though we're working from home, sometimes, when you're home, that's your office. And the office never closes when you're at home, right? And so people are working 24/7 in this new world that we're in. So I want to say thank you to our staff for the great, great work, especially in the quality that they've produced over the last 3 or 4 months. So, Mr. Goday, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drake. Now we move on to item F1, board appointees. Do any board members have any reports they'd like to give from community boards? See, you do? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss. Too many screens to keep up with. Ms. Bernard.
No
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Goday. I just wanted to mention the things that the Foundation for EBR Schools has been doing on behalf of our students and our faculty, our employees. Mr. Drake mentioned a little bit of it, but I wanted to go into a little bit more detail. When COVID-19 first struck and the schools closed, ExxonMobil Baton Rouge donated their existing inventory of hand sanitizer to only 2 groups. To East Baton Rouge Parish Schools via our foundation and to the Baton Rouge Health District. So we were very fortunate in that. That was at a time, if you remember, when hand sanitizer was not to be had in any schools. I mean, any stores. You could not buy it. They gave 100 personal-sized bottles that were distributed to employees who were cooking, serving, and the grab-and-go meals and the drive-up meals. And it helped to save some of our students. It eased stress. It saved our employees at a time when, we were all really, really struggling. The next thing that they did was personal hotspots. ExxonMobil Baton Rouge jumped in when we had conducted the student surveys that Ms. Dyson was referring to and provided mobile hotspots for 51 students, 14 students at Estruma High School and 37 students at Brookstown Middle. These were all of 100% of the students at those 2 sites that identified as not having connectivity in their homes. So it's a donation of $240 per student for 12 months of connectivity times 51 students is $12,240. And then recently, I think this was announced this morning, we heard back today from ExxonMobil, and it was really fabulous news. They are donating 720 gallons, which is a 3-pallet donation of 144 5-gallon pails of sanitizer that we will be able to use in the school district to keep our students and our faculty and all of our employees safe. This was done through the Foundation for EBR Schools, and we are the recipient of one of the largest donations of the sanitizer product that ExxonMobil has provided to anyone in the state. The only other group that got this much of this product, this sanitizer product, was the entire LSU system got the same amount that we got. So we are just really, really blessed, and our foundation is working really hard for us. So thanks.
Thank you. And I think it's very important, as much and as hard as all of our employees worked, we really need to congratulate the community on stepping up and helping us out to fill in the gaps and to allow our staff to do the things that they did. So this was truly a combined effort as we go through, and our thanks go out to all of you who've had a part in this. And it's still going on. So we still have the next year coming up. So we're going to be working very hard to keep our staff and students and the community safe. And to do that, we will need everyone's help. So thank you, all of you who have helped. Thank you, all of the staff who have worked so diligently, and look forward to a successful fall when we get to reopen some schools. Thank you very much. Are there any other committee groups? Seeing none, we'll now go to item G1. And I guess G1 is kind of an apt label for this one. The naming of the Glen Oaks High School gym, the Coach Harvey Agger Gym. Mr. Lannis, would you like to make the motion? Thank you. A motion by Mr. Lannis, a second by Ms. Dawn Collins. I didn't read the motion, did I? Consideration of request to name the Glen Oaks Senior High Gym as the Coach Harvey Agger Gym. Mr. Signator, are you here? Thank you, sir. Would you like to say anything? I wasn't taking roll. I was asking.
Good evening, President Goday, Vice President Howard, Mr. Drake, and distinguished board members. It's a great honor and a pleasure that you all considered naming the gym after Coach Harvey Adger. He's been a fixture in Glen Oaks for a long time. And now when someone asks, when you go anywhere, when you say Glen Oaks, the first question anybody asks is Coach Adger still there? You know, so now with this being done, Coach Adger will forever be a Glen Oaks Panther.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, board members and my board member, Mr. Lennis. I'm deeply humbled and grateful to have had an opportunity to work with our superintendent, Mr. Drake. We go back for over 40-some plus years. And it's just been really a wonderful, wonderful experience. Mr. Landis is a student. He's a student at Glen Oaks High School. I don't want to go back and put the date on that, but he was a student. But I just want to say this, that to have your name put on a facility or building or a wall is quite an honor. I'm humble and grateful for the opportunity, and I just want to thank God and thank all of you for your kindness. And I just hope that we'll maintain what we've tried to keep in place at Glen Oaks High School. I know we've gone through some transition, but I love Glen Oaks High School, and we're on our way back. We're on our way back. Thank you again, and I appreciate you, Mr. Lance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now recognize Mr. Lannis.
If anyone knows me, they know that I am a true Glen Oaks High School Panther through and through, all throughout my heart. But I can tell you this, without a doubt. If there is anybody that I know that loves that school more than I do, it is Coach Adger. Over 40 years dedicated to that community. 5, am I saying that right? 5 state championships? 4 state championships, 1 undefeated. As soon as you walk inside of that gym, you see the district championships that line up all around that gym. Everything that Glen Oaks is has been because of people like you, Coach Adger. When a few months passed, I was just trying to think of ways that we can possibly honor you for all of the dedication and what you've given that community over there. And I approached the superintendent, and he actually stopped me midway, and he said, "Don't say anything else. It's a done deal. Let's just make sure we get everybody involved, and it's done." And I just want to thank you, Superintendent Drake, for making this dream come true. Coach Adger, you are beyond deserving of this, and I want to thank you for the dedication and time that you have put into that system and that school. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the board? Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. And I also wanted to comment that this is certainly, that Coach Adger is certainly deserving of this honor, and it truly is for those students who come down the road, because anybody who's lived in Baton Rouge for any length of time can't walk in that gym without thinking of Coach Adger. And you know, unfortunately, when I walk in the gym, all I think about is how bad his teams made me look when I was on that court. So, but I'm glad you could be here with us tonight, and thank you. And also, since I'm so terrible at keeping in touch with my former classmates, I do want to say hello to my former Bel Air classmate, Mr. Signator here, and thank you for making the recommendation. So.
Thank you. Superintendent Drake.
Coach Adger alluded to our relationship going back 40-something years. He went to Glen Oaks Junior High School in 1972. About a year and a half later, I started my education career at Glen Oaks Junior High School. A few years later, he went on to the high school. And I will tell you that he's not only a great teacher and a great man, but he has worked, he's in his 46th or 47th year right now, and y'all listen carefully. He's missed 1/2 of one day in 46 years. And if you were to walk into that gym right now, and that gym's been there a long time, you could eat off the floor of that gym. It's in perfect condition. So he is a trainer of young men and women. He is. And he's very humble. He didn't say much, but he's won many state championships, runner-up. He has put great players that you would hear in great universities like the University of Kansas and North Carolina and Duke and all these schools and into the NBA. That's the kind of leader and the kind of teams he's had over the years. And so I just want to say you're so deserving of this. And I'm proud to have known you. And many more great years are ahead. Thank you, Coach.
Seeing no more requests from the board, we'll now go to the public. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, I did not see any online, but thank you for reminding me.
There's one, Mr. Gode.
I do not have it yet. Okay. This is from Storm Matthews. And the thing here is, with our current financial problems and losing so many teachers, who will be paying for the name changes? A private donor or fundraising? Okay, that is the only one I have, and we'll finish this thing and I'll come back. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll come back to the board. Any more comments or other comments from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary?
Please vote. The motion carries.
And with that, I think it'd be appropriate for us to give an ovation to Mr. Adger. Coach Adger. Thank you for all your service. Next, item 2, naming of Estruma High School courtyard, the Reginald Douglas Courtyard. Consideration of a request to name the Estruma High Courtyard as the Reginald Douglas Courtyard. Mr. Best, or do I have a motion? So moved by Mr. Howard. Do I have a second? Seconded by Member Ware Jackson. Mr. Bester?
Thank you, Superintendent Drake, Board President, Board Vice President, Board members. On behalf of Estruma High School, the Estruma High Advisory Committee, and Mrs. Douglas and the Douglas family, we thank you for considering our recommendation and allowing us the opportunity to honor the memory and the contributions of Mr. Douglas for our school and for the community. And we are very grateful for that opportunity. And I'm gonna ask these two ladies that are with me to speak.
Good evening, Superintendent Drake, School Board, everyone here at the meeting. I first would like to thank Superintendent Drake, the Advisory Committee, Dr. Mims, for recommending that the courtyard be named after Mr. Douglas. The Douglas family would like to thank everyone. His legacy will carry on. The courtyard will be a welcoming sight to the students, along with the mural that they painted in the hallway by the principal office with his quote, that everything you do in the spirit of excellence. Again, I want to thank everyone who was involved.
I'm Dr. Jackie Mims on behalf of the Struma Advisory Committee, and if you will indulge me, I would like to say who they are. Anicia Green, Tollette Thomas Robinson, Marcus Hall, Michael Stewart, April White, Woody Jenkins, Wayne Messina, Hank Hannigan. We are a very diverse group. We are diverse in ethnicity. We are diverse in age. We are. It is indeed our honor to have made this recommendation, and the expenditures for the cost of renaming the court or naming the courtyard will include lettering on the main building as well as a totem pole that will state Reginald Douglas Courtyard, paid for by the Struma Advisory Committee.
Now we go to the board. Mr. Howard.
Mr. Lannis had
Hey,
one too.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lannis was first.
I yield to Mr. Howard. This is his district, so I will allow him to speak.
No, I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Lance. I appreciate that. I just wanted to just thank you guys for making the recommendation. Anyone who know Mr. Douglas know that he absolutely, positively loved the Struma High School and everything that he did. As Ms. Douglas said, in the spirit of excellence, was to represent a Struma High School to the utmost. Me and Mr. Douglas had many conversations, and he genuinely loved that school. And so this is a great opportunity to honor his legacy, Mr. Besser. You have some big shoes to fill, but you're doing a phenomenal job filling those. And my promise to Mr. Douglas in every conversation, he asked me about the Struma High School auditorium. So my promise and my dedication is to make sure that we one day get that auditorium up and running for the legacy of Mr. Douglas. So I just thank you guys for your commitment and your dedication to Struma High School. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. When we decided to reopen the Struma, I guess that was 2016, 17, and we knew how crucial it was to the school system. And for anybody, if you could go back in time and drive up Winburn Avenue before the school was open and drive through there now, you'll see how big of an impact that school has had. And it's hard to imagine we would have seen the success we did without Mr. Douglas and from the involvement of the alumni to the students, the surrounding community. But his legacy will live on for years to come. And he had such a tremendous impact in such a short period of time, and he really was taken from us way too soon. So, thank you for bringing this, and I think it's very deserving.
Thank you. Any requests from
Mr.
any?
Lannis.
Mr. Lannis?
I just want
You do, okay.
to personally thank everybody that was involved with not only this courtyard renaming, but allowing Principal Douglas's legacy to live on. He may not be here with us right now, but if you knew Mr. Douglas, you knew right now he would have a smile on his face, and he would just be so ecstatic at what is taking place right now. He may not be here with us, but just know his legacy will live on. And I just thank the family, Dr. Mims, and also you, Principal Bester. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Mr. Drake.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. I'd like to say to the advisory committee, thank you so much for working way before the school reopened to help this school get back open, and then to this culmination of making this recommendation. I've talked to Mr. Howard many times about this over the last year since he passed away. And I will tell you, when I worked for the State Department, St. Helena was one of the districts that I called on. And one day I was up there talking to the superintendent, Kelly Joseph, and she had lost her high school principal. And she said, Mr. Drake, what am I going to do? Do you know anyone? And that same day, we were scheduled to visit the elementary school. And there was a gentleman there by the name of Reginald Douglas, who was the principal of the elementary school. And after we toured that school, I said, you don't have to look any farther than that man right there. And she put him at, and then he became the principal at St. Helena High School and changed that school completely. And so I knew when Struma was going to reopen that he would be a great candidate. What I didn't know was that he was a teacher at a Struma High School way a long time ago. I didn't know that. But he was home, and the day he passed away, I woke up the next morning and I said, I cannot believe I will never be able to talk to Reginald Douglas again. We were very close. And so this is an honor well deserved. And Ms. Douglas, thank you for being here. I know that's not easy, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, I will move into the online request. This is from, put on my glasses. This is from Dana Gilmore. The naming of this courtyard in the honor of Reginald Douglas would be a great honor. The students, staff, and administrators of Estruma has shown that without Mr. Douglas's presence, his dream has continued to stay alive. Honoring the campus playground in his name will let many students who attend the high school know what Mr. Douglas meant to the Estruma family. Next is from Quinthina Williams. When I attended Estruma High, Mr. Douglas was one of my teachers as well as one of my coaches. After graduation in 2003, Mr. Douglas remained a strong male role model in my life as I pursued a career in the military. When Estruma reopened, I became a volunteer coach there. The following year, I transferred my son to Estruma Middle Magnet. Throughout it all, Mr. Douglas was always there as a listening ear and a voice of reason. I feel it would be fitting to honor him by naming the courtyard in his honor. Next is from Aldrika Fluker. Mr. Douglas was a very inspiring principal. He always brought a creative aspect to education and made learning enjoyable. Mr. Douglas had a great way of motivating his students to do their best and push them to be the best they could be. May his legacy live on for generations to come. From Felisa Whitlock, I want this to happen. From Alicia Whitlock, I want this to happen. From Rayvon Brown, I want this to happen. We have a theme going here. From Tiffany Williams, not only would this name be fitting, but it would definitely display the level of respect the school has for their employees. Mr. Douglas made the decision to come back to Estruma and put everything he had into the school to be sure it'll strive once it was given back to EBR. His love and dedication to that school showed like no other. It would be more than right to honor him for his time, effort, energy, and compassion he put into making Estruma what it is today. From Naya Hill, I want this to happen. This would mean the world to me. From Quinyana Jackson, I feel it is more than right to name the courtyard after Mr. Douglas. He left an impression on me when I was in school and the current students as well. From Kiana Brown, I want this to happen. He deserves it. He was so proud of Estruma High. My son graduated from Estruma, and I am an alumni of the class of '92. I'm going to refresh to make sure no other comments have come in. Seeing none, we will go back to the board. Any comments or additional comments from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary?
Please vote.
It's not showing up yet. Yes. Have you sent it to us, ma'am? Yes.
Vote carries.
Thank you. I think at this time it would be appropriate to give our thanks to Mrs. Douglas and the Struma team that made this happen. Thank you very much. Next, item 3, consideration of a request to approve the submission of a Magnet Schools Assistance Program grant. Do I have a motion? By Ms. Bernard. Do I have a second? By Ms. Collins. Mr. Smith or Ms. Porter, any comments to be given?
Good evening, President. Good evening, President Gode, Vice President Howard, Superintendent Drake, and members of the board. I am here to ask, or rather, to consider approval of another Magnet Schools Assistance Program grant. I do have a presentation, very brief. So we are in the third year of the cycle that in 2017, the district was awarded $15 million. And there are 4 schools. They are in they're in board president. They're in Don Collins district, okay? So the purpose of the grant is to reduce racial isolation. Which one? This one? Okay. Okay, so the purpose of the grant is to reduce racial isolation, and we are, to put in attractive themes, and it must be evidence-based. We are applying for up to $15 million again. These are the proposed schools: Glen Oaks Park, Glen Oaks High School, Crestworth Middle, and McKinley High School. So when we think about demographics, what we focus on is schools that have a higher non-Black population than the district. And if you look at October 1st, 2019, the district enrollment, the demographics that is 72.6%. So those schools that are represented there have a higher Black population. So these are the themes I mentioned being attractive, right? Okay, so International Baccalaureate and Global Studies is being suggested for Crestworth Middle site because it is not open. And it would be a dedicated magnet, grades K through 8. McKinley High School would be a program within a school, so it would be like a component. And that would be for grades 7 through 12. So for International Baccalaureate, it is divided into primary years, middle school years, and then you have the International High School program. Finally, the diploma-bound program are for 11 to 12th grade students, basically students up to 19 years old, and that diploma is accepted worldwide, which is a very popular program. And by the way, I should say that there's no school in Louisiana, with the exception, I do believe, of U-High may have a PYP. So this would be unique to Baton Rouge. So International Baccalaureate, interdisciplinary, there's intercultural awareness, there's communications, very high academic standards, and then there's their personalized learning environment. And because of COVID and the pandemic, One of the things the IB organization has done is to create a virtual platform. So if students have to go to school in a hybrid model or in virtual setting, this can also be taken care of. For Glen Oaks High School, both programs will be programs within school. So vertical articulation is very, very important for magnet programs. Glen Oaks Parks would be K through 5, and Glen Oaks High School 6 through 12. And we would call that health arts profession. Now, those professions are, they fall along the line like surgical, robotics, prosthetic designs, forensic scientists, medical illustrator. If you think about a child who likes to draw, for example, the medical illustrator would be something that would interest them. So one thing about the Magnet Assistance Program grant, no academic requirements. So students would apply, and based on seats available, they would get in. As with all magnet programs, there would be a 2.5 retention requirement. And the selection process is equally as important. So because we want to make sure students in the neighborhood receive priority into those programs, 55% of the neighborhood students who apply would get those seats. Then the 45% would be throughout the East Baton Rouge Parish School District. Siblings would get the next priority, and then of course we have the program vertical articulation, such as from the Crestworth site to McKinley High School. So just to summarize the next timeline, June 30th is the date of submission, and October 1st is when districts are notified whether they received the grant or not from. It's usually the call comes from the congressman's office to the district and say, you got the grant. So, okay.
Thank you. Next, we'll go back to the board. Mr. Howard?
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Porter, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions related to the thought process behind these particular schools, more specifically a school that's in my district. One of the things that folks in my community have been complaining about or communicating that there's a lack of is a traditional middle school component inside of North Baton Rouge. I guess my concern is when you say that this school, Crestworth Middle, as a site right now, will come back as a dedicated magnet program with a feeder pattern to McKinley High School. I guess my concern is why the dedicated magnet component, and is that a flexible piece of this grant, or is that just something that has already been determined? Because we have SPEMA, which is basically a dedicated magnet school in our community, and there is a lack of a traditional magnet middle school in the community. So why would we put an additional dedicated magnet school in that community? It doesn't seem like it makes sense to me. So I just wanted to understand the thought process, and then why would the feeder pattern, with all due respect to the Blue family, go to McKinley High School, but we already have Scotlandville High School with components of programming already within that community within a 2-mile radius. So I just want to understand the thought process behind how we got there.
Okay, so that's a very great question. So Crestworth Middle was chosen because the building was empty and we wouldn't have to displace students. There's no entrance requirement, so ostensibly students, if they apply, they can get in. The feeder pattern for McKinley High School from the Crestworth Middle site, we did look at Scotlandville, but Scotlandville has approximately maybe 6 programs, and capacity is always important. So when we look at the grant and the schools that could be included, capacity was one of the key issues. And so thematically, you're correct. I mean, the feeder should ostensibly be into Scotlandville High School. But Scotlandville High School, and Mr. Nee's case can also confirm this, that they have multiple tracks in that school already.
Well, I just want to uplift this to the superintendent and to whoever is. I mean, I 100% agree with us trying to get additional funding as it relates to grant, but I don't know if I feel or am in support of this being the best strategic way to reopen or utilize the empty site of Questwork Middle when there is a dire need for a traditional middle school within my community. And so I know you say the admissions requirements, but when I think about a dedicated magnet school, I think about the Lehighs and the Baton Rouge Highs of the world and the McKinley Middle magnets that have academic criteria. And even though it's the neighborhood component, you still have a matriculation that's tied into magnet schooling. And so I just don't know if that's the best use of the site. And it kind of bothers me because when this was brought to my attention, there was no conversation around it being earmarked as a dedicated magnet site. So again, that goes into the communication piece and all of those things that I've talked about a million times over and over again. So I won't even rehash that tonight. But I just don't know if that's the best use of the site when we need a traditional magnet school within that community. So thank you.
So, Vice President Howard, it can be a school within a school, just as the McKinley High School program. So that was just the option that was on the table.
Right, which is why I asked about the flexibility of the grant, because I mean, most of the times when you have grants and you earmark certain things and dedications, like that's what you have to utilize the grant for.
Mhm.
So if there is flexibility, I would love to entertain the conversation about how we make this more flexible to fit the needs of the community, as opposed to just slapping another dedicated magnet distinguished on the school. And I don't want this to sound like I'm like, against the grant or getting the funding, but like if we have an opportunity to utilize a site for a community need, that's what we should be doing, and that's what people elect us to do. So I just don't know if dedicating it as a magnet based off of those things that you just said is the best thing. So if there is flexibility, I would like to entertain conversations around our additional options as we hopefully get this money. Thank you.
Okay, and that is noted. Thank you, I appreciate that. So for the purpose of tonight, we just need to identify what the school, but you're right, the flexibility, we can change that in the grant, whereas it would be a program within the school.
Next, Board Member Dyson.
I had a similar thought that maybe it could be a program within a program at Crestworth. I also was trying to understand the entry points if you're going to pursue the the International Baccalaureate. So at what points can one enter into that program and move
Okay,
through?
so IB is very specialized, and
Right.
there's the training. There will be a year of planning. So students can enter at any point because the curriculum, the teaching is basically centered on that global studies, the communication. So they can enter almost at any point with the exception of 11th and 12th grade.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. And I I know we've had conversation over the years that Broadmoor High might be a good site as well. And so, hopefully this will take off. And, I think we need to be watching for what we're going to put at Broadmoor as well. But I think with that one change that we could get some neighborhood kids, I think that came up during our tax plan discussions, that those middle schoolers were having to be bused to Park Forest. So I think would that satisfy Mr. Trammell? I mean, Mr. Howard, I'm sorry. Would that satisfy that piece of it if you got neighborhoods children in there as well?
We've been here before, and I don't mean to speak out of turn, but I mean, she asked me a question. When we reopened Lee High School, there was supposed to be a traditional component to that school. Lee High School is now a dedicated magnet school with no traditional component and no traditional seats. There was the capacity for the seats, but it's not happening. So if we can sit around here and say, oh, this is what we're going to do, it's going to be flexible, it's BS because we've been here before and it has not happened. So I understand what you're saying, Ms. Porter. I understand about the flexibility of the thing, but we've been here before and the things are not happening. There is no direct feeder pattern to Scotlandville High School. There's no traditional middle school in North Baton Rouge. So we need to be addressing the concerns and just stop this game around, oh, it's going to be flexible, we can earmark, we can do this a program within a program. Just call it for what it is. It does not exist, and we need to be figuring out ways to utilize grants and monies like this to make sure that it does exist for the needs of the community. I just see this again as slapping another program or a magnet component at a school, and it's not really getting to the meat of the problems in our school district.
Thank you. Ms. Dyson, were you finished?
I think maybe that went a little bit into a different place. What I was asking is that the concerns that I heard during the tax plan meetings were that the middle schoolers needed traditional seats in that area. And I'm asking, would Crestworth be a part of that perceived area?
So based on what Vice President Trammell Howard is saying, yes, we could change it, whereas there would be a traditional component and also the IB component. Now, it would reduce the seats, and that's fine. The most important thing is to make sure we provide an option for students in that area who do not attend an EBR school to participate in an attractive and a very rigorous program.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next.
I think to specifically ask your question concerning the middle school capacity, we have currently maybe about 140 students that are leaving the Scotlandville area that is currently attending Park Forest Middle. I think Scotlandville, well, it is Crestworth has a capacity maybe about 900 students, and so the capacity is there to absorb the existing middle school population that currently resides within that attendance zone.
Oh,
Thank
very
you.
good. Thank you.
Ms. Ware Jackson?
Thank you, President Gode. A couple of questions. Well, I'm glad to hear that some seats, that there will be enough seats for the neighborhood kids, because I know for several years, and I have family in that area that have been asking for middle school seats so they wouldn't have to go all the way across town. It's a little bit odd that they're going from far north Baton Rouge and then going into McKinley. But, you know, we've got transportation for that. It's just a kind of an odd feeder pattern. But the question I wanted to ask was, you know, we've looked at this kind of program before. I know a couple of schools were asking about it a couple of years ago. And we were looking at possibly Broadmoor. But I'm wondering if there is a language component that's in it, because in those discussions a few years ago, it was kind of centered around language. So I wondered if there were any language components in this. There aren't, right?
Well, the global studies would be the closest to the language component, because students who participate in the program, they have to take a certain amount of foreign language courses. So to your question, yes. Just not immersion,
Right.
so to speak. Yes, yes.
But our immersion only goes so far anyway. So I'm wondering if some of the kids that are in the immersion programs could benefit by if there was a connection there, because I know they're looking for somewhere to go once they get to the last phase.
Yes, quite possibly, yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Board Member Collins.
I just want to say and I know my colleague was not necessarily directing his comment to Ms. Porter as if Ms. Porter had decided for Lehigh to be a dedicated magnet, but I must say that I'm aware of how a few things played out at that time. And that was more influenced by pressure from certain board members who are no longer here, that Lehigh ended up being a dedicated magnet with certain entrance requirements. I can say in my district in particular, is operating exactly as my colleague so desires. So again, I don't make the comment as if my colleague was attacking Ms. Porter specifically, because I'm in agreement, and that's why I was very glad to hear her propose that the magnet programming from the MSAP grant in my district, it's not displacing neighborhood kids. And so I think that, that's evidence that it's not coming from her. And I don't think any board member here that's current would push for anything different. And I just wanted to offer that. And I just also want to say I'm a little bit jealous about the IB part, because I was trying to, I was like, oh, something like that would be so perfect for La Belle Air. Because it's a very culturally rich program, and that campus already celebrates cultural diversity in some very big ways. So, I'm jealous, but I'm happy for your area.
Thank you. Next is Board Member Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. Thank you, Ms. Porter, for bringing these to us. I'm a real big supporter of magnet programs because I like to provide every student in the district access to high-quality seats. I do have some questions, though, and I share some of my colleagues' concerns. That IB seems particularly well-suited and a good fit with those who are in language immersion programs. Mm-hmm. So those kids who matriculate from Flame up through, and so I would like to talk about it more before we make a determination about exactly where an IB program might go. And I would like to consider, is it maybe a good idea to have some community input around what we're doing at Crestworth? I heard my colleagues say that, and then I have heard for many years that we needed more middle school seats in that area. I don't like sending kids from that area all the way to Park Forest because it is a long way to go to school. So I just don't know, and I think that just with COVID going on and there's not been a lot of opportunity for people to do that. So are you saying then that we can change it after we submit the grant, or are you saying that once we submit the grant, this is it?
So it's the schools. My proposal, or rather the consideration, is to include those particular schools. Now, we can change the format of those schools. But one of the things we looked at, even with the senior cabinet, Mr. Drake, we looked at the racial isolation. So there are some schools like Broadmoor High School that we looked at. If the demographics are lower than the 72.1, I think it was, it doesn't,
the criteria.
Yeah, it's the criteria. I mean, you want to reduce racial isolation. So if the school is already diverse, so to speak, it's not going to help your grant.
Absolutely, I understand. So that one wouldn't fit the grant. And then I also wanted to express a little concern about putting a magnet program over at McKinley High School. I'm concerned about how it might impact the gifted program at that school. The numbers at that school are very, very small, and we need to continue to support the gifted and talented program and the numbers that McKinley High needs in order to serve the students. I know that when you fall below a certain population, that it's difficult to give the offerings that are needed there, and that program has been dropping in numbers for a while. So I would like to include them in the conversation if we can. So I do have some concerns about that. I sure wish we could have had the committee of the whole.
So Ms.
this time.
Bernard, to your point, gifted did come into conversation because we looked at capacity, we looked at programs, and the complementary alignment of various programs in the school. So when I was speaking to the consultant and even to Dr. Petrie, we discussed and agreed that if there were seats available in the electives for that IB continuum, and a student in the gifted program was interested in it, they could take that class. So we don't want to ostracize anyone. We just want to make sure that the program, once it's put in, is implemented with fidelity, and then we provide all types of opportunities to students.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Howard, Vice President Howard.
And again, my comments were not directed towards Ms. Porter, but towards this process and the frustration that I have as well as my constituents have. The last thing that I will lift up is, here we are again. When is the grant application due?
June 30th.
So here we are at the board meeting before a grant application is due, trying to figure out how this fits into a strategic plan or lack thereof. And here we are again as a board member with our backs against the wall to make a decision so that we can apply for this grant. I understand that COVID has occurred, but we have got to be better. We have got to be proactive. We cannot be coming 12 days before you have to submit a grant to bring it before the board to talk about things that have not been included in conversations. Yes, Mr. Smith called me and told me about the intentions about this. Never was it mentioned that the school will be earmarked as a dedicated magnet or whatever that talked about. It's 12 days before the grant is due. We could have had this in the board meeting last month. We could have talked about this some more. People could have got their concerns and their questions answered so that we will not have our backs against the wall, so that we won't be, because if we don't approve it tonight, then there's no window, because you can't apply for it because the deadline will pass. This district, the people who work for this district, you have got to do better. If we really want to see student outcomes achieved and we really want to close achievement gaps, we can't get a grant application 12 days before it's due and hash it out at a meeting where we have to vote on it. We don't even have a window to talk about it. There's no discussion to be had because it's either you vote for it now or you don't apply. It's simple. We got to do better.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Mr. Lannis?
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Porter, for your presentation. This is what I will say. I think that we're missing a big part here. What does all of this say about our non-traditional, non-magnet schools? When I think about schools like Glen Oaks, for instance, Glen Oaks has several magnet programs. So I understand, and I completely agree that it's no problem to reinvigorate and reinfuse more into those programs. But we have schools like Northeast High School, who is struggling with recruitment to get students there because they don't have adequate programs. And those schools have been asking, when are we going to do more? When are we going to send more reserves? When are we going to send more resources so that we can begin to grow this community? Everything that we talked about on this board has been surrounding sustainable community schools. Sustainable community schools start in the communities where they are located. So to shift out dollars from those areas where students need them, where the educators need them, it does very little to help us move the trajectory of our board to improve those lower performing schools. Because do you all know what the next conversation is going to be? It's going to be, let's start talking about school consolidation. Because schools are not moving. And we have to ask ourselves at the end of the day, did we do enough? Because before I shut down a school or before I vote to shut down a school, I want to know that we did enough. Because if we didn't do enough, let's not have those conversations. I'm only asking that we do what's right by our students and that we do what's right by our community. We have a chance to change this. Let's do that. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Lanus, that's a very good point. And before COVID, Mr. Smith and I worked with and collaborated with some traditional schools. Crestworth Elementary was one of them. We discussed implementing a museum theme into the school, and we were going to use some Title I funds and some other things. and Mr. Smith can speak to this more, but we have been discussing incubating programs, non-magnet programs in schools, because we recognize that we need to make sure students in all schools have something that not only they can be proud of, but that they're interested in learning, because our goals are the same. We want to keep them here. We want to keep them in our school. So I totally agree with you.
And I just want you to know, I'm sorry, I'm not questioning your work whatsoever, but it does become very frustrating when we go through these same conversations over and over and over again, and that we always put our magnet schools at the top of the list. Magnet schools should not be the only high-performing seats in East Baton Rouge Parish, not the second largest school district in the state of Louisiana. Not when we're receiving rewards for magnet schools. Anything that we can do at those schools, we can duplicate and do at schools that are non-magnet. And that's why I want our dollars to shift towards, is making sure we're putting adequate, effective, equitable resources back inside of those schools.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Any other comments from any other board members? Seeing none, I have a few. My first question is, what is the dollar value of this grant if we apply?
It's up to $15 million.
Okay. I guess the issue I have more or less parallels what Mr. Howard and Mr. Lannis has said. Here we are looking to get big dollars and making strategic changes in the functions of different schools. And our backup material had nothing about anything about it being a dedicated magnet. We've known for a long time that we were in the process of getting Crestworth Middle back. I know I have never had a conversation about Crestworth being anything than a traditional middle school. This is the first I've heard about it, is in the presentation that was just given. And the reason I say that is I think that's a very big failure of the process. We just have not gotten the information. And like Mr. Howard said, that here we are sitting here with a deadline just a few days away, being presented with strategic changes that that I personally have had no input on at all. And most of the other board members have had no input at all. So I don't know what to do. You know, it leaves me, I don't know if I agree with this strategy at all. But if I don't, you tell me we're passing an opportunity at $15 million. But if I go ahead and do it, then I'm okaying a strategy that I had no part in, and most of the board had no part in putting together. And so I don't know what to do. I'm at a quandary right now. Because here we are, we're going to be changing. COVID-19 is going to change lots of things. I agree. I personally am not for more magnet programs because I think we have a lot of magnet programs and I want to improve the traditional neighborhood schools. I also don't want to turn federal dollars down, but I don't want to become beholden to the federal government for the dollars to make the strategic decisions that we need to make in our district. So I don't know how I'm going to vote on this, but it's left me in a huge quandary. And with that, I'll be quiet. But I really don't feel well served right now because I feel I don't have any good choices. Both of the choices I have are negative, is to accept the strategy that I had no input on or accept the fact that I'm going to forego an opportunity for grants. And that's not what we should be about. Thank you.
Mr. Goday, I want to interject something. If this is approved tonight, between now and June 30th, can the schools be tweaked before it is there flexibility to change the schools if the board votes positive on this tonight before it's?
So there are two components. First is the voluntary desegregation plan because we're under unitary status. The other component is the resolution. So those schools are listed. They would have to be board approved and submitted with the application.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I've lost my screen with the request to speak. So does anyone else on the board wish to speak?
Ms. Dyson.
Ms. Dyson.
So from what I'm hearing around our table, and I know that I don't know how long you've known about this and all, and when I saw it, I thought, wow, that's a quick turnaround to expect us to not have, as President Gode said, part of the strategic planning and selection of the schools. But here we are, and I appreciate your hard work on it. I like so much about this. I am, it is a much harder thing to market successfully and get the buy-in when it is a program within a school. That dedicated part of it is rings good in some people's ears, that every child would have to be there for academics and achieve those marks. But I think that we all knew we were getting Crestworth. We all knew that we heard in the tax plan that we need to get those middle schoolers closer to home. So I don't think I'm hearing problems if the Crestworth site is some of each.
That's correct.
And so it's a school within, a magnet program within a school. So that's what I'm hearing most of the conversation support. What I think the sticking point is then where do they matriculate to? And who has the capacity? Who has the lack of programming? Who has the criteria? And I have a question, having worked very, very hard on this board many years ago with someone else in the room, my former colleague. We worked very hard to gain unitary status and to have local control of our schools. So I do have a question, and I had read it, was trying to wrap my head around what that means as far as, what local control are we giving away in the schools that are named, or what's happening there?
So no local control is being given up. Basically, what the Department of Education is requesting, because we are unitary, that you are agreeing to put these schools in the grant. If we were under judicial oversight, they would possibly tell you what schools to put into the grant, right?
Right.
And to your point about knowing about the application, so this was like an April sort of time frame, and of course, you know what was going on then. So the Department of Education gave everyone an extension. So then, things started opening up somewhat, and we began working together. We could collaborate and have virtual meetings, and that's the reason why it seems like the timeline is extremely tight, but I mean, we were under circumstances I had no control over.
Right. So I think the only sticking point really that I'm hearing at this point is how do we select the high school? And, how can they stay as close to that same community as possible? And I don't want to speak for anyone else, but that's what I'm thinking is happening here. And so I have a question. So are we more likely to be awarded the grant if, based on that ratio being higher, or as long as we meet that 72%, does that check off that box? Does it get us any better to be higher in that?
It does, because that's what they're looking for, to reduce
the highest one.
Right. And these schools are also, and I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, in the economic opportunity zone. So that also helps with the application.
I see. So it limited your available options, and we want to gain. I mean, this looks like such a great program. So these you thought were the best for success at getting awards.
That's correct.
And were there any close seconds?
So, so we did consider some other schools. So Scotlandville Middle Pre-Engineer Magnet Academy was considered for an esports program. But the problem was they're still the feeder into Scotlandville High School because of the capacity issue. We also look at Broadmoor High School, but they're below that 72%.
They are?
72%, yes.
That's what I
Yeah,
didn't
a
know.
lot of schools are. I'm thinking like in the next 5 years, if the trend continues, we will not have too many schools that will qualify unless we use another variable such as socioeconomic, because right now I'm talking about ethnicity. So in a few years, we may not even have schools that qualify, not many anyway.
Are you
I
done?
hope I answered your
Okay.
question. I hope I answered your
I'm
question.
just digesting this. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Gode. The best thing I see in this is that Crestworth will be open for traditional students, and there will be a magnet component. So Crestworth will have those children that have been wanting to go back there for a very long time, and they'll also have that magnet component to draw more kids to that area. I think what I'm hearing is what we've been hearing for a very long time, which is the need for a deliberate, strategic, comprehensive plan for our district. Not just, not only the buildings, but the programming inside and the feeder patterns. And I know we've gotten a start with some of that. And over the years, we've gotten a lot of pushback as well about doing a comprehensive plan with, everything involved. But I think if we know where we've been, get a very good understanding of where we are now, we'll be able to move forward with a lot more accuracy about getting to the goal that we really want to get to. But we'll all need to agree on what that goal is for the district. So I'm looking forward to some more conversations among the board members and new leadership around developing a plan that really makes sense so that we don't find ourselves going out like in the grant world. Sometimes we go out chasing dollars and instead of sticking to our real mission and our vision and goals. So I'm hoping that we'll get a very clear view of what that is and be able to look for opportunities that fit the goals that we really want to go to. Because I think in this situation, we may be building our plan around this particular grant instead of the other way around. So I'm looking forward to better days of this, but I do want to encourage you and thank you for pursuing this. And I think the best light is that Crestworth piece in there. The rest of it will work out.
Thank you.
Ms. Porter,
Yes, sir.
I know that Broadmoor High has been mentioned several times tonight and was considered a very strong candidate, but the potential of it being a little bit lower in the numbers, would that be a viable option if it were changed to the Broadmoor High location? I think what I've heard here is that the 147 kids that are displaced from Scotlandville area to Park Forest Middle need to come back to the middle school. And if that is within reach in this plan, which I hear it is, am I hearing that correct?
So Broadmoor High School would be in the grant instead of McKinley High?
Right.
Okay. So any school for the most part can be. The key is keeping that non-Black ratio or the ethnicity, the demographics, above the district level. And so the schools that were listed in the grant, they all were above 72%. But you can, you can if that's, what the board
Yeah,
chooses to
what I'm
do.
hearing though, I mean, they have to select whether they're going to go after this grant.
Yes,
And
sir.
if the combination of the pattern in the Scotlandville area and then the travel time and all that to McKinley is going to be problematic, I would suggest maybe even with what I've heard, taking a look at either Broadmoor or Scotlandville High and maybe removing programs from Scotlandville High that give this opportunity. Or just not, we talked about this, or
Yes, we
even not
did.
apply for this. This has all been discussed, but maybe not. I think the board has made some very good points tonight. We want to bring the kids back from the Scotlandville area, from Park Forest Middle
Yes.
to Crestworth Middle. And then we also want to have those viable, good programs in those schools. So
That's true.
I
And
think
IB
it's
is
the wish of
very
the board, I think, at
I
this
was about to
point.
say IB is very expensive, so including in the grant would be something that the district would not have to absorb the cost of the program.
Thank you. Ms. Board Member Collins.
So these schools are not in my area, and I hear some, a lot of concerns. I don't want to, is it more appropriate for me to withdraw my motion? I don't want to impose what I would want on somebody. You know what I'm saying? Those schools are not in my district. Is it better to revisit this next year or something? Um, if that's the pleasure of the board members that are in those areas, I respect that. I don't want to motion for something in somebody else's district that is not a good time or what have you.
Yes.
If I may, I'm just going to go ahead and say, your motion is fine, Ms. Collins. I will be voting against this measure because again, all of the things that I've alluded to earlier, so I will not be supporting this. So, I mean, at your will, you do as you may, but I just would like to uplift that I will not be supporting this measure for all of the things that we say. And unfortunately, we potentially lose out on a $15 million grant, but that's why we better prepare. And that's why we have a strategic plan that alludes to why we should be applying in certain dollars where we're needed and not just to get a grant and have to recycle our strategic plan based off of money that we receive. So I will be voting against it, but I'm not asking you to withdraw your motion.
Thank you. Ms. Bernard, I'm sorry, Ms. Collins, were you done? Yes, thank you. Board Member Bernard.
Ms. Porter, what about Terra High School? Did we talk about Terra High School? Does it fit or not? I know it has another program there, but
Yes,
it
they have
is
the
centrally.
early college program, the cyber technology program that was implemented. I do believe Tara's numbers were also below that threshold.
Okay, and what would this look like if we just waited a year to do this? I know we wouldn't have this year to start the school, but we would have more time to have board input and community input in making some recommendations and getting some input?
So this is an off year, and there is another grant cycle ostensibly for the upcoming year. And the way the federal government does this is because if they have money left over, then they have that off cycle, what we're discussing right now. The key is when you apply for a grant, and let's suppose we don't get it, then the comments can help us craft a better grant for the next cycle, with all things being constant.
Okay, that's interesting too. Thank you, Ms. Porter.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Ms. Dyson.
I think I would like to make a substitute motion that this would be in play with the change of Crestworth Middle being, it would be a program within a school, so we could get those 160 students, but we could also try to attract more because 160 students I cannot support a school with 160 students because we don't have the means to do that. And so this gives us an opportunity to afford to do that and build this program. And for me, I'm making this as part of the motion that changes away from a dedicated middle school magnet, and that we use this time to explore what all of the potential high school feeders can be and work with the board members to finalize just that piece of it. I don't know if that would require us to meet again. I'm willing to. I don't know if everyone is willing to, but I don't want to lose this opportunity.
Ms. Dyson,
So-
could you please put that in the form of a motion?
Yes. So I move that we change the language in the plan to be that the piece in it regarding Crestworth Middle is now a magnet within a school and strike dedicated, and allow the superintendent and board leadership, which includes one that is very involved with this area, and they can finalize the high school. That's my motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'm sorry, General Counsel.
My mic, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I help you, Ms. Dyson? Is it okay?
Sure.
So if I'm understanding the intent, the motion is to approve the MSAP grant with a modification, adding Broadmoor High School in place. Okay.
No, that the middle school, Crestworth, becomes a magnet within a
Traditional,
school,
within the regular
strike dedicated, and that we allow, before this deadline, we allow the superintendent and board leadership to determine the best fit for where it goes for the high school level.
Thank
So
you.
Yes.
Yeah, so the substitute motion is to approve the MSAP grant with a modification, creating the magnet school within the regular school at Crestworth Middle, and providing for input from the superintendent and board leadership as to the best fit for the program.
Placement at the high school level,
Thank you.
and all else remains the same.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Ms. Ware Jackson. Mr. Lannis.
Okay, I'm on. My only question is when do these conversations are when do these conversations look to be facilitated? Again, we only have 2 weeks left. But how will they be communicated to us? Will this be through email? Will we hold a special meeting? That's, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Vice President Howard, isn't that one of your concerns? Is that the timeliness of this is just not adding up?
Well, and if I may.
I'm sorry, Mr. Okay, go ahead.
If I may, my substitute motion would be that this board is approving what they can come up with as the best fit with the superintendent and board leadership. And I understand, and you know me, I am a stickler for things to come through committee and come to us ahead of time. But I do see this as just, I don't want to miss this opportunity. And this was different circumstances than we typically operate in. And we did not have a committee of the whole, and it messed up the whole thing. I'm a believer in the committee of the whole process. But we're here where we are now, and I think let's not name the high school here in this. Let's look at the data, look at the student enrollment, look at the demographics, and see what would possibly be the best fit, and also how we can get the award the best and do the most for these students.
Which I completely understand. But again, just pushing back on what he was talking about. We're talking about looking at all of this data. We're talking about holding up all of this process. And we're talking about doing this literally in 2 weeks. That is simply just not enough time. I would much rather be able for us to sit in a room and have these conversations rather than us do this over the computer, because there are certain things that need to be seen with eyes rather than discussed over a computer screen. And again, 2 weeks, again, it's just simply not enough time. While I respect you making the use of the substitute motion, correct? I completely accept and appreciate you making a substitute motion again, but 2 weeks is just simply not enough time. So I'll just stop there.
Thank you. Any other comments?
First, I would just like to, on behalf.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
I want to do mine first. I agree with much of what Mr. Lannis and Mr. Howard and Ms. Collins and others have said. And personally, I think this is another example of, and I've used this analogy before, this is a really great brick. And we're putting together a really great brick, but nobody has an idea of what the wall looks like. And so while I think this is an excellent program and anything else, I'm going to just have to vote against this proposal right now. And I think we'd be in a much better shape with a better strategic plan and more conversation to be able to apply for this grant next year than to try to ram it through without agreement on where are we going and what's the strategy behind this to make it pull together. And it's no slight on the work that you guys have done. I know you've worked on it very hard through some unusual circumstances, but I'm just not ready to make a strategic plan based upon a $15 million grant from the federal government when we can come back and next year apply for another grant. I know it's a missed opportunity, but at some point along the line, we have to start controlling our own destiny and then where we go. So with that, Mr. Smith, if you'd like to say any few words, please do.
Yeah, first, I would just like to apologize. When I reached out to the 3 board members via telephone to explain the grant, and I apologize, I didn't give enough detail. And in the email that Teresa sent to the board, I don't remember exactly if it included the list of schools, but I know that Teresa did reach out to the board members to share with you that we would be applying for this grant. But at the pleasure of the board, we would, pull this item and apply in the main cycle. It was a short time. We don't have the committee of the whole. It's an off-cycle grant. And so we try to put quality programming in areas where we don't have programming. And working with principals, all principals are requesting something. And I actually have the principal of McKinley High School here. He's tapping me on the shoulders, say this, say this, say this, because he wanted. So in many instances, when we try to implement programming, either it's going to come from general fund, and I don't know if you guys remember with the original MSAP grant, with the Park Forest feeder pattern, Bel Air feeder pattern, we struggle with implementing programming based off general fund dollars, and so we applied for the grant. And we did not displace any students in their home attendance zone. And so we just thought that this would be an opportunity for those communities. And so at the end of the day, we'll act on the pleasure of the board.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests to speak from the board, we'll now go to the audience. Any comments or questions from the audience? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I am going to have to pull the mic down because I have to tiptoe. I'm McKinley High School Assistant Principal Dominique Zenon. I'm also a 2004 graduate of McKinley High School, so it is near and dear to my heart, and I'm very passionate about the things that go on in South Baton Rouge. I was a member of the Gifted and Talented program, but I was born and raised in South Baton Rouge, and what happens there means a lot to me. I was thrilled when Dr. Petrie told us that we would be getting, or potentially getting, a magnet program at McKinley. But I am a little concerned about some of the comments that have been mentioned about McKinley and some of the thoughts about moving the program away from it, and I do want to address why. One is the dropping gifted numbers at McKinley. I do want to make it very clear that the McKinley gifted program does not suffer because students don't want to be in gifted or because nothing's being done at McKinley to raise those numbers. It is suffering because of the board's decision years ago to make Lee High School a dedicated magnet school. Lee High School became a dedicated magnet school, and students who would potentially go to McKinley are refusing their gifted status and also are saying, I want to continue in a magnet program from McKinley Middle Magnet to go to Lee High School or Baton Rouge High. I don't think that's ever been properly addressed, but I'm here to say it as not only the assistant principal at McKinley High School, but as a graduate of McKinley High School. That is the reason the numbers are failing or are declining. I do want to know who or how was the decision made about what magnet program would be placed at McKinley High School? The IB program, while it does seem like one that would thrive at McKinley, is there any flexibility on who or what program we get? Because we've been talking about esports and other magnet programs at McKinley High School for years now. This is my second year as assistant principal, but I was a teacher there for 6 years. So this has been something that we've said for a long time. I don't think that changing Crestworth into a traditional school with a magnet component will change any need to have a magnet program at McKinley High School. So I hear the thought of, oh, well, they're in that area for Scotlandville, so they need to go to Scotlandville. That's going to happen. Making McKinley High School a magnet school will allow students who are in magnet programs all over the district to keep their magnet status and then transfer into McKinley High School. McKinley Middle Magnet is literally 5 minutes away, and those students can then transfer to McKinley High School as ninth graders and keep their magnet status. That will help our numbers. If we push this decision back for a year, 2 years, or whatever, I would hope that we still consider McKinley High School being a magnet school, not because it is, you know, the numbers have 72 or 78%, 81% of Black students in the area, because that is true, but because McKinley High School is deserving of a program that will bring back the students that it lost, not to our fault. And I think that it would be a great way to make McKinley High School continue its greatness. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, in the back.
Mr. Superintendent Warren Drake, school board members, and all assembled. I am a 1967 graduate of the McKinley Senior High School. My class of 1967, 68, and 66 dealt with some issues in the 80s about McKinley's colors, but we're not talking about colors, we're talking about grants. In 1967, I received a $2,500 musical scholarship, but because of my excellence in California and at San Francisco State nursing and music with 500 voice choir at night, Mrs. Malalou Turner, Mrs. deceased Malalou Turner at that time was the musical director, and she sent me $25,000. McKinley High School should always remain a neighborhood school. I've had a grandson to graduate from the McKinley Senior High School, gifted as well as talent. I've had 3 other grandchildren to graduate from the McKinley Senior High School. Grants for neighborhood children for that area would be mostly appreciative, and transferring them here, there, and yonder. We will not allow that anymore because our class, the high school graduating class of 365 students in 1967 and 250 in 1966, and another 400 in 1968, we will not allow it. And the grants are welcome for the neighborhood children. And like the assistant principal of the McKinley Senior High School stated before, McKinley's magnet school is not too far from the McKinley Senior High School on West McKinley Street. So those children won't have to be bused. They can walk to their neighborhood school from the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade magnet at McKinley Middle into the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th as graduate students. It's quiet.
Yes, are you done with, does that conclude your statement, ma'am?
Well, I would like for someone to address my statement, please, Mr. Warren.
We typically do not answer questions.
It's not a question to be, I didn't ask a question, I made several statements.
Okay. If anyone wishes to respond, feel free. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments.
Yes, thank you for your comments very much.
McKinley High School is a flagship school in our district, and it's awesome. And the 400 graduates and the 300 and something, that's pretty impressive in the late 60s. So I want to thank you for your comments as well.
So the number of students that are enrolled there now are
I think it's
and the gifted, the talented, not magnet, and neighborhood children. What are those numbers?
Right now, I think it's about 1,000.
1,100, something, right about 1,100.
That's very impressive.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank
you,
you.
though.
I have one more issue, and that will probably come up later about the Robert E. Lee High School.
That's later.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, very much for your comments. Mr. Petrie.
Good evening. I want to talk to you all a little bit. I know many of you have mentioned about possibly not voting at all, and we are all here for kids. Over the course of the last 2 years, we've lost a lot of staff members. And with this program, it's not taken away from Scotlandville. McKinley is going to be a 7 through 12 at some point anyway. And so instead of, debating or deciding not to go through, what would this do for the schools? It's a $15 million grant, 2 coordinators for technology. That is important for all our schools at this point. So when you think about the grant and what it could do going into this year, I want you to really consider how that would impact students, because we are all in the business about students. And when you're in the business about students, you let individuals who work hard. I know Ms. Porter worked extremely hard to put this together, and perhaps she didn't have the means of contacting everyone with COVID-19, but she's a professional. This is what she do. And as we look at this grant, I would highly encourage you to consider the grant tonight and to go ahead and this is our best opportunity to win this grant and this money. And with the money, we can impact so many kids. And whether those kids are in North Baton Rouge or South Baton Rouge or in East Baton Rouge, we are impacting kids. And that's what it's all about. And so what I want you all to understand is that, we are here to make a difference in our students. This program would allow our traditional students to get into a magnet program. That's what you're talking about. Giving those traditional students opportunities. And we are able to give students an opportunity. And at this point, we want to take it away because of some logistics. Let's not do that. Let's go for and get the money, because this is our greatest opportunity to get it. And if we get it, we can manipulate and do things to ensure our students are having success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Petrie. Are there any other comments from the audience while I go on to the electronic comments? Dr. Tia Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Godin. I listened to a lot of the statements that were being made tonight, and I just felt compelled to say something in this regard. You know, we have a mass influx of applications from certain initiatives that will go nameless because of a number of different things. Certain words are constantly used, like innovation or what have you, in programming. Well, this is an opportunity to provide a public school with that. Mr. Gode, you represent McKinley High School. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you need to think about the message that you're sending if you do not support this initiative. I mean, I think that it's healthy and it's much needed for these group of kids. That's what it's all about. It's about the children. And so if we have to provide funding in these schools, then we should all be for it. I mean, if you continue to wait, then who knows? We won't have this opportunity again. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. COVID is loud and in full effect. And so we are losing money left and right, even though we have funding that we received from the federal government. We are still waiting on additional funding from the HEROES Act, and we don't even know if we're going to get that or not. So again, I encourage all of you to support this, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, everyone. I'm
Good evening.
Councilwoman Tara Wicker, Councilwoman for District 10, and where McKinley High School is located. And I just have one word that I'd like to present to you, and that's please. Please consider your decisions tonight. Being a member of the Metro Council for 12 years, I get that when things come to us sometimes and we feel rushed and we feel pushed and it's not perfect, that we tend to make other decisions because we don't want the process to be that way. But when you have a window of opportunity, we have watched McKinley High School go through so much. And there's so much pride. You know, we do it in Eddie Robinson football camp there every year. There are so many people that have gone through McKinley High School, and it pains me to a degree that at this day and time that we're having to have conversations to ask and to plead and to beg for resources to make sure that our children have the best opportunity they can possibly have. And so in all consideration, I'm a product of Polk Elementary. You know, we had that whole conversation about the possibilities when we were going through all those dynamics about Polk Elementary, and to see the looks of the parents and the children in that community and just wanting something better. McKinley High School is a significant catalyst for the revitalization of that entire community. It is the blueprint for revitalizing that community. And so if we can have an opportunity to have the absolute best opportunity for that school, for the children, for the parents, and for that community, I'm just going to ask you one time to please allow those resources to be put into that community who so desperately needs them at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jennifer Carwile. I wasn't really prepared to speak about this issue tonight. I had no idea it was going to take this long, but I'm hearing this conversation, and I've been in front of the Metro Council for several years now talking about ITEP money and money and money and money and money. I totally understand the concept of having a strategic plan and needing to figure out where you're going. But I also know that, especially due to COVID, we don't have money. And Mr. Lannis, I'm sorry, but I work with some organizations where I stay up till 2 in the morning sometimes to get stuff done. I will sit on a public Zoom to have an open meeting law at 2 in the morning for you people to sit around and figure out how to get $15 million that we cannot afford to let pass us by. I totally understand that I agree with strategic plans. I like to have boxes and figure out where things go. Someone took that box and threw it up in the air. We don't know what's happening. We don't know where our money's, but we know Money is going to be tight. This year, next year, God only knows how long. I don't see how we turn away $15 million when we've got a school where we know gifted is starting to trickle away. We need innovative programs, and everybody I've heard on my Twitter feed, on my Facebook feed is like, we need that IB program at McKinley. It wasn't in my plan as of 22 minutes ago, but it's in my plan now. Take that money and run, folks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kerry Williams, and the McKinney High School, where you're talking about, my good friend is the greatest principal on that side, which is Dr. Petrie. Dr. Petrie has taught me in school at Downsville High School. When it comes to children, Dr. Petrie knows about children because you're looking at one. He spent many days, many opportunities with me at Downsville High School. So when you talk about children, Dr. Petrie knows about children. So I need you tonight, board members, to vote for this because I'm one of the product that Dr. Petrie has put in for FREC and the graduate of Downsville High School. Because of Dr. Petrie, I'm standing here today supporting McKinney High School. Thank you.
Next.
Good afternoon, Gary Chambers. So to the Big Blue Nation, I hear you. Nobody represents like McKinley, clearly, right? But I want to say something as a resident of North Baton Rouge and a magnet parent. My daughter goes to one of the best performing schools in East Baton Rouge Parish, Westdale Heights Academic Magnet School. I'm a proud WHAM parent. But I also know that the capacity at Westdale does not compare to a single school in North Baton Rouge, and that there needs to be middle schools opened in North Baton Rouge for young people to attend. School Board Member Howard, thank you for standing up for your constituents. That is your job and your duty. Because if we do not open traditional schools, we will continue to see charters take away resources from this district. And magnet cannot be the only answer. We have to make sure every school in East Baton Rouge Parish is a high-performing school, and we should not require a magnet for it to do so. Now, I understand the logic of $15 million, and the board can do what it will as it relates to this grant. I'm not going to take a position on the grant. What I'm going to say is that the concerns of the residents of North Baton Rouge, I went to Glen Oaks Middle School when Mr. Williams was the principal. I remember getting a paddling at Glen Oaks Middle School by Mr. Williams. I remember what it felt like to go to a school that was around the corner from my house. And I don't want children to have to go, Forest Heights subdivision, the children go to Bel Air High School, but the children who live in St. Pius subdivision across the street go to Glen Oaks. We have to change systemically how we do this, and that does require a strategic plan. And what I believe Mr. Howard is saying is, if not now, when? When are we going to stop and address the historic institutional racism that has created the discrimination that exists within our inequities in our school system? That is what we are dealing with. And McKinley, I understand you wanting the money, and that is rightfully so your right to ask. But we cannot ignore the fact that North Baton Rouge needs an independent, non-magnet middle school. I want the children that live in my community to be able to go to a school that is not a charter or a magnet, that's a high-performing school in North Baton Rouge. And I think that's the core of the argument. And when we start talking about money, we forget about the core issue here, which is providing high-quality education in every corner of this parish, and you shouldn't have to have a magnet designation to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Any other comments from, yes, sir.
How you doing? My name is Edward Pratt, and I hadn't planned to speak, but I have an emotional tie to McKinley. And I just want to say, you have a situation where no school district on earth would say, let's turn away from $15 million. None. You have a chance to make a great program at McKinley, and God knows, I do not strike anything negative against what he's talking about with Crestworth. I get that. But right now, you have a chance to help children. It's not a perfect plan, but it's what we got. Somebody put this together so that this school system could get $15 million, and I don't know one school system in America would walk away from that. We would be an outlier. Sometimes you have to do what's best at the moment. That's one of those things. And come back and say, we will do something for Crestworth that's different from what we're doing now. But you don't turn your back on a pot of money that could help children in both sides of the school system, of the parish. Do the right thing for now. And then let's commit ourselves as a school system to do the things that are right for Crestworth and schools like that and like the students who live in those areas. You just don't turn down $15 million and say, oh, we'll wait for it next year. You don't know if you will ever have this chance again. And if you don't have that chance again, then you have helped no one. You have hurt someone. So all I'm asking you to do is consider what you have now available, which is something any school system in America would want and cry for, and would hope that we would give it up so they can get it. All right? So that's my wish. Please, please think about what you're doing, the students that you could help, and you're not just helping students, you're helping communities. All right? Think about that. And then next year, there may be something else that we can apply for. But then you have the time to set up a plan and do what you need to do. But don't walk away. Don't walk away from this kind of funding that could help hundreds of children. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Harmon. I'm just coming up here to encourage you to go forward with this grant. Again, I'm echoing sentiments that many people have spoken on like earlier, that we don't know if another opportunity like this is going to come again. Our children need opportunities. They need investment. They need wise investment and with care. So please consider the grant. Thank you.
Hi, Anita Augustus, President of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association. Ms. Dyson, I want to commend you for coming up with the compromise. I so appreciate that because it involved children on the other side. And that's what I've been looking for from this board. Mr. Howard, thank you for being so passionate about needing a middle school for your children in your area. Thank you. I appreciate that. What I saw tonight makes me proud of this board because we're looking at children. But we've already established that this middle school can hold more children than we have available to go there. So why can't we compromise and strike out, like Ms. Dyson said, dedicated, one word, and let's move forward. I will volunteer to be on the committee. I'm up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning anyway. What can we do to make this go forward? I am asking you as an educator who loves children. We have made some outstanding changes tonight, and I am so proud of each of you who've spoken, who've said your side. But we have an opportunity tonight to compromise. We may not all get what we want, but with $15 million, I bet you we can get some things that we do. And we've already established that we have enough room at the school to have middle children there. Let's do something great. Let our children be proud to say we reached across and we agreed on something. None of us got everything, but we did something great tonight. And I want to commend you. I want to commend the staff for reaching forward to try to get a grant, which is an outstanding thing. And for that, I say thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me again, Mr. Superintendent Warren Drake, School Board and staff and everyone assembled. We have been at home, our students have been at home. You call it COVID-19, but I call it World War III we're in. And we have had enough time with our children being away from the classrooms to do what we need to do. And addressing I didn't get the gentleman's name, I don't remember his name, about North Baton Rouge. I remember when my 39-year-old, my 34-year-old, and I am grandparent and great-great-grandparent now, when Baker, Zachary, and Central, and some of the rest of the schools withdrew from the East Baton Rouge Parish school system, and they still were allowed to use our buses and many of the other. So therefore, we are talking about East Baton Rouge Parish. Baker, North Baton Rouge, and Zachary, and those other schools there in Clinton, and those areas are a different area. And $15 million is not a whole lot of money. This is 2020, the new age. And we can get $15 million if we want to. And I think we need to, because I would want the gifted and talented along with the talented, along with the magnet students and the complete neighborhood body of McKinley Senior High School and some of the Gardere Lane High School, as well as Mayfair, to attend the McKinley Senior High School. It's quiet.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to remind the public that during the public comment period, we only allow one opportunity to speak. So when you come up to speak, that is your chance. So, sir, Mr. Flowers.
Good evening, Dr. Drake, all school board members. Of course, I'm standing on behalf of McKinley High School. I'm an 82 graduate. My father's a 51 graduate. My oldest daughter's a 15 graduate. My youngest daughter thinks she's going to graduate from Southern High, but she's going to graduate from McKinley as well. I'm standing to ask you, to plead with you, to vote affirmatively on this action. McKinley competes Baton Rouge High, Lehigh. We have not been competing with Baton Rouge High and Lehigh lately because students are choosing to go to those schools instead of coming to McKinley to the gifted and talented program. I'm asking that you would put a magnet component at McKinley High School. We don't want to go the way of Capitol High School or Struma High School or Robert E. Lee High School. We want to be competitive in East Baton Rouge Parish. We need a magnet component. That's what I'm standing to ask you. Give us a magnet component at McKinley High School, since that's what you need to compete. Now, Dr. Godey and I have had this conversation, and I can solve your magnet problem. Get rid of the program and put all of those magnet students in their neighborhood schools. We're done. But since you don't want to do that, give us a magnet program. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Are there any other comments from people in the in-person audience? Seeing none, I'm going to move to the online content. I'm going to refresh here. This is from Storm Matthews. This grant gives us so many opportunities to our kids. My son attends Bel Air in their robotics program, and he has had more opportunities in this program than I would ever have been able to give him. They did very well at the state championship, and are ready to go to the world before closing. Bring on more of these opportunities. Thank you for all those who work on this. Next is from Marcy Fraser. Once a grant is written, the money is specifically earmarked. However, IB programs historically weed out black and brown children. What are the plans to ensure this doesn't happen? Next, from Simone Johnson. As a resident of the Scotlandville community, I am interested as to why a K-8 dedicated magnet would be considered and not a traditional middle school. There's no reason for students in North Baton Rouge being bused across town. There are several elementaries in North Baton Rouge that can have a magnet component added. From D. Thomas, there is a traditional middle school in North Baton Rouge. Brookstown Middle School is in North Baton Rouge and is often forgotten. From Kohanda Corley, this is extremely bad wording for which school and programming should have been discussed, receiving some parental and educators' input. By making every school a watered-down version of a magnet program is beyond me. Lehigh School should lose its gifted program, considering Baton Rouge Magnet is within a 5-mile radius. Has anyone ever considered giving McKinley High back its fully equipped gifted program, eliminating all of these fake imitation magnets, and restore our original dedicated magnet schools? Has anyone considered buying back our buildings and schools in which the charters are using so we can have more students and kids to feed in these programs? I strongly agree with needing the MSAP grant and programs, but think we need to discuss this further. From Dr. James Finney, a resolution to establish a new magnet school should not be considered tonight. The item agenda is to consider grant acceptance. From Paige, who is a teacher, it would be incredibly foolish to turn down this grant. From M. Edwards, why is Brookstown Middle not considered for this grant? They had a program within a program and it was taken from them. Why not put one of these programs there? From Yvette Payne, how is the public made aware of how each board member votes for each agenda item? Just to answer that quickly, it's going to be published in board docs, so it will be available to view. From Hannah Amoroso, I think it is crazy to forgo this amount of grant money. It will make me think so much less of the board members if you all let this money go. Take the money and use it at McKinley High School. It can do so much good. From Anna Marie Blank, the school district cannot afford to reject this grant. We sent out RIF letters last year and we had no idea of how many students we'll lose because they won't enroll due to COVID pandemic. We should not reject federal dollars coming into our school system. Approve this grant. My last comment did not take 3 minutes. I forgot to add that you have to create a strategic plan for this year anyways. Saying you don't know how these schools will fit in is a bogus claim. Fit them into the new strategic plan. From Alicia Scheckschneider, it is important to note gifted numbers are not trickling away from our district. Instead, they are trickling away to magnet schools because they are funded more than our traditional schools. How will McKinley be any different? I do not believe gifted students will be freely allowed to take magnet electives without being asked to move over to a magnet track. This happens at schools currently in this district that house both gifted and magnet programs. Schools do not need to have magnet to be considered good schools. I think this is a dangerous path. Sometimes you do turn your back on money to do the right things for the programs in your schools. From Erica Hammer, do not reject this grant to bring International Baccalaureate program to our district, especially if your motive is to add another charter school. And I will refresh one last time. And nothing else showed up. So that concludes the public comment, and we'll go back to the board, and I had my request in first. And so I would like to ask Mr. Smith and Dr. Porter, I think the biggest controversy of this tends to be around Crestworth, which is a new school coming back into our area. what is the impact on the grant if we just eliminated Crestworth and went forward with the rest of the grant, trying to get to the money to do for McKinley and others to give us time to figure out strategically what to do with Crestworth?
What that would do is just increase the per amount for the 3 schools that are left in the grant. In
That
other
doesn't
words,
sound like a bad option.
so typically, when we apply for a grant, we want to keep it 4 schools approximately, and to try to create like a feeder pattern or vertical articulation. So that is one of the things they look at. However, if we went with 3 schools and we are still applying for the same amount, because as I mentioned to a board member earlier, IB International Baccalaureate is one of the most expensive programs that you could possibly implement. So that money, if we receive the entire $15 million, it would be divvied up between those 3 schools.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask our general counsel a question. Is there, and I'm not a Robert's Rules of Order expert,
So that
but is
is one
there
of
a
the things they
substitute
look
motion
at.
to a substitute
However,
motion?
if we went with
No, I
3
think
schools,
I think you need to make a friendly
and we're
amendment
still
to the
applying for the
I'd
same
like
amount,
to make-
because as I
Ms.
mentioned
Dyson.
to a board member earlier, IB International Baccalaureate is one of the most
Ma'am, I'm
expensive
sorry.
programs that you could possibly implement. So
I'm
that money, if we receive the
Ms.
entire
Dyson,
$15 million,
would
it
you
would be
accept a friendly
divvied up
amendment to your
between
motion
those
just to
3
delete
schools.
Crestworth Middle from the grant application? Thank you. And I'm going to ask our general counsel a
I
question.
am
Is
not
there-
seeing this the
and
same
I'm not a
way
Robert's Rules of Order
that
expert.
you
but-
are, and I hope others. I don't think that the Crestworth Middle is the biggest issue here, because the Crestworth Middle will if we take out the dedicated, will allow for those 160 students in it, and that's going to be too small of a school to operate. So I think that wasn't the problem. It was where it was going to then feed for high school, which my substitute motion gave that ability for the final decision to the superintendent and board leadership, meaning the 2 of you. And so the 3 of you would have the final resting place for the high school determined by the time the application is due. But I don't think that it's the middle school, because the middle school is going to have a very hard time surviving if we only have 160 students in it. Because this board member is not going to think that that's the wisest thing that we can do, is to create too small of a school. And I think that if it's a combination, then it welcomes everyone. And I think there'll be plenty of capacity there. And I might be wrong, but I don't think that the middle school is the sticking point as long as we take dedicated out of it. Any board members correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I was thinking it was the high school that was causing the need for more consideration.
I will take that as a no. Thank you. Next, I think I have my order correct, Ms. Collins, or did you already speak? Okay, Mr. Howard.
So let me just, first of all, thank you guys for your passion and your statements regarding how you feel about what's happening here. Let me just be clear for the record. This has absolutely nothing to do with me not wanting to support programming at McKinley Senior High School. That is absolutely false. If anyone takes that as what my words were or what I said, it had absolutely nothing to do with McKinley Senior High School. I will 100% agree and support all of the things that the assistant principal said about why magnet dedications are drifting away from some of our older magnet programs because of what happened with Lee High School. So I will 100% agree with that. My problem is that we are making decisions about our school district and literally we have no input to know what, excuse my friends, what the hell is going on? We just flipping a coin and deciding that is going to be our strategic plan to implement programming. You should not have to have a magnet designation to be successful in this school district. You should be able to make, we have a $450 million budget. We can prioritize programming at McKinley Senior High School if that's really what we wanted to do. So I'm not about to allow like the argument to be hijacked to be like me speaking against McKinley, because it's not. It's literally about how this board and this system operates to make strategic plans. Because yes, this $15 million, up to $15 million grant may be good for a long time, but it's not a sustainable source of continuing programming. We have to talk about sustainability in this district, and that's what we have failed to do for a long time. So that's why I made the comments that I made, and I stand by them, because people in this central office know. The first meeting about this grant was probably not until June the 1st, with a June 3rd deliverable. That's problematic. That's a problem. Not a problem with McKinley Senior High School, but a problem with operations in the central office, period. So I just want you guys to know that I 100% support McKinley Senior High School. I 100% support students. I have sent many students as a teacher to McKinley Senior High School. So it has nothing to do with my disdain for McKinley Senior High School, but disdain with operations and strategy around building a sustainable future for this district.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Seems like I may have skipped over a few people, and so I'm going to do the best that I can. Mr. Lannis, I think you were next.
Yes. So I have a question, because when you talk about McKinley High School, at the end of the day, we have to remember what this is. This is just applying for the grant.
So
what
it has
happens
nothing to
if
do
you
with
do not get the
McKinley
grant?
Senior
And
High
this is
School,
my
but
worry, is
disdain with
that
operations and
we put
strategy
too much
around building a
onus on the
sustainable
grant to take
future
care of
for
our
this
schools and our students, when
Thank you,
ourselves,
Mr.
we should be
Howard.
doing those
Seems
things
like I may
within our
have
community.
skipped
So
over
this
a
is
few
my
people,
ask of
and
the board
so
tonight.
I'm going to do the best that I can.
Let's say
Mr.
we
Lannis,
vote in favor of
I
this
think you were
grant
next.
and we don't get it. What happens next with McKinley High School? They're asking for more programming. I had a conversation with Ms. Porter. Ms. Porter, please clarify. McKinley says they want the IB program. How much will it cost us to make sure that we infuse the school with the IB program in the event that the grant does not go through?
So the initial cost will be approximately $200,000
$200,000.
for that first year.
What about subsequent years after?
I don't have a firm figure on that, but I do know one of the things that costs is the license and the training for teachers. So all teachers within the school, or rather the program, must be trained.
So, thank you. So this is my ask tonight. I'm not asking for a vote, but what I am asking for is that we make a verbal commitment that if this grant does not go through and we vote for it, all right, let me reverse. If we vote for this grant and it does not go through, let's make sure that we make a verbal commitment to infuse this school with a program that they want, with their communications at the table with us. Rather than us trying to have these communications without them, without community input, without student input, without the administration's input, that gives us enough time to get that done. $200,000 is a small ask for a school that has been longing for a program so that they can be valuable within their own community. So tonight, I give my verbal commitment to the McKinley High School family and other schools that are looking for programs. If we have the dollars, it is on us. It is our onus to make sure we take care of our schools. And again, as I said, I give you a verbal commitment that I would vote for a $200,000 funds or resources going towards the school to make this happen if the grant does not go through.
Thank you. And I'm trying to catch back up to the list. Ms. Ware Jackson, I believe, is next.
Thank you, President Goday. I wanna thank the principal of Big Blue. I see you. And the residents of the McKinley High School area. I think this item was really a sleeper. You know, we didn't realize the impact that this item really carries. It carries a heck of a punch. And, you know, we have been bombarded with a lot of information in the last month, you know, to the point where something like this can come to us and we may not see the weight of it. And I'm looking at Glen Oaks Park is in here as well. And that's a little school that really deserves a lot of attention. And of course, that piece with Crestworth, with taking the dedicated magnet piece out and allowing for traditional students to have a seat, finally, in that area is awesome. I know that, you know, we're looking at Glen Oaks and McKinley, but that argument about McKinley being drained because the McKinley Middle doesn't feed to McKinley anymore, you know, and that school is over 100 years old with a historical background that is tremendous. Uh, this high school needs some help. You know, and we've got a lot of students there, but, you know, we're asking for some programming to come there. And, you know, I don't want everything to be a magnet school. Y'all know how I felt about Brookstown. You know, I was saying it attracts like a magnet without being a magnet. And then we had to put a magnet label on it anyway. I don't know why, but in this case, though, I really feel like, I know we need a strategic plan. We need to know where we are and where we're going and all of that. But here's an opportunity to have some more dollars infused into McKinley to actually have it draw. You know, I wouldn't want to see McKinley be a total dedicated magnet. That is not what I would want, you know, but to have a component there would be a big plus for Big Blue. So I am asking, and I don't know if I need to withdraw my second to the substitute motion or how exactly we need to do this, but I do want to see those extra dollars go into McKinley and support it so that they can get what they need. You know, I represent the community of McKinley High, so I appreciate you coming here. Because look, I'm thinking about stuff that's farther down on the agenda. There's a lot of hot stuff here, you know, and I didn't see this as a sleeper. And I went back and looked at it. I looked at all my backup and I saw this. I saw it a few weeks ago. But looking at it again today and then hearing the things that I really needed to hear is like, wait a minute, you know, don't pass this up, woman, you know. I implore the board to accept this. And I mean, we have to apply for it. You know, we're speaking ahead of time when I'm saying accept it, but let's not pass up the opportunity to apply and anyway, a plan B for these schools. Because we don't want everything to be, you know, all magnet, you know, that's not working for us. You know, we've got to be able to put programming in our neighborhood schools so that the people in our neighborhoods will want to go to their school. And right now, McKinley family that's the biggest, that's a huge, huge following there. I mean, I went to McKinley's graduation. It was the best graduation I have ever been to. And it was right there on the campus, you know, on the field. I can still feel it, you know. I'm still wearing the mask, you know. We've just got to do everything we possibly can for our traditional schools and for our schools, even our schools that have some special programming, but are starting to slip away, you know, because sometimes in the district, y'all, we rob Peter sometimes to pay Paul. We got to quit doing that. We did that over with Brookstown. You know, we did that with Estruma. We've done it over and over again. We got to stop doing that. So what I'm asking is that we would just move forward with it, and let's start working on a plan B. You know, we know that we're going to be working on a strategic plan. We got to do some things for engaging more programming into our traditional schools. So, you know, as much as I don't, you know, I don't like to do all magnet, you know, we're making that change. If we can tweak it that way so that we're not excluding our children who live nearby, you know, it hurts to do that. So, okay, let's stop doing that. Let's stop the bleeding over at McKinley, because they're losing students. You know, I was a family that almost did that. You know, my first child went to Baton Rouge High, and you know that was my first experience. So I thought, okay, we're going to go there. My other two did not want to go there. You know, they went, and it's like, look, we need to go to McKinley because they were on a different track. They were on that GT track, and it's a totally different animal. You know, so I'm proud to be, I'm Panther proud. I got 2 from McKinley and 1 from Baton Rouge High. So I want to do everything that we can possibly do for McKinley because that school deserves it. We've got some wonderful schools in our district, and I hate to be biased, but I am. I'm sorry. I got Panther children, and I represent the people in that area. That school may not be District 5 school, but I carry the heart of the people in the McKinley area, and they're asking, begging us to infuse those dollars. Do not pass up the opportunity for this grant. Just go on, make the application. We'll be praying we get it. But if we don't, we will need to have a plan B for not only McKinley, but all of these schools. In particular, Glen Oaks Park, my little sweet pea over there, and Crestworth that's coming back to us. And we've got to be responsible to those children who want to be there and want to have significant programming at Crestworth. So, thank you, y'all.
Thank you. Next, Board Member Bernard.
Soapbox.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. I think we're having a very lively discussion here tonight. I'm wondering if the right thing to do isn't just to come back and make a second substitute motion after this one and to remove Crestworth at this time. I do not want to, I know that IB and language immersion are not the same thing, but they do co-locate and coexist very nicely together. And I would hate to put a program somewhere when we haven't discussed it with the language immersion parents. So I'm not sure that that's the right type of programming for Crestworth. And so I think back to what Mr. Goday just suggested, which is that, I could be, if we would do a different programming at Crestworth, that would satisfy the problem, I think, but I don't know. So I'm torn now. Do we ask Ms. Porter, Mr. Smith, and board leadership and the board members who represent each of these schools to work together to develop programming that will be inclusive and provide these seats in these areas, or do we just go back and do the 3 schools and do Crestworth another year? So, I'm willing to do that. I liked Mr. Goday's suggestion. I think it checks some boxes for Mr. Howard also. If we just take Crestworth out at this time, I want to ask Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard, do you think that if there was a different type of programming that you all could come up with for Crestworth, would you be willing to do 2 schools, a school within a school, where there is a magnet component and a neighborhood or a zoned component there?
With all due respect, Ms. Bernard, I think that we have discussed this in detail. Everybody has made their points very clear. I would just ask that we vote, and you vote your conscience, and you vote what you decide to do on the issue and the motion that's on the table.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Collins? Pass. Mr. Ballou?
Thank you. I support the recommendation. I just wanted to make a quick comment. We've had a lot of comments about the lack of strategic direction, and I just want to remind the board that strategic direction is our responsibility. So before we start pointing fingers, we need to look at ourselves and realize if there's a lack of strategic direction, that's on us. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballou. Are there any other comments from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, could you please read, or General Counsel, could you please read exactly what we're voting on now? Because this is the substitute motion, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, can you please read that so we can be clear?
The substitute motion to approve the MSAP grant with modified language in the plan to create a magnet school within the regular school at Crestworth Middle School, and providing for input from the superintendent and board leadership on the program for the high school.
Thank you. So that is what we're voting on. Madam Secretary, would you please conduct the vote?
Please vote.
Wait, people are having trouble voting. Has everyone voted yet?
Motion carries.
Since this has been somewhat controversial and the people in the audience have no idea of who voted for what, oh, is it up there?
Well, it's supposed to be.
Nothing is showing up.
Hold on. It's because there was 2 motions. 1 second.
We can't.
6 yes, 2 nay, 1 abstain.
Could you read them out, please, ma'am?
Mark Blue, yes. Dadrius Lannis, yes. Tramel Howard, no. Dawn Collins, no. Evelyn Ware Jackson, yes. Jill Dyson, yes. Michael Goday, yes. Connie Bernard, abstain. David Tapman, yes.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Collins.
If I could just clarify why I voted no on for the sake of public, why I voted no on that was, though I agreed with the Crestworth language, I didn't agree with the high school language. I wanted to leave it as originally proposed on that piece. I don't want people to be confused about that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Ware Jackson.
I'd like to be included in the conversation around that, please. Thank you.
Mr. Lannis.
I will be very quick. I just want to reiterate again, what happens if this grant does not go through? There needs to be a commitment to make sure that we are funding our schools and uplifting these programs or putting programs where there is a need. We have the funding to do it. As Vice President Howard said, we have a $450 million budget. It is unacceptable to think that these schools are not properly being funded with programs that are effective. Thank you.
What happens to Crestworth this year? Okay. Okay, now we move on to item 4, professional services contract, federal. Consideration of a request for the approval of professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following. A, School Leadership Center of Greater New Orleans in the amount of $32,000 to provide professional development on school improvement through employee engagement and positive culture. Funding source, Title II, non-public. B, Better Lessons in the amount of $98,000 to provide EL and guidebook professional development. Funding source, Striving Readers Comprehensive Literacy. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the audience?
Mr. Goday, we need a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have a motion? Will someone make a motion? Ms. Collins, is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Lannis. Now we'll go to the board for any comments. Seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, there is one comment on the internet from Erica Hammer. Why are school leadership center sessions held at Catholic schools? Does EBR Public Schools pay for the use of their facilities? Could we use an EBR Public School property instead? I do not know the answer to that question. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, we have a question for you, and I will repeat it. The comment from the audience is, why are school leadership center sessions held at Catholic schools? Does EBR pay for the use of their facilities, and could we use an EBR property instead?
I think this grant is for the Catholic diocese, and the money is through title funds. So
Does that answer the question?
Yes, for the public, the
Yeah.
way these funds work is they funnel through to us, but these funds are earmarked for
Equitable services.
equitable services to the
services.
public, to the private schools. And so this is not anything that we're administering. That's the way the program works. It just flows through us to them. Thank you
sir.
very much. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Any comments from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary?
Please vote. The item carries.
Thank you. Next, number 5, consideration of request for the approval to select the Advocate as the official journal, newspaper advertising of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for fiscal year 2020 and 2021. Are there any comments from the, motion by Mr. Tatman, thanks for keeping me in line. Second? Anyone would like to second the motion? Mr. Ballou. Any comments from the board? I'm sorry? I gotta pull the comment list up. Mr. Howard.
Is Ms. Gass in the building? Taylor? Ms. Taylor here? Okay, Mr. Drake, may I ask you this? Or Mr. Attorney Shamlin, like, is the Advocate the only available source of media to be the official journal of the East Baton Rouge Parish school system?
Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
One of the considerations has to be circulation. I believe based on law and policy, I will confirm that for you, but we have to look at circulation, number of people the publication reaches, et cetera, for it to be the official journal of a school system. The law requires each system to adopt an official journal, and you have to make sure it reaches so many people. So I can investigate that, get you a little more information on what the specific requirements are, and then have a discussion.
Yes, and the only reason that I ask about that, because I just implore our board to understand that if we are hiring an agency to be our official journal, I think that there should be a very unbiased approach in how they tell our story. And if you read the Advocate over the last couple of years, the story of East Baton Rouge Parish have been always negative. Every negative thing that happens in this district has been glorified, and the positive things have been on the back page next to the classified ads. So we're going to be employing an agency to be our official journal. We need to make sure that there is unbiased, appropriate reporting, and where we're reporting both sides, the good and the bad, with the same amount of energy. And I just don't think the energy that the Advocate's been giving this school district has been the story that our district needs to be, the story that our district needs to have told. So I implore the Advocate, if you're listening, if you're writing, to understand that the good is just as good, it's just as important as the bad. And so if you're going to glorify the district, glorify both the good and the bad. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Seeing no other comments, if I am correct, we'll go to the audience. Any comments from the audience on this subject? Yes, sir.
Larry Williams, Director of Purchasing for the System and Warehousing. Let me comment on this. I can clarify this a little bit, I think. We're obligated to use the Advocate because they have the statewide circulation necessary to meet the requirement. We have to use a publication that reaches the entire state. And so for all practical purposes, there's no one else in the state to do that. It's not a competitive process for that because they're the only people who can meet that requirement.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it.
Seeing no other further comments from the audience, there are none on the internet. Back to the board. Any comments, additional comments from the board? Madam Secretary?
Please vote. No, I'm not talking about her. Mr. Blue, can you vote? Okay. So your vote is yes.
And I will turn the gavel over to Mr. Howard for a second.
The item carries.
Thank you. The next item for consideration is item number 6. It is the advertising of bids for fiscal year 2020 and 2021. It is a consideration of a request to authorize staff to advertise, receive, and award bids for materials, equipment, supplies, services through June 30th of 2021 to the lowest responsible bidder proposal, meeting specifications and all state and federal requirements for quotes and formal invitations to bid. I'll entertain a motion. So moved by Ms. Benoit, seconded by Ms. Dyson. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, any comments from the audience? Seeing none, we'll return back to the board. Additional questions or comments back from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
Mr. Baloo, could you vote?
Oh. The item carries.
The item carries. Item number 7, 2020-2021 Property and Casualty Insurance Program Policies. It's a consideration of a request to authorize the administration to approve the most cost-effective property and casualty insurance program policy renewal package for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for 2020-2021 fiscal year and to provide for related matters. I'll entertain a motion at this time. So moved by Ms. Dyson, seconded by Ms. Benoit. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, any comments from the audience? Back to the board. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Howard, did you check the online?
Mr. Godet, could you refresh the online comments? Do you see one?
I didn't have a chance to look.
7.
We're good.
Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
And it was flipped the other side.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We're on item 8. Consideration of a request for the approval of the resolution authorizing the board president and the superintendent to execute and sign all documents to reject uninsured motorist coverage in connection with the East Baton Rouge Parish School System's automobile liability coverage and its self-insured retention program for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. So moved by Mr. Tatman, seconded by Ms. Bernard. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the audience? Seeing none, I am checking the internet now. Back to the board. Any comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
Mr. Howard, would you like? The item carries.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to back up for one quick moment on the internet comments. I had one that came in late on an item very early in the agenda around the minutes, and I did not see it, and I'm not sure it came in before the subject matter was closed, but I will read it anyway, just so that everyone can hear it. This is from Paige, who's a public school teacher, and it says, this is related to the minutes. I do not see any public school teachers on the reopening task force. I saw principals and 2 representatives for teachers unions. Wouldn't it be helpful to have teachers on such a task force? So I apologize to Paige for not catching that comment earlier, and I wanted to be able to have it read into the record. Thank you. Now we go to number 9, right-of-way land agreement. Consideration of request for the approval of a right-of-way agreement between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the City of Baton Rouge in the amount of $532 to transfer of property ownership, less mineral rights, for a construction project on the northeast corner of the intersection of Ardenwood Drive and Choctaw Drive. Do I have a motion? Motion by Ms. Bernard. Do I have a second by Mr. Ballou? Are there any comments from the board? Seeing none, any comments from the audience? Seeing none, and there are no electronic comments submitted. Back to the board. Seeing none, Madam Secretary?
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 10, consideration of request to approve the pre-K program position and description for resource development specialist. Funding source, early childhood guide pilot. Are there any questions from the board? Oh, I'm sorry. So moved by Mr. Tatman. Thank you for keeping me in line. I will learn one day. Seconded by Mr. Howard. Now, are there any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, to the audience. Ms. Ware Jackson. I'm sorry, my screen wasn't up.
Oh, there it is. It's going in now. Sorry about that. A little technical difficulty. Mr. Drake, I wanted to ask you a little bit about this new pre-K position and job description. We know how important pre-K is. That's our foundation there. I was wondering about the qualification. I see that there's only a minimal qualification of a high school diploma. And I wondered why, because, there's got to be some technology involved in that and a lot of writing. And so I wondered if just a high school diploma is enough to undergird that position.
Daphne's here with us, but.
So she got my question.
She's going to answer this. However,
Thank you, ma'am.
This is a required job description for a pilot from the State Department for pre-K that we're doing. So Daphne.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, everyone, to Mr. Goday, President Goday, and Vice President Howard, Mr. Drake, and the board. This is part of a program where this is an opportunity for someone. Again, this is a minimum requirement, but it's someone who would work within the community to work with families, low-income families, to help them to complete and navigate the process of completing the Child Care Assistance Program applications. So this is going to help us with feeding into our pre-K programs children who are trying to get into the daycare centers and the families who are trying to get the waivers. And so we collaborated with Ms. Shanoa Webb's office to find a person, to try to see what we needed for this position. And it wasn't necessarily the degree, but the experience as working as a child care center professional, which doesn't necessarily always require a college degree. But we wanted someone who was articulate and also would be able to communicate with the families who were in need of this service and help. So we wanted to open it up to a broader group instead of having to select just a certified teacher or someone like that.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Dyson, did you want to speak to it?
My question is around this funding a new position, and if there is a position that can be eliminated to create this new one?
So this particular position is tied to a grant that you all approved. And so within the grant, the district had to create this position as part of the grant. So what we did is once the actual grant was approved by this board, we collaborated with them to create the position. And so it's fully funded through the Louisiana Department of Education. So it's not a general fund position. Now, we did look through our job descriptions and everything, and we put some things together to select this position, but it was because it was so unique, we wanted to make sure we brought it to the board so you were aware, and we wanted to make sure we were in compliance with the requirements for the grant and what the position needed to say and what the responsibilities of this particular person would be.
And I think to more specifically answer your question, it could be someone that's already within the district that could come off a general fund position.
And that was my question, and if we can try to do that and have that one come off, that would be most desirable.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, to the audience? We do have one comment from the audience. And this is from Bernadette Wilkinson. This person should have a minimum of a college early childhood development degree. Nothing less than a college degree should be acceptable. And that is the only comment I have on the internet. We come back to the board. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
I was on the wrong page, I'm sorry.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next is item 11, consideration of a request for the approval of an Aramark proposal for the purchase of additional cleaning and sanitizing supplies for use during the 2020-2021 school year. Funding source, COVID-19/flood recovery. Mr. Nekase and Mr. McCain. Do I have a motion by Mr. Tapman? Do I have a second by Ms. Collins?
All right, good evening, President Gode, Vice President Howard, members of the board, and Mr. Drake. Tonight, we're bringing forward our tentative plan to begin purchasing products and preparing for next year. We know that we have to be proactive. This plan allows us to make sure we have plenty of products in the pipeline and that we're prepared to do all of the things that we expect will be released in the next 2 weeks with the state requirements for reopening. One thing that's very good about this is as we've gone through this process, Mr. Larry Williams has helped us as well with procurement, is that we're making sure that we follow this with the FEMA guidelines so that, again, it can be reimbursable up to that 75%. And also we have CARES Act funding as well that we might be able to lean on. So we expect a lot of this to be able to be recouped at some point. So again, Mr. Kohler will give you the presentation on our plan. One thing that was really important for us is to make sure tonight you're clear and also parents are clear of what we're actually doing to prep for that opening of school, whatever that may look like, and that there's a strong plan in place and a professional plan to make sure that we're prepared and that students are safe and staff and teachers are safe. So with that said, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Nikkei, Mr. Drake, Mr. Gode, Mr. Howard, members of the board. To reemphasize a little bit what Mr. Nikkei said, we have been dialoguing with other districts in the state, out of the state, monitoring the CDC guidance. Things are changing daily, as you know. If you go home tonight and watch the news, something new has probably come out about the guidance. The superintendent's office has been on weekly calls with the State Department. There is a sense of urgency now on the calendar because we need to get in the pipeline to procure these supplies for two reasons: safeguard our students and to have the confidence of the parents and the community that we'll keep our kids safe when school does reopen. And we don't know quite all what those conditions will be, but the state will be releasing a finalized plan within a couple of weeks. The idea now is to get your approval for this outlay for some basic items that we need for sanitation of the school facility and our bus fleet. And we try to go right down the middle about some known quantities and known elements we will need, and then we'll adjust further down the line. The amounts are enormous when you start figuring sanitizing buildings, classrooms, and multiple times buses throughout the day. So with that, we'll put the numbers up for you. This initial slide shows you the items that we intend to purchase initially. They are primarily sanitizing quantities. You'll see the first one is a specialized Oxivir, which is a brand name, wipe. We'll have to wipe down desks, high-touch areas in the school, doorknobs and other surfaces multiple times. And when you think of the number of sites we have and the number of classrooms, $315,000 sounds like a lot, but when you spread it out for the entire school year, it is understandable why that number would accelerate to this point. Also, hand sanitizers for the classrooms. The students will need to hand sanitize. We will have to be very vigilant in our restroom facilities about hand washing stations. The soap dispensers will have to be kept up with. We'll have to do that basic function better than we've ever done it, and we need to augment that with this amount of hand sanitizer to start the year. The next item is generic bottles, so we can put sanitizers on every school bus. We mentioned earlier the good fortune we have with the Exxon donation, but that donation comes in 5-gallon pails. So we need something to put in smaller containers on our buses. So that's what that line item is about. And finally, disposable gloves and hand towels. Anyone who is wiping down surfaces with these Oxivir wipes, it has a 1-minute dwell time. That means within 1 minute, it will kill anything on those surfaces that is a contagion. And the person doing that needs to have some training, and you also have to have gloves on when you handle those wipes. We're currently doing that already with our athletes who have returned to school with the weight rooms and the dressing rooms, and we've trained our coaches on that process. So that is the basic allotment. That's what we're requesting your approval for tonight for this outlay. As Mr. Nikkei said, we think 75% of this will be reimbursable with FEMA funds. We also think there may be some CARES Act money we can apply to it. And this is not the last time we'll have to come to you to ask you about making sure we have the necessary sanitation to keep our kids safe. So we will probably be back, but this is the initial outlay to get us started. At this point, Mr. Kohler is going to come up and walk us through the slides that talk about the technical part of cleaning these surfaces daily. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. McCann. If we could go to the next slide, I'd like to describe a little bit about what we're doing right now. We're in the process of doing what we call Clean It, and it's a very much a top-down approach. So when the schools were initially closed down, we went into clean and sanitize mode because we were anticipating that students may return. The government made a decision not to return, so we went into deep clean mode, project mode, and part of this proposal is all about getting ready for when the students return. And that's what we're most concerned about. Once the students return, we know we're going to have multiple touch points, and so it's going to be extremely important that we have the right products to make sure we address those touch points. So if I could go to the next slide. So we're focusing on the high touch areas, and as you can see by the picture, these are some training tools that we use with staff to make sure they understand what are those touch points. And again, we're beginning to learn how many touch points we'll have based on the movement of students. So a lot of decisions have to be made. For example, you take a high school that may change classes. They may be touching things various places along the way. And so we need to make sure we have the right product that has a dwell time of 1 minute so that it sanitizes and disinfects so that we get no contamination to others. We'll move to the next slide. Here we talk about sanitizing it. The deep clean, where again we introduce the right products. We're looking at putting hand sanitizer in the classrooms. And right now we're looking at putting hand sanitizers in the classrooms. And eventually we maybe look at more of a centralized approach. But right now we feel like it's important to restore the community trust and have hand sanitizer available. We worked very closely with Purell, and we've secured several bottles of Purell through Airmark. And what we wanted to do was make sure we earmark those supplies for your school system here, okay? Moving on to the next slide. This kind of gives you an idea where you're at today with Space Care. This is what you would typically do. But over on the right is a recommended program called Space Care QL+. That's the enhanced version. Again, where we introduce the Oxyver, the hand sanitizer, the additional training, and this is all in response to COVID. And a lot of folks have asked, well, is this something that will continue on forever? And the answer to that is no. If we find out a solution for COVID and we fix COVID, we will not need to continue to keep doing the extensive efforts that we have here now, unless we all choose to. So that's why we're saying that this is a bolt-on in response to the COVID-19. Next slide. The training. Again, we work with a lot of different institutions to help us train. We need to get these programs in place so that we can begin to train staff on what is important high touch points that have to be cleaned. How do you do it? How often do you do it? And again, as Mr. McCann stated, a lot of it will depend upon what the CDC, the state, and also the movement of students tells us what we should do. So that concludes my presentation, and I will open it up for questions.
Just one little addendum. We are working with our business partners to flex hours, to overlap scheduling, so we don't have any additional outlay in labor cost up front right now. We do know that the CDC guidance may change. It may change during the year. We may have to open under certain conditions and then change, and we may be home for a couple of days and come back. All that is integral to our distance learning and the total picture we're trying to do to be prepared for the eventualities that may onset. So I just wanted to mention that to you about the labor. There's no upfront labor cost additionally right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm trying to keep track of the board. Ms. Ware Jackson, is the comment up here for this item or the previous? Okay, Ms. Ware Jackson.
I saw that there's some numbers there, but no quantities. And I was wondering about that, the quantities that you're looking at. And also, I wondered how the impact of the donations that Mr. Drake mentioned during his superintendent's report would affect the amount of hand sanitizers that we need. And I meant to ask you that, Mr. Drake, to repeat that number that you had that we received?
They'll give us the numbers for this. You know, hand sanitizer comes in a gel a lot of times. The one that's coming from Exxon is more of a liquid. Those are going to be used in our buses. It's sprayed on, wiped off type of thing. This is mainly for our schools, for our offices in our schools.
Yeah, so that wouldn't affect anything. Yeah. Okay, can you
And,
tell
and
me more
it's,
about the quantities?
the Purell that, Aramark can source from that distributor is in a more of a gel form, so you don't have as much waste. It helps the economy of it too.
But that first number is the one I was looking at, that 300 and something thousand number. What's the quantity of that product? There's just a number there, but we don't know how much. I know it's enough for a year, but how much are we going to need for that year to get to that number?
Yes, ma'am. It would be 2,055 cases.
Okay.
And a case is a bottle or it's kind of like the wipes, and it comes 12 to a case.
12 in a case.
Yes, ma'am. The sanitizer is also 12 to a case, and there'd be 1,409 cases. And we've got it built out so much per month, so there'd be a quantity we would order to get started, and then we would replenish, and then also gauge how much we're using. And if something happened along the way where we no longer needed to use the Oxyver, we would just stop ordering it.
So could you tell me, I'm just curious without me doing the math, I know y'all did it already. So what is that cost per case?
I don't have that level of detail with me. I believe it was for the case of the hand sanitizer, if my memory serves me correctly, it was like $84. I'd have to double check to make sure though.
Okay. Okay, I just needed to know. I hate to just look at a number and I'm looking at a time frame and I don't know exactly what I'm buying.
Yeah, let me step up as Director of Purchasing and assure all of you that we have been following it. We're not just accepting their price and saying, okay, because you're here. We have looked at other companies. I was contacted, won't call the other company names, but we've done some research to know that their price is equal to or less than, although maybe slightly, it is under what we can get this stuff through from other vendors, other contractors. And of course, it's pretty logical to realize that with them here in the role that they're in, we have much advantage in letting them manage this and apply the liquids and the sauce here that we need. Because if we were to just go out and buy this stuff in bulk and have it delivered to the warehouse, we're not even to the point of being able to use it and manage it and control it, be responsible for it. And so I'm saying all that to say we've done our research to know that the price is where it should be. It's a lot of money because it's a lot of product. And there will be perhaps repeat buys depending on how this thing goes. But I'm tracking that carefully through purchasing. I've got the documentation we need to show FEMA that this is the best we could do. We've got the numbers to show that. I don't have those numbers to delve into that, but we can share that with you. If you really want to drill down to that detail, we can provide that.
Yeah, I just needed to know I knew how long and what the big cost was, but I didn't want to know how you broke it down.
I get the feeling you all might think that we're just kind of letting Aramark take care of this, and they're going to do that for us very well, I think. But we're monitoring and looking at what our options are for price of the product other places, and I'm very comfortable that we are where we need to be with the public funds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tapman.
Thank you. Thank you, President Goday. I think Mr. Nikes answered one of my questions, which is the reimbursement from, I guess, the feds. Is that what we're looking at? Is there state reimbursement as well, or?
I'm not sure about state, but I definitely know from the feds right now there is.
Okay.
But we can check into that.
So another question, and I guess I want to make sure I'm not off topic here, but what about masks and things like that? I mean, that's not included in this, correct?
That's something else we're looking at. We're waiting. Several of us, team members, have been fortunate enough to work on some of the committees that are working with the state to kind of put together some recommendations. So we're kind of waiting to see what some of those recommendations are going to be so that we know if we need to go ahead and purchase that. We have been able, we think we can source all of that at this point. It's just a matter of waiting to see what the recommendation will be.
So I just want to make a point, because I do work with a couple of industries where we were out searching for PPE all the time. There are runs on it.
Right.
And my expectation is when every school district in the state of Louisiana and across the country are looking for masks,
Right.
and we're looking for them at the same time, we're either going to pay a lot of money or we're not going to be able to get them. And I just want to, I know you know that, but
Right.
I would be assertive in terms of trying to solve that problem.
Right. And a lot of it is based on whether it will be recommended versus required.
I got
So,
you. Thank you.
correct.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, I have a question. Since we're not opting to go out for bid or anything, or see, that way, I wanted, and I have been reached out to by various suppliers and that kind of thing. My question is, as Aramark is already working in our schools and partnering with us, are we getting this at Aramark cost, or are we having to pay some kind of a distribution fee on top of the cost of the actual supplies?
So we work with Perel, and so we're passing along the costs that we get from Perel, and we do have the shipping and handling expense as well. But as far as marking it up and us making a lot of money off of it, that's not the intent.
Okay.
But we have a relationship with Perel. I believe Perel is owned by Gojo, and we purchase a tremendous amount of hand soap from them. So we were able to partner with them and get a commitment of a large supply. And I guess what got my attention was when they said it's going to become first come, first serve, because there's a tremendous amount of Aramark accounts out there that are going to be looking to get this. And that was why we wanted to push and say, let's get on the list. Mm-hmm. And if you decided another point where, hey, this is not what we want to do, I'll just let the company know that, listen, free that Perel up for somebody else.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarity.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments from the board, that's correct. Go to the public. Any comments from the public? Yes, we have two coming up.
Hello again, everyone. Dr. Tia Mills, President of the Louisiana Association of Educators. I just wanted to speak briefly on the current issues with making sure that we have everything that we need to ensure the safety of our children and employees for next school year. I actually serve on the Resilient Commission, and we're working through what that will look like for the next school year. I'm glad that Mr. Tetman brought up the necessary implementation of making sure that we have the masks that are necessary for keeping everyone safe, even though it's going to cover up the faces of all the cute children across our great district, including the employees and individuals such as myself. They are definitely in need, and we want to make sure that everyone remains safe. Also, in addition to that, the National Education Association has implemented the issuance of a 38-page document called All Hands on Deck, Initial Guidance Regarding Reopening School Buildings. And so if you don't have access to that document, I would be more than happy to share that information with the members of the board. And so I can actually do that tonight. So again, thank you all so much for your time. And I just wanted to mention that critical information.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Cleve Dunn Jr. I actually came here to speak on another item. I didn't come here with my business hat on, but I was compelled when I see Aramark here requesting a allocation of funds with a non-solicitation. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not at this body often, but I think Aramark is receiving somewhere north of $25 million a year from this body to do various services. I'm concerned that our minority representation didn't bring up or ask about minority participation. As someone who's an advocate of inclusion and diversity in the contract and the procurement opportunity, I would encourage you and impress upon you to bring that up every time there's a procurement opportunity. You talked about the diversity or the demographics amongst the student body being 72 to 75%. When there are procurement opportunities, those people who live in the community with that same demographic deserve an opportunity to compete for these procurement opportunities. Mr. Larry Williams here, just as he did with the advocate, was a strong advocate to keep the advocate in place for the official journal. He was a strong advocate just now for Aramark to keep them in place. Has he ever made a recommendation against a current major vendor that y'all have, like Aramark or like the advocate? Does he work for East Baton Rouge Parish School System, or does he work for the procurement Aramark that you procure for these opportunities? Those are some questions and concerns that I have. And we don't need to give Aramark and other large vendors carte blanche. We need to look out for local, small minority-owned vendors, especially at a time like this. We don't need to just give them carte blanche and give them every opportunity. You should send it out for bid. It should not be a non-solicitation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anita Augustus, President of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators. More importantly, I'm a pre-K educator. What I want to know from Earmark, and I'm going to look at you, I want a commitment that our classrooms are going to be clean. We've had that conversation with President Godet. Our classrooms are not being cleaned on a typical day. How can I trust that they're going to do what they said they're going to do with the product, and we're not going to have waste involved? My concern is, as a pre-K teacher, I have to clean my classroom every day before my babies get in there. So while we're talking about this, let's bring this into the conversation, because if this is not going to be done properly, and we know in the past it has not been done, what are we going to do to protect our babies? Not just my pre-K babies, but all of our children. When it has been established, we have taken pictures, we have made anonymous phone calls, we have done everything in the above, and our classrooms, we still walk in their days where we're emptying trash cans. They put chairs on top of the desk after supposedly you have sanitized them. Why are chairs on top of our tables? Which means when I go in there, I have to take the chairs down and re-sanitize. I need a commitment that this will be taken care of properly.
Thank you. Mr. Chambers.
So first I want to echo what this sister just said about clean classrooms and what Mr. Dunn said about minority participation. When you look at this school district that's 80% Black, and when I watch us with a $25 million contract and all of the vendors involved in what we're talking about for the most part as it relates to school cleaning are Caucasian, that's concerning. And then when you talk about the COVID crisis, as a parent, I'm looking at the option of homeschool, because I think that it is unfortunate that we are rushing back into opening everything and we don't even know. A kid walk out a door, my daughter can't keep up with a jacket, let alone a face mask. And we're talking about every day of the week, I gotta ask her, do you have your jacket? So and when I listen to the presentation and I hear them say we're gonna touch the touch point and the touch point clears in a minute, okay? So when 5 kids touch the door after that minute and one of them has COVID, because children can catch COVID, how then do you protect our children? And if you bus our children and put them in a school where you cannot guarantee them their protection, you are failing them on the onset. And if you have educators in the room telling you that their classrooms are not clean and you ignore that in a pandemic, you are failing these children. So I would encourage you, while most of us are even nervous about coming to a school board meeting, right? That we're talking about sending 40,000 children into buildings that were not cleaned properly before this, and we're talking about spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, and there's not a Black person associated with it in a school district that is 80% Black. That is problematic. We should pause this process. School does not start tomorrow. We don't even know if school will start because 20 plus states have peaking COVID numbers right now. 21 states, okay? So I know Republicans and all of those who don't believe in face masks and all of that stuff like that think that this is a hoax, but black people are dying. Your school system is 80% black. And what happens when those children take that home to their grandmothers because we took a wipe that wiped off in a minute and 10 children touched the door behind it and the face masks are gonna be on the ground all over the school every day. So please consider punting this to something else, opening up the bidding process, as well as considering, are we being wise about even discussing reopening at a time when we are not aware of the condition of our community as it relates to this pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments from those here in the audience? If not, I will start on the internet comments. This is from Danielle Ferguson. I'm concerned as I am watching this meeting. I don't see too many people wearing masks, and they are touching the same podium. As a potential teacher for EBR, will the teachers be exposed to the same climate? Approve this motion. Next from Paige, will Aramark be hiring more staff? Next from John Harper, are you considering getting additional janitorial staff to help with keeping kids and faculty safe? From Jeffrey S. I've heard comments from my children's schools that crews that clean the schools at night do not do an adequate job. In fact, I've been told that classrooms are not swept or mopped nightly. What are the checks and balances you have in place that effective disinfecting and cleaning is done? How can we as parents trust Aramark that Aramark is doing their job in keeping our schools clean? Also, many schools have hand dryers. Are there plans to replace them? Storm Matthews, as a teacher, so often I have to take my own trash out as Aramark does not even do that. Will this be monitored that they are actually using these items? Next from Kim, we have delays in Aramark requests for new soap dispensers when they break, or sometimes with delivery of soap and other regular supplies. Will additional funding or procedures be put in place to prevent delays that I have seen in my own school? From Leslie Jenkins, Aramark barely cleans now. Can the supplies just be given to teachers because we're the ones who clean now? They do not clean our rooms properly as is, and give them $300,000 will not change that. From Chelsea, in the beginning of this presentation, they were saying that disinfectants will be used. However, they followed up with sanitize it. Sanitizers do not work on viruses. Always hand sanitizer should only be used in place of hand washing. So why are we not looking into increasing the number of hand washing stations at schools? Are there any other comments from the audience in attendance? Seeing none, back to the board. Mr. Howard.
Ms. Collins, I think.
I'm sorry, Ms. Collins was next. I'm sorry.
Thank you. All right. So two things regarding reopening. Brother Chambers, you weren't here at the time we did a presentation on how the district is going to proceed on reopening. We have a task force in place, and we also presented to work out the details, but we also presented that we'll be doing a hybrid approach so that you don't necessarily have to choose to homeschool your baby if she have underlying conditions or you have some major concerns about the approach. I just wanted to lift up that we are being careful about how we proceed with reopening. It might need some work, but we not blindly going about it. I need clarity on this slide. The monies are only for the material cost. I'm saying material costs. I'm not saying service costs. Are services, is the money, is there any increase in So the contract is what it is. We're not going up on, because that would require a bid process, correct? If we were doing more, I just want to make sure I'm understanding, because I agree with the concerns presented, but if that's not the nature of this, then,
The proposal tonight is strictly for supplies,
okay,
sanitizing and disinfecting. There's no cost in there for labor. The
Okay.
labor that Aramark will provide is within the terms of the existing contract.
okay,
So-
okay. I just wanted to make
Yes,
sure.
ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Collins. Any other comments? Mr. Howard?
Mic check. Yeah, so I just have a quick question for the representatives from Aramark. And I too share some of those same concerns that have been uplifted by folks within the community. And as we have this conversation, my feed is going crazy about teachers and principals complaining about the level of service that they are already receiving. And so I just want to know, like, how can you ensure us as a board? Because I know we need the supplies, and as Mr. Tapman alluded to earlier, it's going to be hard as more districts decide to open up to get these supplies. So I do understand the sense of urgency, but what guarantees can you make to the board that people are going to be satisfied, and that, I mean, you're going to actually use the materials like you said you're going to use them for this large amount of money. So any assurance that you can provide for us. And I mean, I just share those concerns because principals are texting, teachers are texting, and really complaining about the services that they receive. We just heard from a teacher in here. So that's concerning to me. As a business owner, it should be concerning to you as well. So just if you can provide us with any assurance as to, the fidelity of this usage, that would be great.
Do you care to respond, sir?
Great question, and what I'll tell you is that we have a very good quality control process in place. While I would like to say that we have control of everything, there are some things that we are challenged with, and we work through that. But our commitment is to provide clean, healthy schools for the students that attend as well as the staff. And I know that we don't do it right every time, but we are committed. And I will be visiting with my staff about improving a lot of the comments that I've heard here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would just offer up my assistance to go, if it's a walkthrough, if it's
Sure.
something to ensure that what we're paying for is actually going to be beneficial. Because I mean, it's quite concerning that we have teachers who are still complaining about having to clean their own schools when we know the controversy behind this contract in the first place. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary?
Please vote. The item carries.
Thank you. Next, we go to item 12, policy revisions. Consideration of request for approval of the following school board policy revisions and related matters. CBA-superintendent qualifications as amended. Do I have a motion? Mr. Tapman, do I have a second? Mr. Howard. Mr. Shamlin, would you like to speak to this issue?
Yes, this is a revision of policy CBA, superintendent's qualifications. This was necessary because as previously drafted, the policy refers to BESI policy and then sets a set of minimum standards or minimum qualifications, when in fact the state now allows through a variety of avenues the hiring of a superintendent with various qualifications. And so our policy was potentially in conflict with state law and policy. What I have done is amended the policy to eliminate the listing of specific minimum statute requirements It refers to primarily to Bulletin 746 and Bulletin 741, which provide standard and alternative avenues for superintendents to be hired. Essentially, this is necessary to make sure our policy lines up with state law. It is also necessary to pass prior to the potential hiring of a superintendent tonight to make sure that we comply with policy that lines up with state law.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any comments from any members of the board? Seeing none, any comments from any of the members of the audience in person? Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me again, Mr. Superintendent Warren Drake. This is going back to the matter about the sanitizing and everything. I remember when I was room mother for one of your students, Elvis Sherrod Bowman at Terra High School, during the 80s, we had our own janitorial system, EBR, East Baton Rouge Parish did. And and at Westdale, I had one at Westdale Elementary as well, and another one at Baton Rouge High, and I was room mother there as well. We had our own East Baton Rouge Parish School System employees, and they were eliminated or somehow in the early 2000s, if you can remember.
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was in the late 90s.
It could have been the late 90s.
Yes,
ma'am. But
ma'am.
when East Baton Rouge Parish had their own employees, EBR, the schools were kept better. The custodians knew the children, the custodians knew the parent, the custodians knew the teachers, the custodians knew the principal, the custodian knew the cafeteria staff, the custodian knew the personnel. So therefore, everything was kept up to par. Not only the grass, but the classrooms were kept clean at night. The teachers could come in the morning and find clean floors, clean desks, clean blackboards, and everything. Do you remember those days?
Yes, ma'am,
I
do.
think we need to go back to those days. And East Baton Rouge Parish School System needs to hire their own employees and pay them East Baton Rouge Parish employees' wages along with their health insurance and everything else back like they used to do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you, Mr. Warren Drake.
Thank you.
And
I remember those days, and most people don't
the
remember.
good old days.
Most people don't remember that
Because you saw me a lot.
I did. All high schools had homes where the custodian lived.
Because I was room mother, not only for my son's room mother, but parents that didn't come to the school to see about their children. I was their room mother as well.
Thank you.
Have a blessed evening.
Seeing no other comments from the audience, we do have comments online. This is from Anna Marie Blank. We need to pause this policy revision and we need to pause this superintendent search. The public would have normally seen this item on a committee of the whole meeting 2 weeks prior to this general meeting. That did not happen due to the extenuating circumstances with the COVID-19 pandemic. This items and all of the items in this agenda should have been posted 2 weeks ago. If we waive this policy, we will be setting a precedent for changing the rules at the last minute. From Storm Matthews, how can we be looking at removing 7 of the minimum requirements? Also, the selection of superintendent is tonight. Shouldn't have this been done previously if needed? These removals seem to be the very items Mike Polito was demanding in his unethical correspondence with the members of this very board. There is an action and a lawsuit currently against the board for violation of ethics regarding these emails discussing these items. From Jasmine Pogue, we believe we need to pause this search and seek out more feedback from the public. The fact that the school system was able to solicit 10,000 responses in the last few days on a back-to-school survey but could not get more than a few hundred surveys on the superintendent search tells me that the public school board did not care to engage the public. During a policy revision also shows that the school board did not do its due diligence in the beginning and then enacted a policy they weren't planning to uphold. Even today, this meeting should be shown on the government channels of AT&T and Cox Services, and they are not. And at the last minute, this meeting was not broadcast on TV. This lack of access is appalling. Extend Superintendent Drake's contract and pause the search. From Kohonda Corley. Why did EBR Public Schools wait until the final hour to want to change the qualifications? Are you doing this in an effort to choose one of the candidates which we all know are not qualified? Shouldn't EBR Public School Board know what the law requires in Louisiana? At what moment did the EBR School Board realize that they should consult with their legal department? When Mr. Drake informed everyone of his resignation, this board with a firm went on retreat and discussed the amount of money and other information regarding the superintendent search. Where is legal? We chose a firm, eliminated perfect candidates, and have the final two candidates, and now you want to change the rules in the final hour? This is absolutely unacceptable for this board and the legal department. Legal should have been consulted at all times. I inquired about the board's ethical violations and all of the times the 5 board members emailed members of BRAC. I do not have my allotted time frame to speak and strongly oppose. Sean D. Please explain why a superintendent doesn't have to have experience in a school setting. Shouldn't the district's highest instructional leader have experience being an actual instructional leader in a classroom or school setting? Anna Marie Blank, which is a second comment, which I am going to allow, and now I've lost it. I'm sorry. Here we go. Progressive Social Network is asking the board to pause the search of the next superintendent. You are changing the policy, which shows you did not adequately prepare for the search. You've had a year and a half to change this. Just look at how long it took the board to take initial action. Warren Drake announced his retirement in December 2018. 5 months passed, 8 meetings, 4 committee of the whole meetings, 4 regular board meetings, and you didn't change this policy. In May 2019, the board finally discussed a request for quote for the superintendent search form just as the school ended and summer vacation began. You didn't change this policy. Quick aside, we are concerned that the video for this May 2019 item is not available in the archives online. It jumps from G10 to H1, effectively skipping the superintendent search item. Back to the issue. 5 more months passed before the item was again raised in 2019, October 2019. You've had 1.5 years to fix this. Changing this at the last minute is reckless. Are there any other comments from the audience here present? Seeing none, back to the board. I don't have my screen up. I apologize. Mr. Lannis? No, I'm sorry.
It's clear, Mr. Gode.
It's clear? Yes, thank you. Seeing no comments from the board, Madam Secretary?
Please vote.
It is not showing up on our screens yet. Now it is. My bad.
Item carries.
Thank you. Next is item 12, consideration of request to adopt a resolution. I'm sorry? 13, I'm sorry. Consideration of request to adopt a resolution to start the process of renaming Lee High School. Mr. Lannis, would you like to introduce your resolution?
Yes, thank you, President Gode. Resolution to rename Lee High School submitted June 15th,
2020. Whereas a formal request has been submitted to the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board June 9th, 2020 to rename Lee High School, formerly known as Robert E. Lee High School, with the support of community stakeholders, teachers, and students. Whereas East Baton Rouge Parish School System is committed to operating schools free of oppressive, racially offensive, culturally insensitive names and symbols that adversely affect school culture and climate. Whereas it is the responsibility of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board under the direct supervision of the superintendent to correct, modify, and or rectify any such discriminatory matters which violate students' rights. Whereas East Baton Rouge Parish School Board is prepared to commence the renaming process of Lee High School upon the majority vote of the board by requesting the approval of the superintendent to allow formation of a naming committee. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board in regular session duly convened that the superintendent is directed to pursue and complete the following actions by Thursday, July 16, 2020. 1. Superintendent approved the formation of a school renaming committee. A. The committee should be comprised of, but is not limited to, at a minimum, the following representatives: 2 members of the student body, 2 members of the community in which the school is located, 2 employees of East Baton Rouge Parish School System, as well as 2 school board members. Section 2, the committee shall be granted 3 weeks from the time of approval to meet and discuss all matters regarding school name changes. A, the committee will be allowed to submit 3 names to the superintendent to be presented at the following public meeting: Thursday, July 9th, 2020, Committee of the Whole. Has more than 3 names, the committee shall narrow the list to 3 names before consideration is made. 3, once the list is submitted, the superintendent shall make a recommendation to the school board at the following public meeting for approval: Thursday, July 16th, 2020, regular board meeting. 4, upon approval of the new school name, it shall be requested by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board that the process of removal of all signage and school paraphernalia located on the said school campus bearing the name Lee High School begin effective immediately. Be it further resolved that the superintendent, along with the school naming committee, provide a full update on progress regarding the matter to the July Committee of the Whole meeting and evidence of its completion to the July regular board meeting. I'm sorry, and not to move. I apologize.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Howard. The floor is open for discussion. Mr. Lannis, I think you have the next request to speak.
Yes. If this board does not mind, and as well as the community as a whole, there's a few things that I want to say on this item tonight. In 1957, the then East Baton Rouge Parish School Board allocated $2.3 million to build a new school, which was voted to be called South Downs High School. A year later, in 1958, Eugene Davis Sr., an African-American man, filed a lawsuit against that board, which began the longest-serving desegregation order in the country. As a result, in May of 1958, the name was changed to Robert E. Lee High School. And here we are. Tonight, our school board has the power to change the trajectory of our future by moving forward from our divided past. Tonight, our entire parish is watching as they expect our elected leaders to do the right thing by our students. During this past week, one of my fellow board colleagues, Ms. Connie Bernard, suggested that we research Robert E. Lee to get a better understanding of the legacy that he left behind. Tonight, I want to briefly present those findings as suggested. During the year 1857, Robert E. Lee owned 189 slaves that were forced to work on his plantation in Arlington, Virginia, yet his name hangs over our school.
Under the demand of his late father-in-law's will, which provided he free all slaves after 5 years, Lee tried multiple times to resist and keep the slaves under his control, yet his name hangs over our school. According to one historian, Lee was known to use violence typical of the institution of slavery, where slaves tried to escape his discipline while being recaptured and beaten on Lee's orders, yet his name hangs from our school. Lee didn't free slaves until 3 days before Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation was ordered, yet his name hangs from our school. Lee was ordered to command Union forces in 1861, but instead chose to commit a treasonous act by deflecting from those orders to become the general of the Confederate Army, which promoted the institution of slavery against people of color. Yet his name still hangs from our school as though he is someone to be honored and revered across our community, our city, and our parish. Let me be abundantly clear tonight. It is time to change that name. We are here in collective conscience to rectify a 75-year wrong. We can no longer afford to delay and deny resolution to a community that has been for far too long been unheard. Plainly, any building that this elected body chooses to name in honor of our community's history should at a minimum be reflective of the human dignity of all its people. Before we can begin to heal, we must first begin to correct the mistakes of those that came before us. Tonight, we have both a duty and a responsibility to disband a legacy of racism, hatred, and ignorance. I ask that in full consensus of our school board that this resolution to change the name of Lee High School pass without opposition. I will leave you all with this. If someone kidnapped your child and sold them, where would you want us to put the statue of that person? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Collins.
I would just like to briefly add that Robert E. Lee himself opposed Confederate monuments. I ran across a while back and I pulled it up, so I want to be able to quote his words. I think it wiser, the retired military leader wrote, about a proposed Gettysburg Memorial in 1869, not to keep open the sores of war, but to follow the examples of those nations who endeavored to obliterate the marks of civil strife, to commit to oblivion the feelings engendered. He understood exactly what a monument to himself or anything of the Confederacy meant. Unlike what some people purport, he himself understood it and was against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Collins. Mr. Board Member Vice President Howard.
So first of all, I want to thank you, Brother Landis, for introducing this resolution. I mean, I think it's common sense. I just want to lift up that we have 400 years of slavery, 50 plus years of Jim Crow and segregation. We are racially divided in this country because America has not sat down for a moment to listen. The only way we truly heal is by having uncomfortable conversations. The true measures of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort, but where he stands in moments of uncomfort and controversy. True growth only occurs in moments when we are uncomfortable. It is time that as a school district, we send a signal that symbols of oppression, honoring history that is not inclusive, and tone-deaf responses have no place in Baton Rouge or the world, and more specifically, the school system. As a proud Black man, as a proud board member of this board, and a public servant of this community, I 100% support this name change. I just think that it's time for us to be abundantly clear about the message that we want to send through this district. We talk about, this whole notion of all, but all has to be inclusive. And it's unfortunate that we are sending kids to a school that represents such brutally murderous times for Black people. And if we really want to truly heal as a country, we have to understand what these symbols represent. And I just think, and with all due respect, Ms. Bernard, I just think that it's unfortunate that the comments that you made were just extremely tone deaf to our collective community, extremely tone deaf to the students of our our district. And I would be remiss if I did not stand up and stand against that in those comments. And I understand where you were coming from and recognizing history, but it's just wrong. It was totally wrong. This man was a murderer, he was a racist, and he was a bigot. So I just think that if we have to get uncomfortable and have these conversations from colleague to colleague, it's time that we do it. It's time that we start the healing process, and we can be the healing process for this city. We can be the healing process for this country. But it's going to take each and every one of us getting uncomfortable or becoming uncomfortable in conversation. And I can stand for a lot of things, but racism is one that I will not and I will never stand for. So we just have to make sure that we have these uncomfortable conversations and heal this country and heal this nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Any other comments from any other board members? At this time, I will call on myself, and I would like to introduce, if you would mind passing this down, I'd like to introduce a substitute motion. And I assume I have to read the entire motion, even things that don't change. Okay. So substitute motion, resolution to rename Lee High School, June 15th, 2020. Whereas a formal request has been submitted to East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, June 9, 2020, to rename Lee Magnet High School, formerly known as Robert E. Lee High School, with the support of community shareholders, teachers, and students. Whereas East Baton Rouge Parish Public School System is committed to operating schools free of oppression, racially offensive, culturally insensitive names, and symbols that adversely affect school culture and climate. Whereas it is the responsibility of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, under the direct supervision of the superintendent, to correct, modify, and/or rectify any such discriminatory matters which violate student rights. Whereas East Baton Rouge Parish School Board is prepared to commence the renaming process of Lee Magnet High School upon majority vote of the board by requesting the approval of the superintendent to allow the formation of a renaming committee. Now therefore be it resolved by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board in regular session duly convened that the superintendent is directed to pursue and complete the following actions by Thursday, July 16, 2020. 1, the superintendent to approve formation of a school renaming committee. A committee shall be comprised of, but not limited to, at a minimum, the following representatives: 2 members of the student body, 2 members of the community which the school is located, 2 employees of the EBRP school system, and 1 school board member appointed by the president of the school board. The committee shall hold number 2, committee shall hold a minimum of 2 public meetings with proper public notice and discuss all matters regarding school name changes. Sub-bullet. The committee will submit up to 3 names to the superintendent. Second sub-bullet, in the event the committee has more than 3 names, the committee shall narrow the list to 3 names without assignment of priority. Once the list is submitted, the superintendent shall then make a recommendation to the school board at the following public meeting for approval: September 2020 regular board meeting. Upon approval of the new school name, it shall be requested by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board that the process for removal of all signage and school paraphernalia located on the said school campus bearing the name Lee High School begin effective immediately. And then 5, in order to ensure prompt completion of the name change by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, the superintendent will direct that the 2020-2021 general fund budget include a line item for the amount of $200,000 to pay for the cost of the name change should it be approved. 6, the superintendent will direct that an estimate of the total cost of the name change, along with a detailed budget and project timeline, be presented to the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board at the October 2020 regular board meeting, highlighting any items that may not be complete by April 30, 2021, either due to timing or financial resource availability. These items are to be updated at the March 2021 regular board meeting. 7, in order to focus as much of the general fund resources to direct student education, the superintendent will direct the principal to set up a fund to receive contributions from the public to offset the cost of the name change. Any funds received will be used to cover for a cost above the $200,000 general fund appropriation or to reduce the amount of general fund resources expended on the name change, whichever is appropriate. The individuals, group, or company sources of the contributions will be reported to the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board at its October 2020 regular board meeting and at the March 2021 regular board meeting for public recognition and thanks. Be it further resolved that the superintendent, along with the school renaming committee, provide a full update on progress regarding this matter to the July 2020 Committee of the Whole and the August 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting. I certify the foregoing resolution was adopted by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board in a regular session duly convened on June 18th. The same has not been rescinded or repealed. So I so move. Do I have a second? Mr. Ballou seconds. I'd like to explain a little bit about why I am doing this. I have no problem with changing the name of Lee High School. I think it's time to do it. It's in my district, and I fully and completely support it. But I do think when we do something as important and more or less permanent, that we should allow time for public input as to what that new name should be. The policy calls for a committee to be set up, and the policy calls for the school board president to appoint that person. Policy also calls for the committee meeting to have a public meeting, and a public meeting means duly posted. I suggest we need two public meetings, one to accept names from the public as to what we should be considering, and then a second public meeting to consider all those items and narrow it down to 3. During this process for superintendent, I have had many people complain to me that we have not been public enough. I've even had a city councilwoman say that we did not have fidelity in our public meetings because they didn't mean anything. And I take that to heart. I really think that trying to do a hurry-up job on selecting a name during this period where it's in the middle of summer with a major holiday in it where we don't get true public input as to what the name should be is something I just don't think is correct. Another part of this motion talks about the cost. There is substantial cost in this. It goes way beyond just signs. It goes to uniforms and cheerleader outfits and on and on and on that costs money to do this. And these are the things we need to do. And by putting this into the general fund, it allows and makes sure that that activity happens quickly and is not handicapped by the availability of funds. But also it alerts the community as to what the actual cost is. And I don't want this change, that our students should not pay the burden of this cost change. We need to reach out to the community and get the funds to help do this. So again, I want to reiterate, I am not standing in any way, shape, or form in the name of changing the name of the school. All I ask is that we do a better job of including the public, because many of the public never saw this motion or anything until a few days ago, and some of them probably haven't seen it now. I think we need to do a much better job of involving the public as to the selection of what the name will be. And I firmly commit that we should today enact a motion to remove the name of Lehigh, but I think we need to pause and take a little time and get more public support and broader public input for the selection of what that name will be. So I've made the motion, it's been seconded. So next, I think it's Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, President Gode. I'm going to implore you to pull your substitute motion tonight. I want you to think about what you're asking the students around our parish, the students that attend that school, a parish and a district that is 81% African-American students. You're telling them that we're going to send you back to school inside of an oppressive building with a person's name that is going to further oppress you, a person that has scorned your history. If you were asking our students, or if you were asking our board, I want you to just to take a look and put yourself in our shoes, people that look like myself. If you were asking our board to change the name of a school named after a black man that instituted that pushed and promoted the institution of slavery against white people, this would not be a conversation. In fact, I'm willing to bet that that name wouldn't even been on that school for 75 years. I'm getting emotional about this because this affects me. Not just me, but every single student inside of this system that has to deal with this and has to learn their history and learn that our board is not going to act with a sense of urgency. You said we didn't have enough time. You said there should be more public meetings. Inside of this resolution, they specifically spelled out 2 public meetings that are already have notice. One is the committee of the whole in July. The next one is the regular board meeting in July. You said that the president should have the option of selecting the school board member that serves on the board. Every single thing about the formation of this resolution speaks and honors our policy. You still have the option of selecting that board member, but it also gives us the option to add another board member to that committee. To tell our students you have to wait a year after we address this is totally unacceptable. It is unacceptable. You say that you're not going to stand in the way. I implore you right now, don't stand in the way. Don't stand in the way of progress. Don't stand in the way of us trying to change our past by moving forward with our history, our future. Do what is right. I'm asking you to do what is inside of your heart, because I know that you will not send your students or even your own children to a school that is named after somebody that promoted the institution of killing people that look like them. You wanted the history, you got the history. You wanted the support is there. In fact, we don't even have to worry about the signage for the exterior part of the school. Our community has come together and said they will pay for it. What is the holdup now? You talk about our students in uniforms. Okay, let the students wear their uniforms, but change the name. Please do not complicate this process by adding more conflict to this. We have waited for far too long. Mr. Howard spoke on it, 400 years. How much longer do you want us to wait? When are you going to listen to the community's voice? It's not just black people that's speaking on this matter. If you look inside of your emails, you will see that it is teachers, educators, it is principals, it is administration, it is community stakeholders, it is elected officials from all across this country. In fact, I received an email from somebody all the way in Portugal, in Europe, that implored this board to change the name. The world is watching. We are the capital city. We are the capital district in the state of Louisiana. What type of message are we sending? And we're setting the standard for the rest of the state. We're going to sit on our hands and we're going to force our kids to go to this school again. That's not progress. No, that's not progress. We're better than that. We are better than this. Do what is right. I'm asking you to please pull the substitute motion. Do what is in your heart. Do what you know is right tonight. I'm imploring every single board member in the community that showed up tonight. When you get on that mic, you let it be known that we want the name changed immediately. Our students deserve better. That's why we were elected on this board. I'm not saying this to try to be boastful. I'm not saying this to get attention, because this is not a one-person effort. This has been our entire community that has come together and said this is wrong. Please do what is right. The sad part is I shouldn't have to beg us to make sure that we vote on something that is right for our students. But the fact is, I have to beg tonight. So I'm telling you, do what is right. Please. For the sanity of our city. For the betterment of our schools. But most importantly, for the students and the future generations that have to come inside of our district, let them know that when they came to us with a concern, we showed them how much we cared by acting immediately.
Thank you. Ms. Collins.
I can't, I can't support the substitute. I appreciate, it's a win because finally the name will be changed. And I was for it when it came up a couple of years ago. But I can't, and I appreciate that you putting the money into it. But if you go all the way to September, like I can even see a couple of weeks on the logic of making sure, public input, et cetera. But to go all the way to September, I mean, they'll be in school by then. It's just, is no, is nothing, there's no way to work with that. I mean, it's summer now. Let them get the new uniforms and everything in place, even if the signage takes a while because of cost and material and construction scheduling and things of that nature. But that, I'm just not gonna be able to support that. I'm gonna have to agree with my colleague on moving forward immediately. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Lannis, did you put up again?
Yes. As I said before, the substitute motion, I absolutely can't support. But I am willing to entertain a friendly amendment on pertinent policy issues. But before I agree to do so, I would like to ask upon our school board attorney to please let us know if there are any pertinent issues or policy concerns that you see legally that needs to be changed.
I'll speak briefly to that. And we spoke, Mr. Lannis and I, before this meeting, and also Mr. Goday and I. So the issues I see that will be resolved if we make the changes to align with policy of primarily under sections 1 and 2. Requiring that there be a board member appointed by the president of the school board is necessary. That's a policy requirement. The fact that there needs to be at least one public meeting, it does speak to at least one public meeting in the policy, so that needs to be added somewhere. I believe the amendment adds 2. And the fact that the committee is to submit up to 3 names. There has to be a minimum of 3 names, so that change is reasonable. I do want to say that if the committee comes up with more than 3 names, the policy requires them to limit it to 3 and then prioritize those 3. Otherwise, those names would be submitted with no priority. And again, that change, I believe, is in Mr. Goday's amendment. So everything under sections 1 and 2, every change recommended on sections 1 and 2 will align us with policy. The other changes are a matter of choice. So board members can make the decision to make those changes, including the timeline. I would only advise to make that any timeline you suggest or that you design allow for public meetings. I would recommend, Mr. Lannis, that the public meetings be separate from the committee of the whole meetings and the regular board meetings, because this may take some time and it may require significant input from the community. And sometimes we get rushed in these meetings, and even now we're here till 10 o'clock. So I would suggest to you that not to utilize those 2 meetings as the required meetings, to host separate meetings to allow the community adequate input. All of the changes would be optional based on what you were to decide.
I'm willing to entertain a friendly amendment for.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lannis, the substitute motion is on the floor
Oh,
now.
I'm sorry, you're right. I apologize.
I'm sorry.
No, you're correct. I apologize. I forgot. Sorry.
Mr. Howard.
Mic check. Okay, so I just wanted to speak briefly about the concerns over uniforms and all that. First, well, students at Lee High School don't wear uniforms, so like athletic uniforms and all that thing. Like vendors are all over the world trying to get a bid. So I just don't want us to like stall for the sake of saying, oh, we need this. And I understand what you're saying, Ms. Collins, and other people saying, like, we know that there are going to have to be some changes. But the signal that we need to send to our community immediately is that we will not stand for bigotry, we will not stand for racism, and we will not stand for systems and symbols of oppression. And so I understand what you're talking about, Ms. Goday, with the financial bearing and all that. But we have to send that signal right now, right this minute, that we will not stand for these things that we're saying Robert E. Lee represents and what we all know he represents. And so like Mr. Lannis has already said, there has been community support from all over the nation. We've even got philanthropic dollars, that will go to this cause. So we have to do this now. There's no need to wait. We've been waiting too long. We have so many bright students in those buildings And it's just time, and we continue to stall on these type of issues, but we got to make ourselves really uncomfortable, as I said earlier, and do what's right, do the right thing. I just implore this board to do the right thing, and not do the right thing tomorrow, do the right thing tonight, immediately, right now. The time is now. Change can happen today.
Thank you. Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. I hate that we have to address this tonight again. You know, we tried to resolve this a couple of 3, maybe 4 years ago, and it failed. And our excuse then was that, you know, we were going to have to change. The kids had bought uniforms, you know, that those kind of costs. And I don't know if y'all remember this. I remember it distinctly as people were walking out the door. The then president reminded everybody that this could come back to the board and that we expected it to come back. I'm surprised that it's been this long, but this is a hard, ugly topic that nobody wants to talk about. So it's a lot easier to just kick it down the road and say, "Oh, we'll talk about it later." You know, well. The things that are happening in our society right now were pushing this forward anyway. And then it was disturbing that a fellow board member would be as insensitive and say some inaccurate things about history that would just fan a flame, you know. I'm sorry for that. And this has pushed this whole topic in the forefront when we have something extremely important on the agenda that we don't want to get distracted on, but unfortunately we have to handle this. We have to talk about this because, you know, it's not just people right here on the board or in Baton Rouge, but it's all over the country. It's all over the world, and we're pushed now to deal with this. It's very unfortunate that we have to deal with it now, and I'm disturbed that this resolution was brought to not to the board, but to the superintendent and leadership. And if there was anything in it that was not quite right according to policy, it should have been handled before today. It's disturbing that we have to take our time now and try to wordsmith something when just some simple communication ahead of time could have helped all of this and we wouldn't be doing this. Now, as far as Robert E. Lee, it was the spirit in which the school was named that is most disturbing to me. We know around what time that was, what was going on in the civil rights, within civil rights, and it was basically done to just, you know, be a slap in the face. And, you know, it's been, I don't know how long, you said 75, I don't know, it's been 75 years, but if it was 59, I can tell you by my age, that's about 61 years, you know, that's a long time. And it's just way too long. That school was going to be named after the neighborhood at that time, South Downs High School, and then, you know, that got taken off the table completely, and we were strapped with Robert E. Lee, and it was our board that did that long time ago, but, you know, history is ugly, and this is not about slavery, you know, because if you look at slavery, you know, we would be changing all kinds of stuff, all kinds of things would be changing. But this is about somebody who was a Confederate general. He was on the wrong side, the losing side of a war. Thank God, because, you know, what would we be right now? You know? So, you know, where on earth, other than around topics like this, do we celebrate losers? Nowhere. But, you know, we built monuments, not just here, but all across the country. This happened, you know, long after the war was over. So this was not about hailing the spoils of war. This was about something very personal and very hurtful to a whole race of people who had already suffered hundreds of years of oppression and Jim Crow after that. And still to this day, we have pain. Still to this day, we have pain. I would suggest that if there's anything in the original resolution that goes against the grain of our policy, that we would fix that. And if we need a little bit more time, maybe, but I can't see us dragging this out, kicking this can down into the fall, into the spring, that's just totally unacceptable. That's like, that's almost adding insult to injury. It's something that we need to take care of it now. It's an urgent matter, and it's not just because the board members feeling the urgency. We're kind of pushed to do this, and it's not just here in Baton Rouge. It's long overdue. And I'm sorry about the circumstances that we have to bring it forward, but it's something that we have to take care of, and the sooner the better. And that timeline is a little tight, but when you think about the 4th of July being on a Saturday, it's not going to just disturb too much of the weekday or the holiday, because if somebody's doing something on the 4th, it's not going to be in the middle of the week, at least. It'll be on a Saturday. So it won't take that much time away from the original timeline, but I could understand stretching it out a little bit farther, to the end of the month, give you, we got 4 weeks now. You go to the end of the month, you got 5 or 6. But I really can't see us pushing this all the way down. Let's just get it over with, do it, take care of it as quickly as possible, and whatever we need to do about the uniforms, we'll handle that when we get to it. Thank you, y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. If my thing is right, Ms. Collins, are you back? I'm sorry, sir. We're going to follow our policy, and we finish the board first. Ms. Collins, do you have?
In the interest of time, I had wanted to clarify one of my comments, but it's minor. It's not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other ones on the board, so I will say something. I just want to make it very, very clear. I fully support changing the name. I am not standing in the way of that at all. It needs to be changed, and I will fully support that change. What I have proposed is a delay of 8 weeks to allow us time to fully vet what the new name is going to be. This has nothing to do with changing the name. Tonight, we will pass a resolution that requires the name to be changed. And so all I'm trying to do is give the public time to comment and have input and community input, which will always get hit upon that we don't do enough, to select what the new name will be. That is not done in the middle of the summer where people could not have input into what that name is. So this only delays the timetable versus what is proposed by 8 weeks. It's not a year. It's not anything else like that. And it also provides to have money in the budget to affect those changes. The original motion called for the recommendation to be made by July 16th. This motion calls for it to be made at September regular board meeting. That's approximately 8 weeks. So it's not a huge delay. It's not a year by any stretch of the imagination. And as far as for representation on the committee, all of these numbers that are on the committee are minimums. So there's always the possibility and option of raising that number of people who are on the committee. So I will stand with my motion because I think it provides a much better input for the community so that the entire community can be heard on what the new name should be. Then the old name will be going away by passing this resolution. My motion only talks about what the new name will be and how to go about selecting that new name. So with that, are there any other comments from the board? We'll now go to the audience. Any of the audience here present would like to speak to this thing? Ma'am.
I promise, Mr. Superintendent Warren Drakes and school board members, this is my last time tonight. What is the name now of Lee High School?
Lee Magnet High.
What is it?
Lee Magnet High.
How many students?
1,000 roughly.
It was supposed to be 1,500.
It's getting up to that
It
number
was
as it
built
goes
to
through.
house 1,500 children.
Yes.
And if it didn't house 1,500 children, the other regular children from the neighborhood, Valley Park, Gardere Lane, and Mayfair could go there, like they used to. Okay, that's another subject for another book. But it was supposed to be 1,500. And if it's not 1,500, it causes indigestion in me to come to a school board member. The school board meeting last time I was here was with one of my grandsons who was middle school student of the year, and he's outside waiting for me now. The meetings, it was during the day, so it was much better. But it's disgusting to use the word oppression, racism, any derogatory thing that's disrespectful to Mr. Superintendent Warren Drake and other school board members here and audience that's here. Racism, black-white issues, black-white, African-American. First of all, I didn't think I introduced myself properly. I am Minister Shirley Hampton Bowman Dupas. Been minister for the sick and the shut-in for nursing homes and hospitals for almost 20 years. But it's sickening and it causes indigestion, and we should know better, and we know when we learn better, we do better. And when we learn better, we do better. And in order to do that, we have to know who we are and whose we are. And it's disrespectful to continue to use the word racism, oppression, and all the other words that need to not be in the school board meeting, wasting time. And Mr. Superintendent Warren Drake, the school's name was changed under the leadership of my dyslexic son, Glenn Joseph Dupas, dyslexic from Westdale Elementary because of the 504, what is 504? Yeah. And he was students were allowed to read to him in kindergarten, first and second and third grade, and he explained it, and the teachers.
Ma'am, we have a long agenda. That's the time limit.
Oh, that's a time limit?
Yes, ma'am.
But anyway, the name of the school is Robert E. Lee Patriots High School, and that name was changed in 2004 and 5 under the student body, with my son being a student in 2000, graduating in 2000, the Robert E. Lee High, the Lee High School Patriots.
Thank you.
That's the name of the school.
Thank you. Next. Please state your name.
Gotcha. Hi, my name is Divine Jones, board member of SLICE, but more importantly, an elementary special education teacher in Ascension Parish. I say that to say that, just like other board members have already mentioned, it is not just the students and families here. My students could come here. They could transfer here. What I want you to know is, knowing there are crucial, passionate items on this agenda, I am disappointed that you would stuff it with items that are not as pertinent and could be addressed at a later date. It is after 10 p.m. Mr. Godet and other board members, you speak of building and restoring trust with the community, yet you want to extend the 75 years of this name with minuscule banter? Come on. There is no more stalling. Get it done tonight.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Candace Damon, and I am a member of SLICE. I have a problem with the fact that this board is acting like the East Baton Rouge Parish School System doesn't have a communications department. You guys can get together, put out a survey, you can put together a meeting, you can advertise. You have emails and contact information for every single parent in this district, for every single school, for every single student, for families, and for community members. Community members have already been expressing a lot of concern over this issue. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of folks who are already fired up to get this work done. If you say we need public meetings, call a public meeting. If you call a public meeting next Wednesday, we'll be there. If you say, okay, we want to change the name, we'll be there. It ain't going to take till September. It's not going to take till November. It's not going to take till March. You can get it done. You have the resources to get it done. It doesn't, saying I need to have community input doesn't mean that I have to delay everything. It means I have to act with a sense of urgency to make sure that I am informing the public. And then once I'm informing the public, I'm telling them this is where I need you to be. This is what I need you to send. I have a variety of apparatuses for you to submit new names. You can submit it via mail. You can submit it via email. You can submit it via survey. You can call us at this number. You can get all these things done. You can have people collecting this information. It doesn't take a long time. It just means you have to plan and prepare. What you are saying to your students is that I want to take my precious time because it doesn't matter as much to me because I was not the life that was impacted. But what we have to understand is Black students, white students, brown students, all need to understand that we need to be an anti-racist school system. And being an anti-racist school system means that we have to act with urgency to denounce anything, any symbol that honors a racist institution. We have to do that, and we have to act fast. We have to say we cannot wait. Because anytime leaders say we have to wait and wait and wait, it delays progress. And what you're saying by being able to do something as simple as this is that when it comes to a systems level change, when it comes to equitable distribution of resources, yeah, we're going to keep making you wait for every little thing. We couldn't even change a symbol this quick, so of course we can't change something else. Do better. Be better. You have the resources. Use them. Your community is here saying, yes, use us. We are ready to get this done. Work with them. Get it done.
Thank you.
Dr. Tia Mills, President of the Louisiana Association of Educators, with Anita Augustus, East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators President. We issued a joint statement to Board Member Lannis, and we also want to read it into record. School board members of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Black lives matter. Words matter. But above all else, our children matter. If we force our Black students to attend schools that are named after individuals who were known to suppress their ancestors, we send a message to them that the tremendous wrongs committed by such individuals are overlooked. This, in a sense, implies that racism is okay. As a teacher and a caregiver to a Black teenager, I am disappointed that we even have to have this discussion. The names of our schools should memorialize trailblazers, leaders that our children can be proud of. Role models that inspire them to be bold, compassionate, and kind should be uplifted. It is critical that children experience diverse thought when they are at school, not be exposed to racist undertones. The East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators and the Louisiana Association of Educators fully support the push to change the name of Lee High School because doing so would bring our community one step closer to unifying our community. Let us be the ones to set a positive example for the children in this parish and show them that in coming together, we are a force with which to be reckoned. Respectfully submitted, Anita Augustus, East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators President, Dr. Tia T. Mills, Louisiana Association of Educators President. And just so we make things clear, also, we want this to move immediately.
Thank you.
I still have a minute and 18 seconds. When I came to this meeting tonight, I never thought that I would be so emotional. But I wanted you to hear me. Mama!
Ma'am.
Mama! No, you listen. Listen.
Ma'am,
I'm
please
saying this
keep-
loud. Listen.
please
Because
keep
when
the cool.
George Floyd was on the ground, his words were to his mother, same as slaves who were separated. Their words were to their mother. We cannot continue. Every Black mother in this building hears George Floyd. Every Black mother And I need you to hear that. Tonight, we hear him again. Tonight, we cry and weep again. Why? Because it brought back up what happened to mothers whose babies were snatched away from them for no reason and no cause. So tonight, redeem the time. Redeem the time. Aunt Jemima redeemed the time. Uncle Ben's redeemed the time. Redeem the time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening again, Cleve Dunn Jr. First, I want to thank Mr. Landis for having the courage to bring this item. I want to thank his colleagues for the kind words of support. And not only your colleagues here, your colleagues, the people who served on this body before that supported this item 4 years ago when it was brought. 4 years ago, before the students entered the new location, we were here having the same conversation, asking you to change it then, so you won't have to worry about uniforms and additional signage and things of that nature. But you kicked the can down the road. Ms. Dyson, Mr. Tapman, Ms. Bernard, Mr. Ballou, we're here because of you. This happened on your watch. You didn't take care of business 4 years ago, and yet we're here again. So we're asking you 4 years later to make the change. We're asking you 4 years later to do the right thing. But not only you, Mr. Drake, I'm gonna make an appeal to you as the superintendent. I don't want you to just sit there with your hands folded. Get in this discussion, lead, implore your body as you've done in the past with other issues to support this initiative at your request. We want to hear from you. Not only do we want to hear from you, we want it to happen now. We want you to commit that this will happen before you leave. Don't pass this on to your successor. They shouldn't have to inherit this. This should happen before you leave. Make that commitment. Couple of more things. Mr. Goday, I can't blame you for what happened before. You wasn't here, but you're here now. How dare you try to hijack this item when this brother authored the item? No, sir, we will not allow that. This is going to be Mr. Landis' item, and maybe policy says that you make a recommendation, but I encourage Mr. Drake and this body to make sure the recommendation is Mr. Landis, who serves on that committee, because he brought the item. Nobody else will be accepted. He brought the item. He should serve. And finally, for the students who have a diploma with the name Lehigh on it, Mr. Drake, I want you to commit that they will have an option, those who want to get a diploma with whatever this new name is going to be on it. So we're asking you, and Mr. Drake, I've worked with you personally on several issues. I know you're a good man, but I want you to display some leadership here as you have in the past. Take the lead on this issue, do the right thing, send the right signal. Go out the door right. Do not leave this community divided. Thank you.
Next.
Good evening. I'm Jared Luter. I'm representing the Baton Rouge branch of the NAACP. Just want to read a statement. The naming of schools after Confederate heroes is rooted in history, a history of intimidation, degradation, and racism against Black people in America. It's important to note that Lehigh School wasn't opened until September 1959, at a time when a growing number of schools around the country were being named after Confederate figures as a result of the backlash against the Brown versus Board of Education ruling and the Civil Rights Movement. The movement, to move forward, we must honestly acknowledge the failings of the past and listen to those who feel marginalized. We agree with the community that the time for changing this school's name is well overdue. In the summer of 2016, the school board had an opportunity to respond to community concerns and rename the school, but stopped short of totally abandoning Lee. We support the board in adopting a name more representative of the passion, unity, and love of Baton Rouge. We also commend School Board Member Dadris Lannis for drafting the resolution to change the school's name. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
So I had intended to get up here and talk about how racist Robert E. Lee was, but I'm gonna talk about you, Connie, sitting over there shopping while we talking about Robert E. Lee. This is a picture of you shopping while we talking about racism and history in this country. Only white members of this board got up while we were up here talking too, because you don't give a damn, and it's clear. But I'm gonna tell you what the slaves, my ancestors, said about Robert E. Lee, since you don't know history, sister. Let me tell you that they said when he got the plantation, after he got off the field where 27,000 people died at Gettysburg, Connie, Robert E. Lee was a brutal slave master. Not only did when he whooped the slaves, he said, lay it on them hard. After he said, lay it on them hard, he said, put brine on them so it'll burn them. That's what Robert E. Lee did. And you set your arrogant self in here and sit on there shopping while the pain and the hurt of the people of this community is on display, because you don't give a damn and you should resign. You should have resigned 2 years ago when you choked a white man in his house. You should have resigned 2 weeks ago when you got on TV and said foolishness. And you should walk out of here and resign and never come back, because you are the example of racism in this community. You are horrible. Now to the rest of the board. You have an obligation to the people of this community, and 81% of them are black. And do you need a Klan rally outside, Mr. Goday, before you end it? Because holding it up means that you put that building in jeopardy. You do, sir. Because all over the country, they're burning stuff down. And black folks in this city have stood with protesters. I ain't seen you elected officials out there with them, making sure that nothing goes south in Baton Rouge. It's been folks in this community who give a damn, not just when it's comfortable, but every time. And 4 years ago, we came down here. Mr. Drake, they say you're a good man. Be a good man. Black folks say you're a good man. White folks say you're a good man. Your legacy is attached to tonight, brother. Your legacy. Now, let me say to the black members of the board, it's the most solidarity I've seen out of y'all in forever. Let's keep it that. Let's stand on this moving forward, because we don't need to apologize for Connie, Evelyn. She showed you who she was when she was sitting next to you while you were talking shopping. You don't need another example. Now, when do we as Baton Rouge stop being in 1856? If you want to name the building after somebody, how about PBS Pinchback, the first black governor of the state of Louisiana, when he was governor during Reconstruction? You want another name? Oscar Dunn, who was the lieutenant governor of the state of Louisiana in the 1860s, that gave the right for Darius Landis and Don Collins and Evelyn Ware Jackson and Tremel Howard to get here. You want to name it after somebody from Reconstruction? Name it after the people who fought for abolition of slavery. If you want to name it after somebody, honor the right people, the people who are on the right side of history. But it's your ancestor that the school is named after. So you're holding on to your heritage. But we built this joint for free. And we've done begging you to do what's right.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Brad Garden, community member. I would just ask one simple question. Is there anything that black people in this country can ask for and takes priority and it gets answered and respected today? Anything that we ask for and look for in partnership and support from our white citizens in this country, the answer is not today, maybe tomorrow, maybe next month. This entire board had an opportunity, had over a week to contact Mr. Landis, find some solidarity in this and get this done tonight. This is what we're talking about when we speak of systematic racism. Everywhere we look, there's symbols of racism at work, at home, at television. Tonight, the board missed a strong opportunity to lead for a change. When we say we need community involvement, the community had to drag the board and beg the board to get community involvement in the superintendent search. So we know that it is not always important that the board vote with the will of the community. Might I add, the will of the community, I think, is with us on this issue. Also, let me just say this, and I speak for our young people ages 18 to 25 that are out there in the streets and protesting on our behalf. We wonder why they're defacing property. We wonder why they're tearing things down. You guys had the chance to do it of your own free will tonight, no questions asked, but when they take matters into their own hands, you're going to look at them in a completely different light, but I support them.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Eric Brown. I'm an organizer for Stand for Children. I have 5 kids in the school system. I'm a coach at Estroma High School. And this touched to the heart for me because I graduated from Estroma 32 years ago. And there was 2 schools that we kind of feared to go to. And that was Denham Springs High School and Lee High. And so when I hear us talk about like what's going on now, guess what? I mean, the way I feel then is the same way I feel right now. And it really bothers me. You know, I normally don't get up and say stuff, you know, but this bothers me because it just feels like we're going backwards. And it can't be. It can't be. I know like the board has changed, so that's good. And believe it or not, and I want to commend everybody on this board because we're different now. We are different. And I want Baton Rouge to be innovative. Innovative means different. Stop doing the same thing over and over again. I mean, we have to change. We really do. I want to read something right fast. Basically, who I'm representing parents, community leaders, faith leaders, families across Baton Rouge. And our request today is simply change the name of Lee Magnet High School. Less than a week ago, we launched a petition requesting the name change. Within 72 hours, over 300 people signed the petition, and several community partners, including the Education Trust, Differ, Slice, United Faith, Leaders, and BREC. It is past time that we change the name of Lee High School. Lee Magnet High School was named for a slave owner, Confederate general, who fought against freedoms of Black Americans. In a district that predominantly served Black and brown children, we can't continue to allow children to attend a school named after a man who fought to oppress people who look like me. This board has the opportunity to be on the right side of history by renaming a school at which current and future generations of our kids will attend and fulfill their boundless potential. I am asking you to take a stand for our students today. Change the name, please.
Thank you. Next.
Gino McLaughlin. First thing, y'all need to start listening to Black people. Straight up. Y'all need to start listening to Black people. I got a couple words I'm gonna just read to you. But if we tell you something's racist, it's racist. If we tell you that the time is now, the time is now. That man told you the time is now. The time is now. I'm a community engagement specialist, so clearly I appreciate input from the community. But again, the time is now. We ain't got time to wait. 4 years ago, I stood before you and I recall for you my experiences as a student at Robert E. Lee High School. I made a lot of friends, I enjoyed my time, but the part that was most frustrating was being reminded that my humanity as a student was not valued. I started my education in Tennessee at Colonial Middle School. That school's mascot was the Colonels. It's Confederate Colonel. We changed that when I was in 7th grade. I moved on to Overton High School. That mascot was the Rebels. We changed that. And then I came down to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I landed on Gardier in a subdivision named Hermitage, where every single street is named after Confederate generals. I stayed on General Beauregard. And I ended up at Robert E. Lee High School, home of the Fighting Rebels. At Lehigh hung images of the Confederacy, Confederate colors, groups called the Confederates, the Rebeliers, Days of Dixie, and more rebel flags than I could ever see in my lifetime. I was made to bite my tongue until I couldn't anymore. As a student, I tried to address this. Names were tossed around, a school-wide referendum was held, and unfortunately, nothing happened then. The time is now. 4 years ago, when this issue was brought up before you, my son was set to start his high school career at Lee High School. He just graduated from McKinley High School last Friday. The time is now. And 4 years ago, 4 years later, my daughter is an incoming freshman at Lee High School. Similarly, we're in the same movement, Black Lives Matter movement, Black folks standing up, asking you to listen to us,
But for some reason, that's falling on deaf ears. It shouldn't take headlines. It shouldn't take black bodies laying in the streets for some of y'all to all of a sudden realize that the time is now to change the damn name. And so here I am again, 4 years later, as a graduate, as an alumni, as a parent, as a current member of the Parent Faculty Club, as a citizen, as a black man, disappointed that this city, that you guys still continue to tell us that you continue to cling to offensive imagery, all while other cities around the country work to undo this and take them all down. I'm gonna keep talking. I say let's undo this injustice.
Sir, in
rename
fairness,
Lehigh. The time is now, sir. I hear it. Let me talk though. You had your time. Let me talk. I live in the neighborhood. And I'm willing to sit on the board if asked to. But what we're not gonna do is tell black people that we're gonna kick the can down the road. I ask that you do what's right, pull the amendment, let's move forward. If Mr. Goday won't do it, then I ask the rest of you to put it on your conscience and vote Mr. Lannis's amendment in favor. I'm gonna leave you like I started. I'm gonna tell y'all need to start listening to black people, or else maybe your address is gonna be the next place where protesters end up on your front door.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, how you doing? Name is Arthur Panier. My school board member, she's absent right now, unfortunately. I actually had the pleasure to talk to her about 5 years ago. Before the school actually was finished building, it was put in process. I tried to tell her about, having it change. I called her on the phone, called her at her home, and instead, all I heard was a compromise. And the thing that I can't understand about the compromise is that if something is right, you don't have to change it. So if you're going through and you're taking a name that's Robert E. Lee High School and you're just dropping down the Robert E., the Robert E. part, that tells you that you understand that there's wrong in there somewhere, but you continue through anyway. Myself, I'm here just to educate or enlighten. We'll go through these comments that she went through last week. She actually said, I hope they would learn a little bit more about General Lee because General Lee inherited a large plantation. He was tasked the job of doing something with those people who lived in bondage to that plantation, the slaves, and he freed them. That is absolutely incorrect. I wish she was here to know that so I can tell her. But that is nothing but the United Daughter Confederacy information that they have passed for decades to students to try to let them know that this is something to be glorified. This is absolutely incorrect. One of the things I can say about Robert E. Lee, he left to try and go fight in the war that tried to put people or continue people into bondage. While he left his home in the Arlington House at the time, which is now Arlington National Cemetery, he left his wife there. When he left his wife there, she heard about Union Army soldiers coming there, and before they got there, she fled. Instead, she actually took the keys to the house and left it with her personal slave, which is named Selena Norris Gray. She left the keys there, and then next thing you know, it was the Union Army that came through to at least take over that particular plantation, which is now, to disdain it, they put bodies on that ground, which now we know and we glorify as being a place for our fallen dead. He stood up for the Confederacy. No way you can get around that. And I'll go to March 21st of 1861. There was a Confederate vice president of Alexander H. Stephens, and he had something known as a cornerstone speech. And in that cornerstone speech, he said, our new government foundations are laid, its cornerstones rest, upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race is natural and natural condition. He also went further and said, the North assumed that the Negro is equal and hence they conclude that he is entitled to equal privileges, rights with the white man. So what we're going to do is continue to allow this Confederacy narrative to play out and be glorified when it shouldn't be. We are sister cities to New Orleans. New Orleans actually took down Robert E. Lee Elementary School back in 1994. That's 26 years ago. And now we're still trying to hold on to it. And nothing's been done yet. But I'll yield back, but I'll tell you right now that I was able to sit there and watch while people were going through trying to express themselves, you and others included. And while she was doing that, she was sitting there looking at
Thank you,
beige and
sir.
red dresses
Time is
as
up,
that
sir. Thank
was acceptable. So that's
Thank
why
you.
she's gone right now.
Next. And look, we have a long agenda tonight, so when the time goes off, please respect it.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Vicki Tolliver August. At first, I was not going to get up and speak, but I wanted to, particularly when you mentioned about the cost of uniforms. Being a foster parent, kids come to me at times and they don't have the appropriate uniforms for a particular school. They're allowed to go to school in those uniforms. So that's not an issue. And I understand about athletics and the band and things of that nature, but we should not deduce this particular task at hand to a debate about the cost of uniforms. We should not. That should not be an issue. But I'm a educator, veteran educator, former history teacher, and this is what propelled me to come and speak before you. This is the alert that I just got on my phone. From Juneteenth to the Tulsa Massacre, what isn't taught in classrooms has a profound impact. On the eve of Juneteenth, educators say the history of systemic racism in this country and the contributions of Black people have been erased. There seems to be, according to historians and educators, that many children in the U.S. education system are not taught about major Black historical events, such as the Tulsa Race Massacre or Juneteenth. But we're teaching the kids or have taught the kids about so many other things. You're talking about Robert E. Lee, and you want to delay changing the name. And I'm talking to you, Mr. Godet, because you seem so passionate about this. And like everybody else is saying, it's because it's your ancestors, not mine. If there was a school with the name of Malcolm X on the building, would you want your kids to go there? Because he said to stand up for yourself by any means necessary. And I think that's what a lot of Black people are out here doing. We're standing up now by any means necessary so we can get you to understand. As educators, we all understand that all lives matter. We got that. But we're talking about Black lives and sending Black kids into a school with a Confederate name. Taking Robert and E off does not minimize the fact that it's still Robert E. Lee High School, just as Mr. Brown stated. I'm from Estruma, so I know about not going to Denham Springs after 6 o'clock. I know about having to play Lee High. I marched in the band at Estruma High. I know about all of those things. But the name means something, and it doesn't take a lot to get rid of it. If LSU can go ahead and move with taking down Middleton Library, the name, why can't East Baton Rouge Parish do the same with Robert E. Lee High? I just don't get it. And I want you to understand that we are passionate as Blacks. We are. And just as they stated, Mr. Drake, this is on your watch. And the four that was here 4 years ago, you need to think about it. We need to hold you all accountable as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Good evening or good night, everyone. My name is Devin Wright. I am a 10-year educator. I pastor in this community. I'm also a member of the South Louisiana Coalition for Education. As we come tonight, Ms. Ware Jackson, who is my, well, as she said, representative of the people, not necessarily our high school in District 5, I watched her in January plead with this board about the insensitive tone of saying that you would adopt a resolution that all school boards matter, or that school boards matter. And you voted to adopt it anyway. When she tried to speak and say, hey, this is alarming to a large group of us. Right after that motion, you all adopted the motion, which is on your record, to recognize Black History Month. I said then that it was insensitive for you to take the motion to recognize Black History Month when your actions did not do it in the previous motion. In hearing her, and yet again, I don't believe most of you, let me not say most, I don't believe that everybody gets it. When Mr. Gode said it's only 8 weeks, tomorrow's Juneteenth. We're celebrating and understanding that on January 1st of 1863, we were supposedly free, but it took a little time for us to figure out that we were free. How dare you tonight say it's only 8 weeks? That is insensitive. Miss Bernard is gone, and it's quite interesting to me that she's gone because that is the plight of privilege, that when you feel uncomfortable in a situation, you can just walk out. We ought not be in a position of just being able to walk out because it is something that is uncomfortable. And so I believe that the motion certainly ought to be, or your resolution amendment ought to be taken away, that we ought to go through with what has been said and laid out for us. And then I also just want to add a bit, although I'm primarily a math teacher, add a bit of context to this. We've got to understand that the mascot at Lee is the Patriots, but no one who ever taught anything about U.S. history would consider Robert E. Lee a patriot of this country. It's not there. So there ought to be some rechanging all the way through. And when we're finished here, we're going to our Metro Council and say, look, either you need to take Brightside and bring it up to College, or take College and take it down to Brightside, because Lee Drive got to go also. There ought to be a clear understanding that it is not okay for us to exempt things, move beyond them just because we feel a certain way and not listening at large. This will fall not on you, Mr. Drake, solely, all of you tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next. Next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Harmon. I'm speaking from our organization, Step Up Louisiana, on behalf of our parents. Our Baton Rouge Parent Unions completely supports the name change of Lehigh. Many of our parents want to, and parents including who have children at Lehigh, they really want to see a name that is revered, that really speaks to the African-American leadership here in this city in fighting for civil rights. And many of us would like to encourage that the name Sadie Roberts Joseph be considered. It's just a suggestion, but we would definitely wanted to make that known on record. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Again, another moment. I didn't intend to come up and speak, but I feel compelled at this moment. Mr. Gode, I have to say I'm disappointed that there was a very specific plea for a change. And instead of talking to the person who made that plea and saying, well, I think maybe we should have more public time or whatever so that y'all worked it out beforehand, that it really came off as usurping this person's statement of what needs to be done. And it came from, we're in a time right now where white folks need to take a back seat sometimes. And if you saw something that you felt like, you know, I hear what you're saying about time, and we're making a big fuss about not having enough time to talk about superintendent, so I understand where you're coming from with that. That was a conversation to have with the person with the concern. And that's something I feel compelled to say to all the white people listening wherever. Sometimes you got to take a back seat and let other people drive the car. And this is an instant of that. So I hope this can be a learning experience for those of us who need to learn a little bit about how to have relations with other races. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Are there any other in-person comments? Are you coming up to speak?
I'm so tired, Lord. I didn't know y'all met this long. Lord have mercy. But I'm glad to be here. I just want to make a comment because I want to make a comment and also just a point of clarification, because as I've heard everyone speak, I haven't heard anyone up here say that they don't want this school renamed. As I appreciate, everybody has agreed that they want the school renamed. And that, as I appreciate it, it's the time frame. And the kids are going back to school supposedly in August. There was someone that said September, but we were back there having a conversation. And my question is, you have another meeting in July, is that correct? You have two more meetings in July. So and I'll go back to my previous request about McKinley. You know, Baton Rouge has had an opportunity to respond to things in a very, very different way than a lot of cities across this country. And part of that is because we've had the opportunity, realistically, since 2016, to come to the table, have conversations, have dialogue, be transparent, and be real with one another, and allow each other the opportunity to hear. And not just hear, but hear with respect. You don't have to like me, but you at least respect me. And so at the end of the day, I'm just asking again, so that we can maintain and continue in the vein that we've moved forward, to please consider being able to come together. I don't want to use the word compromise because that's almost like a cuss word, but come together at least and say not September because the babies will be back in school. But if you do have a meeting in July, at minimum, allow for that opportunity to be held. Y'all agree tonight that the name changes, and then don't belabor it until till September. Allow for that to happen sooner than later. Appreciate the time, and thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Oh, I thought you were coming up. I didn't realize you were coming to the camera. Okay, no other comments from the audience. I will read comments from the internet. Let me refresh here real quick. So this is from Aaron Ralston. The resolution is a step in the right direction. Please consider forming a committee to examine all the names of buildings in the district. Lee is not the only white supremacist on the name of buildings in East Baton Rouge Parish. There may be cost to name changes, but the cost to leaving the names there is far greater. Take a stand against white supremacy today. From Taylor Mason. In all fairness, if the name of Lehigh is up for change due to the image of Robert E. Lee, then the same should be done for all schools. For example, McKinley High School, which is named for President William McKinley. A high priority during McKinley's presidency was full unification of the white South, both psychologically and patriotically, back into the United States. This initiative conflicted with the civil rights of blacks, which were being increasingly restricted in the South. So if we're going by images, then McKinley should definitely be considered for a name change. If we change one, change them all. Mr. Thomas, I think the name should be the Barack Obama High School. From FDANK, I don't know what exactly, is that a name or initials? Why do we have to remove history? Do you even teach history in your schools anymore? Or do you teach that part of history that your children won't be upset about? That part of history won't hurt their feelings. That part of history that shows white people as mean and hateful. That part of history that shows white people as racist and bigoted. You don't have the right to remove history. Learn from the mistakes of the past so they don't get repeated. From Kayla. The name could be changed to Stan Lee, Bruce Lee, Spike Lee, or another famous Lee. From Sharon Alford. I graduated from Robert E. Lee High School in 1976. Years ago, I felt the name shouldn't be renamed due to the ill background of it. I don't think it's right to praise such a person who held slaves and didn't want to end slavery. The history of any slave owner should not be glorified and honored. Therefore, I suggest the school should be renamed Southdown High School. April McGee. I think renaming Lehigh to Sadie Joseph Roberts High School would be such a fitting honor for the impact she had in her community. Mark Snyder. Eugene Daniel High School. He's a legend. Jefferson David Magnet. Get a job. Current students. Stonewall Jackson Magnet. Jaretta Corey. I feel EBR should change the name of Lee High School. Another one suggests Liberty High. I feel it's a name that will inspire a diverse audience. I also hope it will ring the bell of hopes through the halls. From Jim Giardina. With my suggestion, you should be able to leave the school sign Lehigh alone. All you have to do is put Spike in the hero of Lee. I am not a racist. I have more friends, black friends than white. I'm just sick of all the cowards catering to groups, and I will refrain from reading the rest. I actually have two questions. This is from Nathan Berry. Number one, is the name of the school changed? Will there be a plan to change the name of the street also? Is there a reason why there isn't a school in East Baton Rouge Parish named after a black person? Lewis David Simpson. As a 1965 graduate of Robert E. Lee High, I strongly support the move to rename Lee High. When plans were made for the school in 1957, the original name was South Downs Junior Senior High School. I suspect opposition to integration at the time was involved, and it switched the name of the school after a Confederate general. So in that context, the name not only honors the memory of a chief military officer in a war to defend slavery, but is also associated with continued Jim Crow oppression of African Americans. In 2016, I wrote to support the name change to a totally new school was built on the site. The name should have been changed then. Change it now. From Ronnie Spain. I vote to keep the name of Lee High School. Class of 67, great memories of a better time. From D.L. Harold. I'm just thinking, LSU Magnet. Could you have L in the place already? Could you just space EE with SU? After all, the school is close to LSU. Another name suggestion is Unity Magnet High. That will cover each and every race, creed, and nationality. Mark Smith, are you going to rename the street too? When will history completely be removed? When it is, it will repeat itself. None of us were slaves or slave owners. There are more important things to spend time and money on, like being a dad to your children, teaching kid leadership. George LeBlanc, and I am not censoring any of these. I'm just reading them as they come. George LeBlanc, I graduated from Robert E. Lee in 1971. I wasn't a great student, and I can confess that going to school wasn't on my list of favorite things to do. However, those were some best years of my life. I truly hate to see this happen. Has the time come to this where every vestige of Southern history is slowly being expunged? Robert E. Lee was a great Southern gentleman and arguably the most skilled general to take the field. Of course, you might expect such praise coming from a Southerner. I am a writer and amateur historian. How do you compare the fact that Germany has laws in place that require restoration and preservation of all surviving structures of the Third Reich, but we cannot wait to tear down every remainder of the Southern War of Independence? I wonder what the new name will be, and I'm going to skip the rest. Kimberly France, perhaps it's time to consider the name of a civil rights leader and the name of a female. Laurie Jones, I'm a 1982 graduate of Robert E. Lee High. I hated the name then, and I can't believe it hasn't been completely changed. Do it now. John Lee, are we going to have to rename the whole Lee Drive? And I'll stop at that. Daria Joy Carter, I'm a newly graduate of Lehigh Magnet High. The name of our school has nothing to do with our academics or the fact that we're ranked number 8 in the state. Students are what make the school. If the students want to rename our school, they need to add Magnet to the title and refer to us as Lee Magnet High School. Even though Robert E. Lee was a member of the Confederacy and pro-slaves, that is not what our school is about. We can't change history, but we can make a better future. Let's not forget that Lee is on Lee Drive, Tower is off of Tower Boulevard, and McKinley is on McKinley Street, and Baton Rouge High is in Baton Rouge. The students and faculty never complained about the name of our school, so why should outsiders have the need to have a problem with it? I'm just proud that I graduated from Lee. That doesn't mean I support Robert E. Lee as a person. Removing his name completely removes a piece of history. Daria Carter. To finish off my statement, being part of the first four-year class of New Lee, we have seen the most changed. Will changing the name of our school mean that the Lee Magnet High Lady Patriots basketball team, who are 2-time state champions, don't exist anymore? Does it mean that we have to completely change our gym because Lee Patriots is engraved to the floor? With EBR having a major budget cuts, does the school board really want to pay for all the alterations that will have to be done for my school? I do not want my diploma to say one thing, then the school to say another. Don't change the name because of the history behind it, because education that I got is all that matters. Geraldine Spooner. I have two names, two ideas for names. One is to name it after our 44th president, President Barack Obama, and the second is to name it after the late Sadie Robbins Joseph. From Colleen Kissel. Please, please change the name of the school. Almost anything would be better than Lee. Baton Rouge schools need to be a welcome environment for students, and naming building after Confederate slave owners is not welcoming by any means. Milton and Erica Hammer. First, we must regret for not communicating our distaste about the name of Lee High to our school board members. When we all as informed citizens disagree with something that we see happening in our local government, we must persistently engage our elected officials about it. Otherwise, they would think that most people don't care either way. We must be the squeaking wheels to advance change. It should be required monthly activity for students to communicate to officials with decision-making power beyond their school administrators about issues they feel passionate about. In this way, EBR Public Schools would produce engaged and empowered citizens. In regard to naming Lehigh, we've heard the diplomatic plea of let's choose something generic that won't cause contention. But history is contentious. Whitewashing history is outdated, biased, and historical. White kids want to be well informed of the true, full history of their company and world, not kept sheltered and uninformed to the desperate experiences of people groups that we call America and Louisiana home, as we are throughout Louisiana public educations. High school kids can handle contentious issues in history, even if they even crave it. We have some Lehigh renaming suggestions to remedy this longstanding misappropriation of historical figures and their impact on society. For how many years was Robert E. Lee honored in a way that was unfit for a treasonous general fighting to keep humans in chained subjunction? Too long. Let's commit at least to name that long honoring his opposite, a woman of peace and dignity, Sadie Roberts Joseph, Baton Rouge African-American Museum founder and community activist. Haiti Thomas, Maggie Turnstile, Inez Barranco, and Olivia Algiers, first black high school graduates, Louisiana 1916, Baton Rouge Colored High School, now McKinley High. Mary Briscoe and Sandra Ann Jones, Southern University students jailed in Baton Rouge for peaceful lunch counter sit-in. Claudette Colvin, a 15-year-old girl arrested in 1955 for not giving up her seat to a white man in Montgomery 9 months before Rosa Parks and the bus boycott. From Erica Hammer again, school board members ought not to be making racist comments. I've heard such a multiple school board meetings this year. If you're unaware of what I'm referring to, your ignorance is damaging to the public trust and your ability to adequately serve them. Seek to educate yourself about race. It is not political, out of respect to the majority of the families you serve. Augustine M. Jackson, I'm okay with the proposed change, although I felt dropping Lee was sufficient. Ernest, from Ronald Wyndham, Ernest Morial, one of the first black law students at LSU and mayor of New Orleans. Martin Luther King honoring this country's greatest civil rights leader. Collis Temple, first African-American basketball player at LSU. No name, and someone puts no name, I'm not going to read it. Stephen, if Lee High School is up for discussion for renaming, there are other schools and mascots in the school district which look to be offensive to someone. Are we creating a space that everyone is welcome? The use of a person's name will always create some type of offensive aura to someone. The mascot is portraying what people were. The mascot Buccaneer is a pirate, which was a label for people who did bad things. From Alex R. A school is based upon the principle that young people should be equipped with the tools necessary to learn and grow, to become better adjusted individuals who can and will seek out information, grow and prosper, take risks, and develop a sense of unity, etc. None of that is possible without first establishing an environment as safe, secure, and positive. School should be a safe place. A safe place does not continually remind its young learners that they are considered other. A safe place is not named after a man who led a foundation that upheld the oppression of people. A safe place does not commend or uphold the leader of a group whose fundamental ideology was rooted in racial prejudice, bigotry, and slavery. Black and brown persons should not be made to bear the name for the sake of tradition or uphold a majority's comfort. If the kids do not do their best in school, shouldn't the kids do the best for the kids? Shouldn't the school do the best for the kids? Let your schools take pride in a name they can be proud of. From Katie McGreal, change the name. This should have been done in 2016. It is embarrassing. We have a great school with great teachers, that teaches great students, that chooses to honor a racist legacy. Our black students deserve better. I would love to hear the Lee students' input. From Katro Amons, if Lee High School to rename, I think a person's name should not be used instead a name for a Louisiana symbol or a well-known feature of the state, like azalea, magnolia, etc. Then no ethnic group would be offended. From Alan Benoit, in favor of renaming Lee High School but not erasing history. It's taking away honor from one person and giving it to someone who is more deserving. June Conti, it is a stain on the East Baton Rouge system character that we still have schools named after Confederate soldiers, a symbol of racism and bigotry. We don't see schools named after Nazis in Germany, and we don't see memorials to white supremacists here. We're glorifying a slave owner, which sends a message to black students, some of them descendants from those slaves, that we don't care about them. Changing Lee High's name would not erase history or a legacy of scholarship. Instead, it means that we're no longer honoring white supremacy, because that is all the Confederacy was. White supremacy claiming human beings as property. Around the country, people are removing Confederate statues and changing names of schools because they recognize that glorifying racism in the name of preserving history harms students. East Baton Rouge needs to be on the right side of history for once. We do not want to look back 20 years and be embarrassed by our lack of action. From Sierra Hart, African American students make up 81% of the total population of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Since 1619, African American children and their families have faced bigotry, oppression, and exclusion from educational opportunities in the U.S. To this day, students, families, and community partners work to dismantle oppressive education systems and fight for educational equity, barred and from the educational system. Now, 13 years after the closing of the longest desegregation order in the history of the United States, and 4 years after removal of the Robert E. Lee school name, Baton Rouge children are still subjected to the bigotry that called for segregation to exist in the first place. Robert E. Lee's legacy of hatred and bigotry toward people who look like the majority of the students you were elected to serve is not one that should be honored. Change the name of the school. Our students deserve better. I'll let you read a few.
All right, moving on, Dr. James Finney. While changing the name of Lee High School seems like a proper action, I believe that this resolution is premature. Rather than having continuous discussions about one school name at a time, the board should revise its policy to determine the proper format for a school name. Should it ever include the name of a person, whether living or deceased? Should multiple words be allowed? What about initials or punctuation? What about the word "the"? What determines the word magnet is included? Do we have senior high schools or simply high schools? Once those basic guidelines are determined, the board can organize a process to quickly fix the schools' names that don't conform to the new system. And it would be appropriate to consider removing the word Lee from high school and replacing it with a different word. Jennifer Carville, Progressive Social Network. I think it would be beneficial to add 2 alumni from Lehigh to the renaming committee. I would like to think that although alumni would feel nostalgic ties to the name Lee, they could see the importance of renaming the school and would also want a voice in the new name. Jasmine Pogue. I'm in favor of renaming Lee High School. It is time we stop holding on to names of people who would have enslaved the students attending the schools at the time. What are we telling our children when they have to attend schools named after enslavers? I do not appreciate school board members supporting the names of enslavers on our buildings and request that all school board members, namely our white school board members who are ignorant of the history, take the time to learn about Robert E. Lee. Charlie Stevens. The school system tried to rename Lehigh almost 5 years ago when I was a freshman there. We had widespread support then, and there is still widespread support for this action. The board has just not been willing to listen to those concerns. Something that I know all too well about this board, the refusal to listen to student concerns. Sharon Evans. Consideration to name Lee High School Frank B. Milliken High School. The late Mr. Milliken was instrumental in initial desegregation student, and staunch fighter of equitable opportunities for all the children of East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. Tony, a community member. Leave the name alone. Quit erasing history. Remember, we should learn from history so that we're not on the path to repeat it. Darlene R. Lee High School's name should be changed, as it should have been in 2016. Abbreviated as it may be, it is still Robert E. Lee. Children should be proud of the school that they attend, and the name should not be shameful or offensive. Let's think about this. If a team won a championship, would you not give the trophy to the loser? The Confederacy lost the war. Why are we continuing to glorify the loser? It should not be a matter of if we should change the name. It should be what we should change it to. To that point, I would like to offer to rename Lehigh May C. Jemison High School. May C. Jemison High School. This name reflects a STEM component and is one of our students can be proud of. Destiny Cooper. We must change the name of Leaf High School. We cannot believe that we serve our children by allowing a school in our district to bear the name of a Confederate general. I urge the board to show our children that we will choose to be an anti-racist school system. Lachelle Jenkins. As an African-American woman, it is a slap in the face to see the name Lee High School is still there. The children of color have no idea what Robert E. Lee had done in history. I find that upsetting that history is not being taught. Telling the truth. I'm an English teacher, and I try my best to expose my children to things that things they don't. People keep talking about it's our culture. So are you okay with lifestyle keeping blacks in bondage to save money in your pockets? That is precisely what Robert E. Lee did, and it is not. And it's time to change the name. Our kids deserve better than that. It is mind-boggling because most of the demographic are people of color. We have to start considering our children of color when decisions of education is concerned. Marcy Frazier. All students deserve to attend a school that is representative of their community. Change the name. Our kids for far too long have had injustice of attending schools named after someone that fought to keep them enslaved. Our students and community deserve better. Please vote to change the name of Lee High School to be more inclusive of all students. Jaleesa Jones. Mr. Landis, thank you for having the courage to bring this issue to light. Our schools are not what they were 40 years ago. Our schools should reflect what our community and students they serve look like now. Our children should not be subjected to attend a school named after a slave owner who did not even view their race as a human being. This is changing all around the world. I would hate to see Baton Rouge on the wrong side of history. Tiffany Tremay. The change is overdue. What makes Robert E. Lee so significant that he is the only person with a school named after him in East Baton Rouge Parish? The district is majority minority, and yet we have one of the highest esteemed schools adorned with his name. The change needs to happen ASAP. Leslie Jenkins. The problem with this board is that everything is always pushed back, hoping that we forget. We will not. Change the name now. There is no need to push it back to any other board meeting. Vote now. Lincoln James. We can't send out a Google form. We can send out a Google form for names. Change the name now. That's ridiculous. Yvette Payne. I'm beyond disappointed at the white members of the school board. Not one member other than Mr. Gode with a trumped up resolution, no doubt crafted by you cowards, said silently by during discussion of this item. This board represents a more than 80% black districts. Your silence is complicit, and your actions are equivalent to modern-day slavery of our children by allowing them to attend a school with the name of a man who enslaved, abused, and murdered people who look like them. Shame on you all. Page. The name of Lee is hurtful to its students. Those students who have already graduated will have to look at the name on their diplomas. Don't stand in the way of progress. Carson Gilbo. We are talking about changing the name of a school, but we are allowing poor leaders to send our students into the community ill-prepared. Tara High is at the top of my list. Dr. Mary Leach. There is no reason to delay there's no reason to delay renaming Robert Lee High School. This time is upon us to do what is morally right. Danielle Brown. Mr. Gode, if you agree with the name of Lee High should be changed, then why are you now only engaging in a conversation to rename the school after more than 2 years as the school district's representative? Darlene R. Sir, you have been appointed by the public to make the decisions on their behalf. We do not need to wait any longer. Hannah Amoroso, parent in Gode's district. My husband and I participated when the first name change occurred a few years ago. We plead and made public comment to our school board members to get rid of this name. The internal stakeholders of our system overwhelmingly support this. Do what is right for the current students in our systems. Don't worry about the people who take every opportunity to badmouth our different district every chance they get. Do what is right. Now, Megan Matt, with all due respect, Mr. President, you had no problem naming these superintendent choices through without public input. But suddenly, when it is time to do a name change, you want months of public input. Mr. Lannis was the board member who was brave enough to finally get this done. Ms. Bernard was willing to go on TV and make tone deaf at best, blatantly racist comments at worst. You were willing to have public Facebook debates with black men on the board to defend these statements, but you are unwilling to support this well thought out policy as it is. The public has had 7 decades to give input on name change. 4 years ago, you had a chance to hear from the public, and you once again chose white supremacy by keeping the Lee name. You have received a flood of emails. You know what we want. Remove the substitute motion, support Mr. Landis. That will be the first step if you're serious about healing. Folks have waited long enough. Do what is right. Thank you for your time. Hannah Birchman, take down the sign in the morning. The silence and posture from our white board members on such important issues speaks volumes. Jasmine Poe, I did not use my full time. Consider this as an amendment to my original comment. The fact that none of the white school board members have said anything is appalling. The fact that Ms. Bernard is not even engaged in the conversation is appalling. The fact that her laptop shows her possibly shopping during this conversation is appalling. Ms. Bernard should resign, and racist name on this school should be changed immediately. Stop the stalling tactics, change the name, take down the racist name sign this week. Darlene R. Mr. Ballou, you have been elected by the people in your district to make decisions in their absence if you want to. You can. This is the right thing to do. This is the right time to do it. Our nation, our country, our state, and our city needs to move in the right direction right now, tonight, this moment. Thank you. Jessica Molly, show the community a sense of urgency. Now is the time from a committee, hold a public meeting, vote on the name change, and change the signage. We can be patient with getting new uniforms, ordering new promotional materials, etc. Stand up for what's right. Karonda Corley, exactly 1 year ago, I stood before you on renaming Polk Elementary after Miss Eva Lagarde. At that time, I spoke about changing the name of Leaf High School and the oppression that comes along with it. Mr. Gode, have you ever been hung from a tree? Miss Bernard, have your children ever been ripped away from you and sold? Miss Dyson, have you ever been stripped naked or brutally raped just because? Mr. Ballou, have you ever had to pick cotton? Mr. Tabman, have you been put on exhibit to be sold? Our ancestors never received a halt before enduring all of these before mentioned. We shouldn't receive a halt now. As easily as African American ancestors were executed, isn't easily you should execute the change. Change is not always comfortable, but sometimes very necessary. According to the Bible, what you do for Christ will last. As children of God, I ask you for you to stop crucifying the children and do what Jesus would do. Jesus would show compassion and love. When will you change the name? What about the children? Danny Brown, Board Member Bernard, I heard you pursue the media with misinformation to defend Robert E. Lee. And now I watch you tap and type away at your laptop instead of actively listening to your fellow board members who are expressing their personal pain and frustration and that of their constituents. I implore you to please suspend your privilege and give your colleagues the courtesy of your attention and response to your inflammatory comments. Ronnie V. It does not take 8 weeks to select a name for a school. If nothing is wrong with handling issue, immediately pull the substitute motion. Peter Gavaris. I am in favor of renaming Lee High School. Please strongly consider the plea. Thank you. Jasmine Pogue. One last amendment. We do not need 8 weeks. This public is engaged, and I guarantee you'll get responses immediately on this matter. I find it hypocritical that you want public input on something that already had lots of public input, but you don't want public input on the next superintendent. And Anna Marie Blank. The substitute motion whitewashes the actions of your fellow board members. This name change needs to happen. Quick, bold action. Don't make a half step on this issue. Mr. Gode, think about the fact that you'll need to micromanage and control the process. Follow the lead of the black people who are affected by this and telling you how to fix it. Pull your substitute motion and follow them. Take a full step forward and pass the original motion. David Ramsey. I don't always agree with Mr. Landis, but the name change should be done as Chief Justice Earl Warren stated in Brown versus Board of Education with all deliberate speed. William Minton. This is going to be my last one. Mr. Gode, what are you doing? This is dangerous motion. Withdraw your substitute motion. We do not need two public comments. There will not be a name suggested in the second public comment that is so perfect to everyone grateful there were two instead of one. Today, to delay this decision past the start of the school year and require Black students to attend a school named for a man who fought to enslave their ancestors is worse than offensive. Students will talk about it and they will feel demoralized. Delaying the name change to allow it to be the subject of hallway discussion is to bully and demoralize the students you have been elected to serve. I hope the person in public comments have impressed on you the importance and urgency in this matter. Mike, you are my rep as your constituent. I am asking you to withdraw this substitute motion and let Dadris amend his motion as he has already expressed a willingness to do. Please, it is the decent thing to do.
This is Mike Cavill. I'm a white man who graduated from Robert E. Lee in 1986. I did not make myself aware of the school name history while I was there, but recall the mascot rebels and Confederate flags behind being ubiquitous. I am now aware that this school, my school, should be renamed now, not later. I grew up thinking nothing wrong with the rebels and the Confederacy because it was so embedded in our culture and separation and segregation in Baton Rouge. I'm still proud of my public education in EBR, but I asked our board to act on Mrs. Lannis' proposal to change the name so that other white children will not grow up thinking nothing wrong with celebrating the Confederacy and what it stood for. Please change the name of my high school. Thank you. Brittany. Connie Bernard leaving the meeting was unprofessional and disrespectful to your constituents. President Godet, everything can be completed in a 4-week time frame. You just voted to make adjustments to a $15 million grant in 2 weeks. Let's get this done. Black Lives Matter. Perform a committee as a whole to decrease time of this meeting and focus on the main important agenda items. That is the last of the public comments. So now we go back to the board comments, and I have my name first. No, I'm first. Refresh the public comments. I don't know where we are. Oh, wait, wrong topic. This is from Zora. And from now on, we're going to need to make it a requirement that people need to give their full name when they put in comments, because we require that from people who are here in person. I'm going to continue with that, but we need to make a note for the future that we need to do that. Zora. This woman, Connie, is a perfect example of IDGAF and the misuse of public office and her ability to leave a meeting when called out. This is privilege. It's easy to run. When things get heated and uncomfortable, it's unacceptable. Mr. Godet's substitute motion, a perfect example of privilege and wanting to support, but not fully understanding or trying to understand why Black Lives Matter and making the agenda about him instead of letting Mr. Lannis lead is disrespectful. If not now, when? How many knees on black people's necks do you need before you get it? Lisa Patterson changed to Nene Leaks High School. Neil Aber. I'd like to thank the school board for taking on this issue tonight. It would be easy and cowardly to punt down the road. Liz Smith. Renaming the school is the right thing to do. Inclusive committees start with inclusive schools in which every student is welcomed to an environment conducive to learning. And a school named in the honor of a historical figure whose actions start to preserve and perpetuate subjugation of Black Americans has no place in an inclusive community. The Baton Rouge Area Chamber stands in favor of righting this historical wrong and urges EBR to take action. Vivian, you don't need until September for public feedback. You've gotten enough comments for tonight. Name it after Sadie and order new signs tomorrow. Dominic Zion. To suggest that cost is a reason to delay or refuse a name change is absolutely ridiculous. I'm more than sure the funds could be raised if needed. The first two items on the agenda were to name a school gym and a courtyard after amazing and honorable men. You all voted unanimously. How is the same meeting do you think it's okay to delay or deny this change? Jennifer Harding, this is an embarrassment. This shouldn't be that hard. It's exhausting watching this body ignore the will of the people over and over again. There's no excuse to drag your feet on this or change your name. The name is now. Paige, do you know that Sadie Hawkins Roberts' grandson just graduated from Lee? Wouldn't it be perfect for his grandmother's legend to carry on in writing on his diploma? Katie, can we have a motion to forego hearing all comments on this matter? It's obvious that the proposal to change the name is going to pass. Can we move on to discussion of the new superintendent? Kim Johnson, remove race and come to a common ground. Lakeshore High or East Lakeshore High? A school of excellence sounds nice. You get the gist. Something on those lines would suffice. So now that closes the public comment. I'm the first on the thing to request to speak. I want to be clear when I made my substitute motion. I fully supported changing the name, and I also did not raise costs as an issue. I, in fact, injected general fund money to the project to make sure it could be done. And I want to make sure everyone is clear and understands that. I was not using costs as any kind of an issue. I still think it'd be better to have more time to have public input. You've seen already the list of names that have come out, and I think having a little bit of time to sit and reflect on such a change that's going to be for history would be responsible. But I also have heard everyone here speak tonight, and if you think 8 weeks is that important to make this change, I will withdraw my substitute motion. Do I have your agreement from the second? No, Mr. Blues.
You know, Mr. Goday, I think you made a very thoughtful substitute motion, and I see nothing wrong with it. I understand people's eagerness. I understand Mr. Lannis's eagerness, but I wish he would have. I wish he would have proposed this resolution at any time during the 18 months he's been on the board before a night when we're voting on a new superintendent. I just think it's distracting. I'm willing to support it. I think it's a reasonable motion. I don't see any reason to back down.
Then I can't withdraw it, but I will vote against it in favor of Mr. Lannis's motion.
All right. Well, I'll withdraw then.
Thank you. So the motion is withdrawn, and we move now to the motion as written by Mr. Lannis. Mr. Lannis, would you accept friendly amendments correcting the? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That is right. We have a bunch of people in the queue. My mistake. So let's see. Would someone tell me who's next? I've lost it.
It's Ms. Dias. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It is Mr. Lannis.
Mr. Lannis.
Thank you. So first I want to address something that one of my colleagues just brought up. He said that I've been on this board for 18 months and I could have brought this issue up at any time I wish I would have. This is the problem with situations like this. When I was elected on this board, one of the first things that I wanted to do was change the name. But you know what I was told? I was told to wait. Wait, we'll get along. We'll get along. We'll get to it when we get to it. Let's wait until after the superintendent search. Just continue to wait. Kick the can down the road while our students attend this school. But you know what? For that, I apologize. And I'll tell you this tonight, community, I will never again wait on an issue that affects everybody around this parish. It will never happen again. You have my word, my sworn word tonight, that it will never take place again. Because you know what keeps ringing through my mind? What keeps ringing through my mind is that child who left a comment and said, it's okay to go to a school with oppressive symbols. And that is the issue. What can be more degrading than a child or a student of color attending a school with those types of symbols and think that it is okay? We are desensitizing our children by allowing them to be inside of school buildings that look like those and that sound like those. That's the very reason why we should have a sense of urgency to change this tonight. I'm gonna just let that sit on you guys' mind. And ladies too.
Are you done?
Do what is right.
Okay.
Do it tonight.
Are you done?
I'll let you know when I'm done, President
Okay,
Gode.
I'm sorry. No offense meant. I was just trying to figure out if your breaks were meant you were done. Sorry.
I'm taking breaks because it's taking me some time to really conceptualize what is happening here tonight. We have literally had people in here waiting for 2 hours talking about something that we already know what we should do. 2 hours talking about Lee High School. 2 hours. And we're going to be here another 2 hours discussing the superintendent. Come on, board. Let's do what is right. You have the power to change this. They had the power to change it then, and guess what? They changed it to Robert E. Lee. So let's fix it tonight. I'm done.
Thank you. Ms. Dyson.
I was already skipped, so I'll put my name back in the queue.
I'm sorry? Who is next? You were next. Oh, I'm sorry. I might be on the wrong plate of this.
It should have been Mr. Lannis, Mr. Gode, Ms. Dyson, Mr. Blue.
I have Mr. Lannis and me, and I went, and then Ms. Dyson was next.
Yes, it's Ms.
Yes.
Dyson's turn.
Again, I'm back in the queue. I was before Mr. Blue.
You are. I'm going to Mr. Blue next. Mr. Blue only spoke about the second, to withdraw his second from my motion. That was all. Yes, please. Ms. Dyson, do you have a comment?
I do. So before this, all of the comments that have been made, we had some thoughts about figuring out how to come together on some of this. There are some, I think, first of all, there's some issues with the original resolution not aligning with our policy. So I'm not wanting to change policy tonight. So I think I just would like to ask again. I was under the understanding that the front 1 and 2 and everything between them needs to stay with the changes in order to align with our policy.
Yes, ma'am. I believe Mr. Lannis has indicated that he is willing to accept those amendments to align the resolution with policy. Correct, Mr. Lannis?
For 1 and 2
yes,
only.
correct.
So
There is no motion on the floor for that right now, just to be clear. So
Right.
go ahead, Ms. Dyson.
So, and then I understood that there was, I think he said there's already philanthropy dollars to do it with, and, because it's the gym floor too, and I just don't want to think that we've missed thinking about different things, but, so maybe there's no need for, number 5 or number 7. And then it's just a matter of how long will it really, take us to do this efficiently, but not delay. So, Mr. Lannis, what are your thoughts there?
I'm sorry, it's not his turn on the floor. We'll come back to you, and you
Okay.
can make an amendment to do your thing. Ms. Bernard.
Thank you. I was only going to ask that we incorporate the policy into Mr. Lannis's motion, which I think strikes. Are they identical, Mr. Godoy?
Yeah, well, let's let the wording, let our general counsel suggest the wording to change that when it comes time to make the amendment. And I want to give, I want to give Mr. Lannis the right to propose the amendment as he sees fit.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think if they're identical, that all we have to do is strike 4 through 7, unless Mr. Lannis would be willing to include 6. 6 is the superintendent will direct that an estimate of total cost of the name change along with a detailed budget and project timeline be presented to the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board at the October 2020 regular board meeting, highlighting any items that may not be complete by April 30th, 2021, either due to timing or financial resource availability. And then is there any issue with item 7 in order to focus as much of the general fund resources, but then it talks about public recognition of the individuals at the October 20th and March 21st. Of course, we don't really have to put dates in there because it might be a different date when we made those recognitions. I don't know, but would some of those things also be included in your motion?
So I think President Goday has already said that he is going to vote against his motion. So anything that you see in front of you right now, well, it's already been moved. So anything you see in front of you right now is not what we're talking about. And for the record, I also want to specify something. It's not that the language that is currently inside of this resolution does not align with policy, but the actual language that they're asking to change is going to make it more cohesive. That is all. And I said already that I am willing to accept amendments to 1 and 2. It's already been specified by our board attorney saying that will make this policy more cohesive. I agree to it.
Thank you. Mr. Ballou, you were next on the list.
No, I already spoke.
Mr. Tatman.
Thank you. Thank you, President Goday. I just want to, I think the resolution's going to pass unanimously or close to unanimously. And do you need me to offer that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, if you could, just for the sake of time.
So I would like to offer the friendly amendment, the language that Mr. Shamlin has put together to put, if both the author and the second agree, to put the resolution in the form that complies with policy or makes it more cohesive or whatever it is, so that we can move along and vote on this. So if you accept that, I'll offer it. Okay. As a friendly amendment.
Yes. Okay, so now we have the friendly amendment to your motion. And, before I go to Superintendent Drake, I really did not intend to ignite a controversy here. I was really trying to do a better job and to have more public input into that. Nothing else, nothing more. But I do hear what everyone's saying, so I'm agreeing to it. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Gode. The Bible says there's a time for everything, and this is the time to change the name of Lee High School. When I got the resolution letter, before the resolution was even written, I got a letter from Mr. Lannis, and I agreed with it then, and I agree with it now. I'm going to tell you, I'm a history teacher. I know a lot of this history. And even the language in that resolution doesn't bother me because those are details. I understand the intent. And that's what we're really talking about here. We're talking about an intent and the way people feel. It's time to do it, and it's time to do it right now. And even the wording in there that suggests a time frame of July 16th, we can do that. That can be done. We've done it before, and we can do it again. And it's time to do it. It's time to do it right now. If not now, when? We need to get it done. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from any other board members? Seeing none. So the motion that is active on the floor that we will be voting on is the original motion amended by general counsel to match board policy on items 1 and 2.
So I know that Mr. Lannis made the motion, and Mr. Howard second, and Mr. Lannis accepted it. Does Mr. Howard accept it?
I accept, and I also want to use a point of personal privilege to ask for a roll call vote as we take this vote.
So, General Counsel, do we need any further definition of the words, or you can handle it from here?
I can handle it from here.
Thank you. We might get out of here before 3. So, Madam Secretary, would you please?
Do you want to hear it how we have it written?
Oh, yeah, you've already have it written? Okay, please.
How the motion is written.
Just how the
Yes.
Okay.
It's a friendly amendment to the motion to adopt a resolution to start the process of renaming Lee High School with amended language to adhere to policy.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And again, I just want to uplift that if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, we will. Seeing no other comments, Madam Secretary, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
District 1, Mr. Blue. Yes. District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Absolutely, yes.
District 3, Vice President Howard.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Collins.
Yay.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Yeah.
District 7.
Yes.
District 7, President Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Tapman.
Yes.
The item carries.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item 14, the school board calendar. Consideration of a request for the approval of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board meeting schedule for the 2020-2021 school year. Do I have a motion? Mr. Tatman, do I have a second? Ms. Ware Jackson. Are there any comments from anyone on the board? I think there are only minor changes to the regular calendar around holidays. Seeing none, back to the audience. Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary? Oh, comments online, sorry. One, we have, since there's active community survey still being put out by the district, how can we even expect to be prepared by August 6th if we still do not understand the needs and desires of the community? This item is only for the school board meetings, not for the school calendar. So we'll move with that. So back to the board, any comments or questions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary?
Please vote. Ms. Dyson, do you want to make a verbal vote?
Yes.
Take a short break after this. Do we have a vote yet, ma'am?
Item carries.
The motion carries. Next, we go to the superintendent contract extension. Consideration of a request to extend the employment contract of the superintendent for 30 days to end on July 31, 2020. Do I have a motion? Mr. Tatman, do I have a second? Ms. Bernard? Are there any comments regarding this item? For the board, yes. Seeing none, we will go to the audience. Do we have any of the in-person audience?
Good evening. My name is James Finney. I would suggest you move this to the end of the agenda, just in case you don't hire a superintendent tonight, and we need Mr. Drake to stick around a little longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the in-person audience? I will read comments from the internet, from La Portia Akinosho. I do not think we should extend the superintendent contract. We will now have someone in the seat. Let's place our new superintendent there so she can get the ball rolling for the 2021 school year. We don't need a new superintendent in August. We need someone now. From Maria Harmon, please consider extending the contract for Superintendent Drake. We need to start the superintendent search over. The business community has completely usurped the demands of parents, students, and teachers. To see the business community have so much influence over the EBR school board is appalling and heartbreaking. We all see the emails between 5 school board members and Mike Polito. The unethical correspondence was very disturbing because it exposed the level of influence and superiority the business community holds over parents, teachers, students, and grassroots community. Our children deserve a leader that has experience teaching in EBR schools and working as an administrator for the EBR district. Our parents wanted Adam Smith. He is the most qualified. It's unfortunate he didn't make the final 2. The business community had great influence in determining who the final 2 candidates are. It is unfair how this process manifested, and we need to start over. From David Lockhart, the board doesn't work for the citizens of EBR, but for BRAC, and it's appalling. For Karonda Corley, we would love for Mr. Drake's contract to be extended 30 days or longer. If Mr. Drake is not willing to stay beyond 30 days, then our school system should consider an interim. Neither of the 2 candidates are knowledgeable regarding federal and state laws pertaining to children with disabilities, are qualified to be superintendent, knowledge of Louisiana's laws and constitution, and knowledge of sustainable community schools, knowledge of culturally relevant curriculum, knowledge of HIPAA, certified in adverse childhood experiences and trauma-informed best practices. Keeping Mr. Drake for 30 days or longer would be a start in correcting your unethical and illegal practices, but will also save you some heartache. I strongly agree and refuse my allotted time frame to speak. Dr. Mary Leach, I submitted an email to all board members yesterday regarding the superintendent candidates for the position. There are two viable candidates who I must assume are ready to take the position effective July 1, 2020. That said, an extension is not warranted. Board members must execute their responsibilities to district employees, students, and the community. I respectfully suggest that the motion to extend Mr. Drake's contract be denied and a vote on the next agenda item for the superintendent is voted on tonight. That is all of the public comments I have. I will refresh, and nothing else showed up. So back to the board. Any additional comments from the board?
Ms. Ware Jackson.
I'm sorry?
Ms.
Ware Jackson.
Yeah, I have a question about policy as far as what is our plan if our superintendent is ill or cannot work in the capacity as superintendent for a couple of weeks? Do you know, Mr. Shamlin?
Want to make
What
sure I
I-
understand your question. Your question is what happens if the superintendent is incapacitated,
Yeah,
unable
in
to
a
meet his
normal
duties?
situation when we have a superintendent in place and someone else has to sit in his place.
Generally, maybe possibly a staff person would step in, a second or a third associate superintendent, assistant superintendent temporarily. That might be one option, or the board has the option of appointing someone temporarily as well.
Yeah, the interim, an
Yeah.
interim would be in place. Okay. Would the board have to vote on an interim in this kind of situation, or would we just vote on this and then move forward from there?
Yeah, I don't know if I follow your questioning. If you're asking me whether a superintendent has to be appointed by the board, a superintendent should be, if you're talking about the placement of a superintendent, whether it be interim or permanent, by policy, I would recommend that be a board appointment. If it's someone if the superintendent falls ill and he's out for several weeks, he can ask someone to step into his role for that period of time.
And in this case, when we appoint a new superintendent, let's say that person can't be here the first week or the first few days of the month, in that kind of situation, would we have to appoint someone to be here in that place, or?
I would recommend if the superintendent retires and leaves his post, that the board should do something in terms of placing someone in that position by board action. That's my recommendation. That will keep us in compliance with policy.
Mm-hmm. So an associate superintendent could pick up the slack, so to speak.
Potentially.
Okay, thank you.
We've done this before, you and I mean, a bunch of us have. When Dilworth left early, we had to appoint one. There's been situations where somebody couldn't serve and they appointed someone, but I believe you have to have a superintendent. And so it wouldn't be automatic like it would be with the governor and lieutenant governor. We would have to make that decision that someone would be the lieutenant governor, yeah. We would have to decide who's the lieutenant governor. I'm sorry, it's late. But yeah, so but to call someone a superintendent, whether regular or interim, it takes board action.
Okay, I thought so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Are there any other comments from the board on this item? Thank you for sticking with us. It's been a long night. We're going to get there. No other comments? Madam Secretary?
Please vote. Yes. The item carries.
Thank you. Next, we will go, the next item was to be discussion, consideration of candidates for superintendent of schools and related matters. The process we will go through is we will have discussion by the board, and then go to the audience, and then discussion by the board, followed by a roll call vote by district. Should anyone on the board request an executive session, then that could be taken up at the time that anyone would request it. So with that, I will open the floor for board member comments. And if my screen is right, no one has a comment yet to put on, but any board members wish to speak? Seeing none, we will go to the audience. Would anyone in the audience like to speak on the selection of the superintendent? Mr. Finney, are you coming to the mic? Okay.
And because I'm speaking in person, you may feel welcome to skip my comment when it comes up in the queue.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I would like to address this in particular to my school board member, Ms. Collins. I'm very disappointed in this entire process. With all the sitting school superintendents in the world, in the country, in the state, for your two finalists to both be people who were tainted with John White's Chiefs for Change by accepting the description of being future chiefs, I think we really need to start the process over. But in particular, I would hope you don't go through a national search and end up with the candidate from Tennessee, Dr. Towns, who is not fully qualified to handle all the responsibilities of a superintendent as defined by the state of Louisiana. If you were to select her, you would still have to select a chief academic officer able to do all the academic roles. So I would hope first that you would not vote for either candidate. But if you vote for one of the candidates, please don't vote for the one that can't take the entire superintendency under her authority. And I understand that it would have made a lot of sense to hire a person of color in a district that is heavily minority. You had an excellent opportunity to advance internal candidates that were well qualified. They weren't selected as finalists. So I think you have to look at the success of minority and economically disadvantaged students in Hamilton County, Tennessee, and realize that Hamilton County, Tennessee should probably be rating our senior administration for expertise, because this district does a better job with poor kids and kids of color than Hamilton County. So I implore you to start the process over, but if you don't, please don't select Dr. Towns. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Jennifer Carwile for the third time this evening. I'm actually going to say what I came here to say. And I'm only going to say 2 paragraphs instead of 5 because I'm tired and so are you. I'm a member of the Progressive Social Network. I'm on the Education Committee, and as part of that committee, I was invited to join in the education group conversations with the candidates. I am speaking on behalf of myself and not behalf of the group, because as a group, we could not decide. We did not have a consensus. So I know this is going to be a difficult conversation and a difficult choice. But after listening to the video interviews, reading the background information, and interacting with the 2 candidates in person, I would like to suggest that Ms. Brown be considered. I felt like she was a good fit for us because every time a scenario came up, she was able to draw upon a specific experience of how she handled a similar situation in the past. She has had so many different levels of school administration experience, and as conversations happened, she was able to quickly draw on ideas, which I think coming to a new situation, she's going to need to be able to move quickly, and I think the theoretical knowledge is good, but experience is better in this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robin Clark, and I'm a teacher in our parish. I'm a parent and a student who recently graduated from Lee Magnet, and I am in Connie Bernard's district. So you represent me when you vote, and I trust that you will do the right thing by selecting Dr. Towns. Dr. Towns has an exemplary record. She is not only talented, she is proficient. She is a partner of the community. She's seasoned. Her academic record is almost spotless. I don't think one of us in here could say we made almost straight A's in college, but she did. She had a magnificent interview. She finished the interview. She answered every question. She stayed on task. She stayed on time. Ms. Brown may have her qualities. However, you have to be a person to do every task in a timely manner. You don't necessarily have to have the experience, but you need the talent. She offers a platform and a performance record that is exemplary, and you would be remiss in allowing a candidate of her caliber to walk. So I speak specifically to Ms. Connie Bernard. When you got up and left, I got up and came. So I would like to make sure that you represent me in our district and vote yes for Dr. Towns, a doctor. She's been at it a minute. So when you have someone like that who comes to us and is willing to give, you don't have to be among us. You're already one of us if you're willing to put time on task. You've all interviewed her. You've all met with her in your own ways. Give her an opportunity to take the banner and raise it high. Give her an opportunity to put her talent to the task, because we're going to hold her feet to the fire. This community is charged, and I charge you, Ms. Bernard, my district school board member, to vote for Dr. Towns and no other. Do not walk away from that. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Other comments from the audience?
Again, Devin Wright, and I'm a part of the South Louisiana Coalition for Education. I'm going to speak briefly on that and then speak personally. So one, Slice has been a part of the conversation really from the onset of this, trying to make sure that the community voice was heard, and not only heard but amplified in all of this. We've called on the board to do more, to exhaust individually every opportunity and apparatus that you had to be able to get input from the community. So in some ways those things advanced, in some ways those things fell short, and yet we are here. And so Slice wants to make sure, just like we did from the beginning, that there's an equity-minded superintendent, that there's someone who realizes that equitable opportunities and outcomes for all of our children should exist and should be at the forefront of everything that we speak on. For the remaining 2 minutes, then I'll speak just as Devin to take away Slice and indemnify them from anything that may come out of my mouth next. I'm really, I have a problem with how a lot of things have been spun recently in terms of trying to navigate toward one person or another. We heard Vice President, tell us about the advocate and their issues, right, in terms of being biased and not always reporting fairly. You heard from WBRZ, you saw, and WAFB and the advocate put out a very, I believe, one-sided article and kind of representation of what should be had, what these candidates have as qualifications. And so I'll only bring you back just for a little while to somewhere around 1976, where at the time Ronald Reagan decided, as he wanted to run for the Republican seat toward the presidency, invented this thought of a welfare queen. This thought of dog whistle politics where you don't have to say a thing to still say a thing. And so it was very pointed and very clear that by bringing up certain lackluster qualities of one candidate as opposed to another, of what the advocate and others seem to be trying to do. And I would just hope that this board, as representatives not of any special interest group, but of the people, that you would be very clear tonight about standing independently of those other things and making sure that you vote as a representative of those in your district, but then in the district at large, not talking about race, quality, and excellence that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak before I move to the online comments? Okay, I will now go to the online portion. This is from Anna Fogel. I have sent you the extensive research done by community advocates. Even after all we have gathered, community advocates cannot come to a consensus on a candidate. Although both are highly qualified, neither is the right fit for our district. So I urge you, in support of our educators, you put pause to this process in favor of allowing Mr. Drake to continue serving until a more transparent process can be followed and a better search process can be followed. Neither candidate has the support of their most important stakeholders, our educators and parents. The next comment from Daria Carter relates to Lee Drive, which I read earlier. Elizabeth Beckham. Dr. Nikia Towns is the more qualified candidate for this position based on the credentials and background that I have found online. The perception is that Leslie Brown has ties to the area that could influence the selection process. I hope that local politics do not play too large a role in the selection of the best candidate. Erica Hammer. I sincerely hope that each of you have taken the opportunity to read all of the public comments that were submitted on the superintendent's survey so that you can take into consideration all of your constituents' concerns before this important final vote for our district's leader. It is very important for the preferences of parents, teachers, and students to be heard before making such impactful decisions. From Mrs. Sand. I am an employee of the EBR school system. I would like to commend the board for being so diligent in this selection process. Dr. Towns and Mrs. Brown are both strong candidates. I am confident that either will serve our district well as new superintendent. With this being said, Mrs. Brown has actual classroom experience, which leads me to believe that she might have a better understanding of the challenges that educators actually face. For this reason, I encourage you to please give her your fullest consideration for this position. Thank you for your time. From June Conti, the South Louisiana Coalition for Education has and will continue to advocate for community engagement and the need for an equity-minded superintendent. We also urge the board to select a leader who will treat educators as experts, as well as someone who recognizes the urgent need to improve our failing schools. We need someone who will act with intention, has the experience in turnaround schools, and someone who has an actionable plan to uplift our most vulnerable students. Please keep these thoughts in mind as you select the next superintendent from the final two candidates. From Candace Damon. EBR community stakeholders have requested the next EBR superintendent to prioritize equity, recognizes the urgent need for transformation, treats on-the-ground educators as experts, builds coalition, and values stakeholder voice. The board must be sure to select a candidate that has offered plans to provide equitable distribution of resources, create apparatuses for students, educators, and families, and community members to contribute to decision and policy making, and who will allocate resources to address the needs of the whole child to improve outcomes for students and families. We cannot afford to miss out on a dynamic leader that will provide more than lip service to these topics. EBR deserves a proven leader who will work hand in hand with the stakeholders of all backgrounds to deliver on priorities listed and provide the best experience for all students, families, educators, staff, leaders, and community members in EBR. Make your decision with these priorities in mind. From Casey Stone, I suggest Dr. Towns be selected as the next superintendent of the East Baton Rouge Parish Public Schools. From LaPortia didn't say this the first time, Kenosha. I am asking the board to please make a wise decision in selecting our next superintendent, Dr. Towns. She comes with a ton of knowledge that will help all students and not just one side of town. We are in the need of change, and she is our change. She understands all children and the needs of all children. EBR needs change, and a change in a good way, education and business-wise. I look forward to my students' future with Dr. Towns. I will now be excited to say. From Dominique Dallas, I would like to take the time to address Leslie Brown's comment in the regarding of renaming Lehigh. As a future superintendent, she took a backseat approach in responding. I do not understand her response. Yes, it is an issue that should be addressed with the school board. However, it is also very much a community, citywide, and national issue. She should have been bold and confronted the issue of systemic racism instantly. We need a superintendent that is comfortable with addressing issue heads on, because now is not the time to be shy about racism and its deep roots. For this reason, Nakia Brown should be considered to support the EBR school superintendent. Since Mr. Finney spoke, I will skip his one. DC Jackson. I write to you as a parish resident, mother of 2 EBR students, educator, and trained literacy specialist. As you all come closer to determining the next school district superintendent, I would like to offer what I believe a critical point of distinction among candidates: science of reading versus balanced literacy. While these words may seem like ideologies and philosophies in the reading wars, they actually hold significant implications in our district. Currently, our students are receiving Fountas and Pinnell as the balanced literacy intervention. This is and continues to be problematic for our students and is detrimental for many reasons noted in individual emails sent to each board member. To the contrary, the science of reading is not a curriculum, but a teaching method and approach. We must equip our teachers with the knowledge to teach students in the manner in which they learn to read based upon brain research. Please carefully consider your appointment. Thank you. DeAndre Fuller. As an educator, I believe Dr. Towns is the best candidate to lead EBR Public Schools. Dr. Towns took time to learn the pros and cons of a school system and developed a strategic and intentional plan to help drive student achievement. From Chelsea. I believe this community should take a hard look at board members sitting before them and their willingness to lower standards, which many feel are necessary to hold a position of superintendent. It is my request that the selection process be terminated and public input allowed on the selection criteria for superintendent candidates. At this time, an interim should be appointed, which should be either of the 2 associate superintendents. This board has failed our community, and it's time that this community stands up and demands better. And this board, while they are currently serving, do what is best for the interests of the community, not special interest groups, and pick a candidate that meets qualifications which are necessary. We can do better, and we should do better. Dr. Mary Leach. I hope by now each of you have had time to read my email on 2 finalists for superintendent. It is critical moving forward that the new superintendent have experience in both the educational and public sector. EBR needs a superintendent with a keen business sense as well as executive education experience. I submit the board collectively vote tonight for Dr. Towns as the new superintendent of East Baton Rouge Public Schools. With her experience and knowledge of EBR public school system and the community, EBR will see progress. The next one relates to Lehigh, which I read earlier. Laverne Bell, give them both the job. We need all the help we can get during these times. Our children's education and higher learning. Be safe. Gabrielle Northern, I support Dr. Towns' bid for superintendent of East Baton Rouge Parish Systems. EBR student demographics reflect that more than 80% of the parish are Black. These students deserve a superintendent who is representative, experienced, and ready to come in and make the kinds of changes that our students deserve to see. Selecting Dr. Towns sends a strong message that the EBR school board is inclusive and ready to move in a fresh direction. Susan, over 80% of this meeting has been about race. I implore the board not to make the decision for superintendent based on race or fear. Instead, choose the candidate who is most qualified, Ms. Leslie Brown. She is an educator. She has had boots on the ground, and she has the experience necessary to lead our school. Dr. Towns does not. James Smith, to the board, it is hard to understand how we consistently overlook qualified applicants that have shown a commitment to East Baton Rouge Public Schools. Mr. Drake was a former teacher and administrator of EBR and was acceptable. Surrounding parishes, West Baton Rouge, Ascension, Livingston, Baker, Zachary, select locals, but we continue to go out of state. Even our Bessie board recently selected a Louisiana native with a record of service. What message are we sending to our students and employees? You are worthy of our education, but not worthy to lead our district. Jennifer Harding, Mrs. Dr. Towns and Mrs. Brown, after seeing this meeting, you now have a much fuller understanding of the deep institutional dysfunction in the school district. Simple things like replacing white supremacy are almost insurmountable. Are you sure you're up for the challenge? And I'm refreshing, and let me make sure I'm on the right topic. Oh, okay, there are more here. Wait, where did I left out? Okay, Brittany Kelly. Do not forget to focus on the best interests of our students. We say no to charters and no to individuals who don't have the students' best interests in mind. Excuse me. Everyone awake. Our school district needs strong leadership. We lost Dr. Tamal to the Department of Education. She must be replaced in the school district to keep curriculum progressing in EBR public schools. Don't be surprised if Mr. Smith leaves the district soon. Warren Drake will be missed. He placed some strong leaders as assistant superintendents. His leadership with godly principles has been shown in his longevity in education. Thank you, Warren Drake. Carrie Delahousse. Thank you, Mr. Drake, for your support and efforts on behalf of all students and parents in EBR. Your leadership and ability to manage such a diverse group has been nothing short of a miracle. Thank you for your service and the best in all of your endeavors. I'm trying to see if Ms. Blank already had a comment. I don't think so. So Ms. Anna Marie Blank, I'm asking you to pause the search for next superintendent for the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. As parent of 4 kids in the school system, I'd like to see more intentional inclusion efforts during the process. The public was assured that we would be involved, but the survey conducted during the pandemic asked irrelevant questions that had nothing to do with candidate interviews. Then the public answers were not even delivered to school board members. The town hall on June 10th was merely a panel discussion. The public was not allowed to ask questions as they would in a real town hall setting. You seem to be more interested to listening to members of the business community via private emails and listening to constituents with children actually in the schools. Pause this search, extend Drake's contract, and/or appoint Adam Smith as interim superintendent. Lisa Patterson. Dr. Towns deserves the position. She is second in line in Tennessee, looks like a majority of the students, and has a strong educational and financial background. The only reason people want Mrs. Brown is because she's from here. Colleen Kissel. Can you please order food for the members of the audience who stayed for the entirety of the meeting? They are the true heroes of the search. I agree, actually. I think Mrs. Towns is the more logical choice at the time, but the process has been a logistical nightmare, and we should have probably had different candidates as the final two. In future superintendent searches, there needs to be more transparency and engagement with the public. Not everyone has time to watch 7 hours of interviews in between these meetings. We also need to ensure that class time as teachers is required to even apply for the position. Thank you for your time. Miranda Jordan. I believe Dr. Towns is most qualified candidate. Her resume speaks for her, and she can bring change to our community. Not only bring change, but an example to all of our Black children, which make up the majority of our public school system. Jaleesa Jones. After being invited to have conversations last week, with both Mrs. Leslie Brown and Dr. Nakia Towns, I can tell you from my experience and from hearing others, the desired direction of this school district, Dr. Nakia Towns is the correct choice. As a board member, you know I have a crucial role. As a board member, I know you have a crucial role to play in the decision, and I am hoping that decision is made based upon the needs of our students. We need someone with vision, someone who is experienced in multiple facets to facilitate the change that is needed, someone who understands the plight of the Black student, someone who can empathize with our students based on their personal experiences, and lastly, someone who is young enough to stick around for the long haul to ensure this district moves forward. Mrs. Brown has never worked with Black children or Black people, and that makes a huge difference in our schools. Her academic record and her business mindset is what our children deserve. We should be honored to have her. Hannah Birchman. Mr. Godet emailed one of our members. EBR School Board has allowed for a tremendous amount of public input into the process. You may have created space for public input, but did you not seek to inform the community so we could fill that space with our voices? It takes time to engage the public. You had 10 months to build public knowledge on the importance of the next superintendent. You said the restoration of a vibrant public school system is very important to the future of Baton Rouge. If you truly believe that, then an engaged and informed public is vital to that reality. It is the school board's job to engage with the community, ensure that all voices are heard. That is not what happened in this search. We ask that you pause the search. Chelsea Jackson. The community does not need a person who has not had teaching experience to understand the frustrations of principals, teachers, students, and community. Dr. Towns is not qualified and decided tonight to lower the bar to select a particular candidate is a disservice to the community and an abuse of power by the board. Lauren Dean, as an elementary teacher in EBR, when selecting a superintendent, how can the board select someone who has never taught in a classroom, especially when there are so many unknowns at the start of the school year involving implementation of guidelines to protect faculty and students in the classroom? I could not support a candidate who has never taught in a classroom. From Kohanda Corley, neither of these two candidates are qualified for these positions. Let me explain. Neither has the expertise or the experience. Secondly, Mrs. Brown is currently part of the lawsuit with the Majority Stone Massacre, fighting the 17 families who lost loved ones for a massacre in the school system that failed to present it. Mrs. Towns would cost you employees. Her Twitter rants would have you with empty classrooms. Both candidates are not wanted by their current employer. Currently, both school districts and community organizations have and continue to laugh at us for allowing both of them to be our final two. Hiring Dr. Towns would require us to hire a CEO, which we can't afford. I said all of this to say neither candidate is healthy or beneficial for EBR public schools, especially the children. Our children need and require a real educator with real classroom experience to shape and lead them. Please, for my child and all the children with disabilities, restart the search. Also, I did not have my allotted time. David Lockhart, please scrap this search and start over with a local candidate and not listen to Brack on this issue. Leslie Jenkins, Dr. Nakia Towns is the right choice for Black students in this Black district. I plead that the board is on the right side of history and for once cross racial lines to choose a leader that is right for them. No, she has not been in the classroom, but she has tutored in high schools on the weekend, helping kids who failed state testing, and even started her own tutoring program after school for students while working in the business world. So she has been with children. She has helped in ways that others would not, and we should be honored that she would come to this district. Choose Dr. Towns. Mrs. Brown doesn't come close to her qualifications, and I can't help but think that her dad's ties to Baton Rouge are why she's even running with someone 10 times greater than her. The only reason we're having this discussion is because she is black. Mrs. Brown taught 30 years ago and has not ever worked with children of color. Let's make history. Dr. Towns is the right choice. I'm sorry. Apologize if they could not hear. Lauren Justice. I am here in spirit at almost midnight with my two EBR students, aka my children. We support Dr. Towns. As a parent, I prefer her, and as an educator in this district, we need Dr. Towns. As a district that is diverse, it is time that we now recognize the need of a strong leader that represents the community that we serve. Dr. Towns is currently the best choice. Despite not having experience in the classroom, her experience in education is more impressive than someone who was in a classroom 30 years ago. That is too much time away from the evolving changes in the classroom. I beg my board members and coworkers to please make the right choice to move our district further. Remember, we live by our motto, one team, one mission. From Jalen Brown. When choosing for a new superintendent, we have to look at a lot of things: their time, their dedication, and what they want. As a student in EBR, I personally think Dr. Towns would be a great fit because of her background and record. She is very talented and knows the definition of equity. As a student in East Baton Rouge Parish Public Schools, please choose wisely. Almost done. From Portia Ekinosho, got it right. The community asked from the start to start over when Mr. Cole wasn't selected. From a wrong count, and the board didn't do anything. It would be a shame to wait until the last minute to redo everything. Now let's stick with the two that we have and get this over with. Select Dr. Towns tonight. From Jennifer Boudreau. I think it should be acknowledged that President Godet has ties to the family of Mrs. Brown. From Dr. Mary Leach. President Mark Ballou and EBR school members. My name is Dr. Mary Leach. I'm a citizen of East Baton Rouge Parish, and I'm also an ESS educator in EBR public schools. I am writing the EBR school board as a citizen. I have watched the virtual interviews for all candidates. I've read the presentations and observed the interviews of the final two candidates. I think both candidates presented well. It is evident that they did their due diligence in researching the EBR school district and the community. As a former executive with the Fortune 500 Corporation before my career changed to education, I have formidable experience in great leadership and top echelon management. I understand what it means as well, what it looks like to go from good to great. As members of the governing body, your decision you're charged with making tomorrow, will have far-reaching impacts on the future of EBR School District along with the community. Sir, your vote for the best candidate must be considered without personal preference or bias, but with forethought to the future. Therefore, based on our platform and vision, Dr. Towns is the candidate who made a strong, vivid impression to lead the district and stakeholders. Her experience as an executive in both the private and educational sectors are exactly what is needed for our students and the community. I implore each EBR member to vote for Dr. Towns as the next superintendent of EBR Parish School District. I think this decision we will be on the trajectory of EBR public school history. The district needs unequivocal leadership, a person who is ready to manage and make difficult decisions in which a person respects the decision-making process. Dr. Towns clearly presented herself as a leader who embraces the documented strategies of moving an organization from good to great. Please do not let the current dispute among board members sway your decision from what is best for the students and the community. Your vote for Dr. Towns is a vote for educational progress and success, and a vote for the greater good of the community. James Demon just says Townsend. I guess that means Dr. Towns. I will refresh one more time. And a few more have come in, if you bear with me. From Kaylin Joshua, the children of, I'm not going to refresh again. We've had, the children of East Baton Rouge Parish deserve more. Start the search over and let's do the right thing. There's no need to settle or rush the process. I know you all are under the impression that the process was thorough and that were plenty of opportunities for engagement, but due to COVID-19, the transparency ceased. Let's select a leader who will represent our students, serve all our needs, and that is actually qualified for the position. Oshika Morris. As an EBR educator, I implore you to select the right candidate, someone who will take into consideration all our thoughts and feelings, as well as the best interests of all students. Please know that as we endure the reality of the pandemic, keep in mind that we need someone who is qualified to lead our school district in an appropriate direction to address the education of our students. I challenge all members of the board to think of the people you are representing within your district, especially the kids. Thank you. From Miss Angele Bradford. The entire process has been exclusionary and oppressive. Focusing on a name change and having meetings during a pandemic is no less unethical and performative. We need an actual equitable leaders who don't just utilize the buzzwords, but can literally care about the future of traditional schools. No to both women. Start over completely. The concentric circles of confusion being generated by all levels of government is upsetting. Get money out of politics and out of deciding the future of our kids. We don't need to tokenize women or black folks to check off a box. Find qualified people that care. That's what matters. From Ashley Casey. My biggest concern is having a superintendent who can give professional licensed educators confidence going into the unprecedented shifts that we face with the COVID-19 changes. I was impressed by both candidates, but I feel much more confident starting the year with a superintendent who has walked in our shoes and spent years in the classroom. Mrs. Brown has been a teacher and a principal as well as an administrator. She knows how schools actually work and can draw on this experience with the shifts we see in COVID-19. Dr. Towns appears to be a good leader for the business side of education, just as she was at Wells Fargo in the business of banking, but she has never been in a classroom with a group of students, challenging all of her curriculum theories with real-world actions. Teachers are likely to lose quickly when she tells us what to do in the classroom in the COVID-19 world. At this moment, we need a professional educator. Please support Mrs. Brown. And that was the end of the, and I lost the tab for the comments. I've lost the tab for the comments. I'm sorry, it went away from my computer. Was that it? So we will close the public comment portion, and now we will go back to the board, and let me get the list back up.
It's Mr. Lannis.
Mr. Lannis, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Gode. I'll try to be as expedient as possible on this particular matter. I think that from everything that we heard, the consensus around who we should elect is out there. We know it. I think the general public has a concern around the teaching ability or the lack thereof that Dr. Towns has. And I just want to remind us of something tonight. When I was in high school, that was a lady by the name of Miss Charlotte Placide. She was the chief financial officer of East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. She had never served a day inside of our classrooms, but Miss Placide did some amazing things when she became the superintendent of East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. But in fact, let's dive into them. This is from the 225 magazine, dated back in 2005. For Charlotte Placide, things at East Baton Rouge Parish school system have gone from bad to worse. But 2007 will put more pressure on her than ever to produce results for a struggling school system. You see, it was already set up and designed and thought that she was not going to be able to succeed because she did not have proper qualifications. But let's continue. Hurricanes Katrina and Rita sent a wave of new students into the system, temporarily stemming a spiral in enrollment decline. with Zachary and now Central peeling off to form their own systems and surviving court challenges, giving other communities ideas of succeeding themselves. Placide faces running a system that is now 85% Black. You see, they just kept piling on more and more challenges and barriers for her because they said that she did not have the qualities and qualifications to move the system forward. But let's continue. This is a critical year for Placide and the system itself. You see, this is the most important part. Prior to Ms. Placide taking over, that was a budget shortfall. By 2007, there was a $57.5 million surplus in this system. This is one of the heightened moments of our system by going with somebody and taking a chance with Ms. Placide, someone who had never had classroom experience. Now, I say all of that tonight to say we talked a lot about race. So you know what? Let's just move that to the side. Let's talk about qualifications. Let's talk about everything that we talked about on this board for the past year. In fact, let's go all the way back 2 years when I was first elected. I can remember specific conversations that we had about the things that we want for our system and the types of people that we want to serve here. The consensus has spoken. Every single email that we have received, for the most part, has been in support of a candidate. And we know who that candidate is. I'm not asking anyone to do something that they do not want to do. I'm just asking you to do the right thing that is right by our students. They said the same thing about another person, and she proved them wrong because she went with her heart, she went with her gut, and she did what was right by students. I'm only asking tonight that we get away from what happened with the Lehigh situation. Don't use that to invigorate or infuriate yourself before we vote tonight. Please don't carry that on your conscience, because we're talking about something different now. We're talking about the future of our kids, the future of our teachers, and more importantly, or most importantly, the future of our system. I only ask that our board members use their votes the right way. And I will say I will be supporting Dr. Towns. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tatman?
Thank you, President Godet. I never had a chance to work with Charlotte Placide, but we tried to hire her when Dilworth left, and we couldn't get her to come because she did an amazing job when she was superintendent. And we really wanted her to come in and help us bridge that gap to the next, till we got the next superintendent in. And we were disappointed when she didn't come in. But I guess my comments are this. I actually think we have two fantastic candidates. And I just want to say that regardless of who wins, whoever gets whoever is elected, because we elect a superintendent, I'm ready to get back to the work of student achievement, of working with students, working on academic excellence, turning around schools. I'm ready for all of that. So whoever wins, whether I'm on the right side of the vote or the wrong side of the vote, I plan to make that first call and say, I'm here to work with you and I'll do anything I can. I'll share with you any skill set I have. I'll bring you to the Capitol and introduce you to all the legislators that I know, the chairman of the education committees. I'll bring them to businesses that I know. So whoever wins, whoever gets elected tonight, and I know, let's see, what time is it where they are? It's like 1:17 in the morning, and you know they're watching, right? But I'm just, and so I'm telling you, if out there in the stratosphere, wherever you are, both Dr. Towns and Ms. Brown, I stand ready to work with whoever gets elected to the next superintendent because we have a lot of work to do. And I want to get to the work of educating children and providing educational opportunities for students and their families. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Vice President Howard.
Thank you, President Godet. And I share the same sentiments as Board Member Tatman. I just want to thank the board, the members of the community who have taken part in this process. As a new board member, this is my first superintendent selection process, and man, it was a lot. So thank you guys for indulging us. Thank you for the learning curve. Thank you for the community stakeholders from all facets of this community who implored to talk about the desires and needs for this conversation, and the next leader of our district. And what I just want to implore to the entire community is that this is only the beginning of the fight. As we select a new superintendent, we have to, like we tell everybody, hold us accountable, hold the new leader accountable. But we have a lot of work to do to ensure that education is an opportunity for success, specifically for kids. As a son of a single mother, who had to stop and sacrifice so much for me, education literally saved my life. So we have to get back into the business of letting education save the lives of our students, specifically students who have been traditionally marginalized, but just making sure that education is the gateway to opportunity and success in this community. And we have the opportunity to do that by selecting a leader. I've been clear from the beginning that I believe that Dr. Towns is that person. I believe that she can take us to the next level, but in the event that she's not, I pledge to work with Miss Brown to make sure that we get those things done. So again, thank you guys for indulging us in this process, and I look forward to welcoming our next leader here very soon.
Are there any other comments from the board? Before we vote, I'm gonna call Ms. Ware Jackson?
Have to do the RTS.
No, I saw your hand.
Yeah. Thank you. This process has been very enlightening, and at times very exhausting. I sat through hours and hours of the interviews on tape, and then talked to all the candidates another hour after we had the interviews online. Then we did the conversations last week where we invited people from different groups and had 9 people involved in that, and spent time with them, picking their brains and getting their feedback from their experience with both candidates, and try to just remain unbiased and without trying to push anybody. And but there was a resounding voice for Dr. Towns throughout that whole experience last week. And then this week we've been bombarded with emails that could speak much better than any of us here can, with regard to the quality of both of the candidates. And but although everybody that I got an email from spoke very highly of both candidates and said, whichever candidate we choose, the district will be in very, very good hands. But the majority of them spoke more for Dr. Towns being in that seat. And looking at her qualifications, the doctorate in education from Vanderbilt and her MBA from Duke, just, those things were impressive for me, and her proven track record in raising the bar in schools that have not been very successful. She actually taught on the university level, where she taught teachers how to bring their students up. And I thought that was a tremendous thing. I know people have been talking about her lack of experience in K-12 education, but I think the only thing that she did in K-12 was a Saturday school. But I'm really impressed with the ability to teach on the college level and to be able to teach teachers. So that was extremely impressive. And then to have that, she serves now as the Chief Accountability Officer, and I'm sorry, Chief of Staff. She's worked as a Chief Accountability Officer and an Assistant Commissioner, and on the state level, on the local level, and then that deep finance experience is something that this district can really, really use. We have a lot to do. We've been able to balance our budget in the last couple of last year and then again this year, but I'm very impressed with the versatility of this particular candidate, and I believe that her experience both in finance and Fortune 500 companies, and in raising the bar for students and just moving so many students forward is the reason that I would definitely support Dr. Towns.
Done? Thank you. Any other comments from the board?
If I may, again, would just like to call for a roll call vote.
Absolutely. That was always intended. I will make one last comment before we go. I know it's getting very late. I have one hearing aid that's run out of battery and the other one's about ready to run out of battery, and my voice is almost gone. I just want to thank the community. I really do believe there was a lot of community input and a lot of interest. A lot of people spent a lot of time in researching this and giving us feedback. And I really want to commend my fellow board members. I have spoken extensively with just about all of them and about the different thoughts, and people have taken the time to really look and really have well-founded decisions on which well-founded facts and well-founded beliefs upon which they're making their decision, whatever their decision may be. And so I want to commend all of you. It's been a long night. It's been a long time and a long process. But I just want to tell you, our board members have put in the work to really try to reach the best decision for this. So without further ado, Madam Secretary, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Dr. Towns.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Dr. Towns.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Dr. Towns.
District 4, Ms. Collins.
Leslie Brown.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Dr. Towns.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Ms. Brown.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Ms. Brown.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Ms. Brown.
District 9, Mr. Tapman.
So the vote is 5-4 for Ms. Brown. There is a process. We're not adjourned. We have a process in which we can add an item to the agenda. And I'd like to add this item to the agenda. The members of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board would like to congratulate Mrs. Leslie Brown on her appointment as the incoming superintendent for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and pledge our full support to work with her for the betterment of the educational opportunities afforded to our students, continued improvement of the working environment for our employees, and to enhance the community engagement with our citizens. We would also like to thank Dr. Nakia Towns for her willingness to participate in our selection process and, although not selected, to acknowledge her outstanding abilities and to wish her well in all future endeavors. This requires the unanimous consent of the board to put on the agenda, and I now ask for that unanimous consent.
Well, Mr. Goday, I think.
No, I'm just placing it on the agenda.
Okay.
Did I not do it properly?
The proper way to do this is a motion to suspend the rules.
Okay.
And add the item.
Sorry, I make a motion to suspend the rules and add the item I just read.
Right. And then it will need the unanimous approval of the present school board members.
Okay. Is there any objection? Seeing none?
Technically, you're supposed to provide public comment on any item any vote that's taken.
Is there public comment on the item that I just read?
Motion to suspend the rules.
Don, sister.
Sir, it needs to be related. It's time for public comment. Yes, sir.
It's my public comment.
On the item. The item is to suspend to this resolution.
Don, you voted against a black woman tonight.
Sir.
You don't get to dictate viewpoint discrimination is what you're doing. Okay? Look it up. Don, a school district that's 81% black, as a black woman, you just voted against a black woman with a PhD. You failed us tonight. And I want to tell you in the public, in front of everybody else, you failed us. All that we did to stand up for black people tonight, and you sided with the people who took 2 hours to give us something that took 75 years. And they've been running around here celebrating it, and you helped them with it.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you.
Move to adjourn. We will not have the motion. Thank you. Yes, move to adjourn is non-debatable and effective immediately.